I don't feel like doing anything. Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just wanna stay in my bed. Oh, it's not my hair. It's almost hot enough weather that I have to open the back door of my bus. I have to do rug making stuff and I really don't feel like doing it. There's a fucking random fork on my floor. Okay, let's get going before it gets too hot. I thought I replied to him last night. I replied to that text message. Hello, hello. Be right back. I live in Oregon. I live in Oregon. I don't want to mirror my iPhone. Please don't do that. What is this? How do I get rid of that? What? I don't want to mirror my iPhone. Okay, whatever. I don't have a fucking hair tie. I guess we're just gonna have to figure it out. No, thank you. Okay, so what I just heard from you was I should delete Chrome because now Chrome is using up a bunch of space on my device. Dude, one of my best, one of the people who watches me regularly on my live stream has started live streaming herself. So proud of her. Her name is Golden Art Farm, if you guys are curious. And no, the carpets don't match the drapes. Look at your chat. I am so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of you guys. I love it when you'll watch me for, 6 months or a year, and I am, the way I live stream, just I'm actually showing you my real, actual day-to-day life. I don't do anything for the camera. Anyway, I fucking love it when people watch me for a long time and then take that and transition it into their own, like, yeah, I'm losing a viewer or like a regular person in my chat that I like to converse with, but I know that that person is going to develop their own little community. I'm not a community builder. Like, my group of people, they're so, and this has been my whole life. The type of people that I get along with are fundamentally different from one another. And it's bizarre. Like, I could never have a party with all of my friends in one room. They'd hate each other. They'd all hate each other. Um, and because I'm a difficult person, I'm an intense person, I'm attracted to difficult and intense people too. Hold on, I have to turn my brightness up. And because difficult people are difficult, let's just be real. So I just don't think people will get along. But I'm not a very good community builder. I am great one-on-one, which is why I do better with live streaming versus creating like long form video content or whatever. I do better if you just actually see how I actually am day to day, whatever. And I'm not good at the theatricality of content creation. Like, I don't know how to fake it. I don't know how to put on a show. Like, I think to myself, like, okay, well, if I make a video just lying and being fake, right? Someone in my actual real life is going to see that and then be like, that's not real. That's not true. You know what I mean? So, like, but I guess people just don't care. I don't know. I'm stoned, so I'm pontificating. But it makes me very proud when people who are in my chat and are a part of what little bit of a community that I'm able to lead, or whatever you want to call it. I love watching them go on to do their own live streams and then develop like communities of their own. Like my Nikki needs a nap. She's never here anymore. And that's because she's always live streaming herself and she's doing really well. Really proud of her. She's fucking got, and she makes money doing it. She's not like me. Nikki's not like I am. She actually She actually makes money on her live streams. I don't make money on my live streams. Where's my mirror? I need to tweeze my chin. If you were your mirror, where would you be? You randomly shoved in a thing here. Okay. I wish more people would live stream their day-to-day lives, because I think that in a society where people don't leave their house and don't get real engagement and interaction one-on-one with people, I think that it's good for, man, I am breaking out so bad. What the fuck? I think that it's good for viewers, people like you guys, me, whatever, as a viewer, to see how other people exist instead of traveling, instead of being limited to your tiny little community and the way that your family operates. Now you are able from your own home to have the perspective of people existing just in their everyday life, just existing. And so it gives you a more worldly understanding, and it expands the way your mind thinks about the world, because you're no longer kept in these limitations of what your reality is. And so that's what you understand when you are observing other people naturally in their own habitat. Then it gives you an understanding of like, oh, well, that's not the way I do it. I wouldn't do it that way, but that's an interesting way to go about it. You know? I need light. My back just creaked. I'm a natural blonde, and so my chin hair is blonde and I can't fucking see it. Ha! Okay. Now that I am officially blind, I need to get some fucking work done. Owning your own business is a pain in the ass. Sometimes I think life would be so much easier if I just like had a person or a place that I worked for, and then I could just like show up, just do my job, and then go home. Not my circus, not my monkeys. But I can't do that. It's all my circus. I have many circuses filled with many monkeys. Um, this is YouTube. The camera's off. Oh, this is a live stream. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. For any aspiring content creators, items like once you follow the logo to Squarespace. In 1965, Frank Herbert's epic science fiction novel, Tuft, though initially rejected over 20 times by other publishers, the novel went on to receive widespread acclaim, multiple awards, and became one of, if not the best-selling science fiction novel of all time.
Not only did its fantastical world, huge ensemble characters, and inventive concepts capture the imagination of readers, but filmmakers as well. Long before blockbusters like Star Wars, the task of translating the book to the big screen was thought to be impossible. But after multiple failed attempts, in the 1980s, a movie version of
This is the one that I'm going to be working on today.
finally made it to the big screen.
I've got to get this part done.
It wasn't long.
This part here needs to be cut like this. See how this is what it looks like before, and this is what it looks like after. It has like a 3D-ness to it.
The next attempt at a film production was in 1971.
It just is crazy how they look so different.
Jacobs, who had produced the Planet of the Apes film franchise.
Pretty excited about it.
Lawrence of Arabia directed.
I was listening to you. Go check your chat.
And after Jacobs suffered a sudden fate,
I was literally on my live stream on my phone, and I was watching your live stream on my thing, and I was telling everybody, like, go subscribe, or go fucking, I was telling them how proud I am of you, because, oh no, my bus is a shit show. It's a clusterfuck. I have not actually deep cleaned my house in probably like 3 months. So no. But anyways, I was telling them how proud I am of you, and how, like, I love that people will watch me and then realize that, like, if I could fucking do it, you could do it. And then, and then do it. And then just do it. Like, not think about it, talk about it for months. Just like, you know what? I could fucking do that. And then do it. You know what I mean? I just, I love it so much. I just love, and it sucks because, like, well, you are doing what I do, which is watching lives while on live, but not very many people do that. But the thing is like, yeah, I might be losing someone in my chat, or like losing a regular member of, like, Nikki needs a nap. She's like no longer here anymore, and it's not because she doesn't love me or she doesn't support me. It's because she started live streaming, and she has built a fucking big community. Her live stream does really well on TikTok, so I'm fucking happy for her. Oh, I got one of those vipers in my eye. So I'm really happy for her, and I want the same for you. I want, like, that's my whole point of doing this, is that, like, if people could watch me exist in my life and just, like, decide to do these things, like, oh, I feel like making rugs, so let me just get the stuff to make rugs. Or, you know what? I am tired of not having any money. I'm going to start a fucking business. I'm going to buy myself a vacuum and start a cleaning business. And that's what I've done. And, like, it's just, if I could do it, you could do it, because I'm an idiot. And a lot of you guys are way more capable and competent than I am, especially when it comes to, like, legal, business, organizing, structure, stuff like that. I'm just not very good at that. Go live every day. Yes, exactly. I'm just really proud of you. I mean, and it's not even like I'm not trying to inspire you. I'm just being 100%, like, if I could do it, literally anyone can do it. I'm not special. I'm not more competent than people. The only thing that I have that other people might not have is gumption and audacity. But you can develop that. Might not be as easy as it was for me, because I was born with all this audacity, but it can be developed. It's not impossible. I need something to drink, and I think I'm completely out of water. All right, where's my watch charger? Get to work. It's hot, and I'm, like, anxious because I don't want to do this. I don't want to do rug stuff when it's, like, getting hot outside, and I'm very thirsty, so I feel hotter than normal. All I have is soda. I have no water. I wonder if there's water in my. Thank you, past Heather. I know there's water in my car. Be right back. Okay. So today we're going to be packaging. I'm gonna real quick change my direction.
This version of Dune has often been referred to as one of the greatest movies never made. Jodorowsky's adaptation was to be a 10-hour-long feature film with a cast that included Salvador Dali, David Carradine, Udo Kier, Mick Jagger, and Orson Welles. He had assembled a team of star concept artists, which included Jean Mobius Girard, Chris Foss, and H.R. Giger, as well as Dan O'Bannon to supervise the visual effects. While Jodorowsky's adaptation made some big departures from its source material, author Frank Herbert was said to be quite excited by the adaptation. However, due to difficulties in raising the budget and finding distribution, Jodorowsky's version never saw the light of day. The details of the outlandish production have been covered in depth in the excellent documentary Jodorowsky's Dune, which I highly recommend. It has been suggested over the years that producer Dino De Laurentiis used his influence in Hollywood to effectively sabotage Jodorowsky's adaptation in the hope of making his own. Whether this was true or
No,
not,
why do
by
you
the
always
time
have
the
to
rights
walk right
became
on the
available
computer,
again,
Mama?
De Laurentiis quickly picked them up after the Jodorowsky version collapsed. Ridley Scott was brought on to direct in 1979, following the success of Alien, which H.R. Giger and Dan O'Bannon also worked on. Frank Herbert himself was hired to write a draft of the screenplay, but he admittedly found writing for the screen quite difficult, and turned in his draft, which was 175 pages long. As a new, shorter draft was being written, Ridley Scott had to drop out of the project due to the sudden death of his older brother. Dropping out of Dune would eventually lead Scott to directing Blade Runner. The next director who caught De Laurentiis' eye was not a blockbuster filmmaker, but David Lynch, best known at the time for directing The Elephant Man. Off the back of Elephant Man's success, George Lucas had offered Lynch the chance to direct The Return of the Jedi, which Lynch declined, having little interest in the job. Dune, however, intrigued him. The day I finished reading the book, I met with Dino in his office, and I was so high from finishing the books and so thrilled with what I'd read. I signed on. He initially worked with two co-writers, but as development continued, Lynch became sole writer and director. Once Dune was up and running with a director, Dino De Laurentiis actually handed over much of the day-to-day work of running the production over to his daughter, Raffaella De Laurentiis. At 32 years old, she was one of the youngest female producers working in the industry at the time, though she was unaware of this. I think when you're young, ignorance of sometimes make you achieve greatness because you just don't know any better. And so you say, okay, well, so sure, I'll produce Dune. I want to produce Dune. Then, it's only 10 years later that I found out that no woman had ever produced before Dune anything. Okay, so we need to finish. For the production design of the film,
Some
Anthony
roads
Masters,
are finished.
designer of 2001: A Space Odyssey, was brought on board. Masters had been asked by George Lucas to work on Star Wars, but he had to pass on the offer due to scheduling conflicts. Therefore, when Dune came along, he jumped at the chance. Although the art department had been given the concept art created for Jodorowsky's Dune and Ridley Scott's version, Masters and Lynch decided to start from scratch. They wanted Dune to look nothing like any previous science fiction film, especially Star Wars. For the costumes of the film, Lynch approached Bob Ringwood, who had worked on John Berman's Excalibur. Taking cues from Lynch, Ringwood went with a 1940s inspired look for the film. This is especially apparent in the Atreides and Imperial costumes. The Fremen still suits were made up of foam rubber pieces, which mimicked the forms of human musculature. Full body casts were taken of the main actors to properly fit each suit to each actor. Because much of the shoot would take place in the Mexican desert,
Okay.
an elaborate cooling system was built into the suit. Once the finished suits were sprayed down with dust and sand, they were ready for filming. Many
Still
actors
needs
were
to be
considered for the
finished.
role of Paul Atreides, including Tom Cruise, Kevin Costner, Val Kilmer, Kenneth Branagh, and Rob Lowe. Kilmer was in fact the frontrunner for the longest time, even being fitted for blue contact lenses at one. Eventually, then 25-year-old Kyle MacLachlan landed an audition which impressed the producers. As it turned out, MacLachlan was an enormous fan of Dune, and before accepting the role, he interviewed David Lynch to make sure the movie would do justice to the novel. After his talk with Lynch, MacLachlan accepted the part. Playing Paul's mother, Lady Jessica, was Francesca Annis. She made another foray into science fiction, playing the widow of the Web in Krull. To play Paul's father, Duke Leto Atreides, David Lynch was recommended German actor Jürgen Prochnow. At first, Lynch was hesitant, feeling an American actor was more appropriate. It was only after Lynch saw Prochnow in the acclaimed Das Boot did he agree Prochnow was right for the role. Dean Stockwell was another huge fan of the novel and pursued Lynch for a role in the film. John Hurt had originally been cast as Dr. Buell, but had to drop out due to scheduling conflicts. Thus, Stockwell won the role. Hollywood star Aldo Ray was originally cast as Gurney Halleck, but lost the role when he was arrested in Mexico for assault. Scrambling to find a replacement, Lynch thought of an actor he had seen in Excalibur, Patrick Stewart. This was the first production Stewart had done on the other side of the Atlantic, and relished the opportunity to work alongside his idol Max von Sydow,
Okay.
and became fast friends with Kyle MacLachlan. Richard Jones was brought in to read for several different parts before being cast as Swordmaster Duncan Idaho. Freddie Jones had previously appeared in Lynch's film The Elephant Man and won the role of Thufir Howard, the Atreides Mentat. To play the leader of House Harkonnen, the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, the producers initially sought out Orson Welles, who had been cast in the role for Jodorowsky's version. Wells, however, flatly refused. Paul Smith was then asked to play the part, but in order to do so, he would have to gain a lot of weight, which the actor didn't want to do. He eventually landed the role of Beast Ravan. Instead, the producers approached Kenneth Macmillan for the role, which he happily accepted. To play the Baron, Macmillan wore a bulky fat suit which made it virtually impossible for the actor to walk. Macmillan only managed to shuffle at most. Dune's casting director was already acquainted with musician and singer Sting, after he auditioned for a Francis Ford Coppola produced project which never got off the ground. When it came time to cast the Baron's nephew, Fade, Sting was offered the part, which he accepted enthusiastically. Famously, Patrick Stewart apparently had no idea who Sting was. Because I'd been there a couple of weeks before Sting arrived, and when he arrived, there was this kind of frisson everywhere. You know, the whole of Mexico City was abuzz.
Hello, Papa.
And so the second or third day, we're just hanging out on the set, and him and me, and I say, "So you're a musician?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "What do you play?" And I said, and he said, "Bass." And I said, I often wondered, what is it like carrying that huge thing around you everywhere you go? And, you're like, "Are you a solo artist?" And he said, "No, no, I'm in a band." And I said, "Oh, what kind of band?" He said, "The Police." Folks, I said, "You play in a police band?" Brad Dourif made his first of many appearances in the sci-fi genre as the Harkonnen mentat Piter. Jack Nance, who had previously played the lead in Lynch's feature debut Eraserhead, was cast.
I knew he looked familiar. It was Eraserhead.
McGill was initially brought in for a much smaller role, but his agent convinced the producers to audition McGill for the Fremen leader Stilgar. He won the role soon after. Sean Young, who was an up and coming star at the time, landed an audition to play Shani, but due to some scheduling confusion, missed the appointment. It was only thanks to a chance encounter with Dino and Rafaela on a plane later that day that she convinced them she could take on the role. Playing Paul's younger sister, Aaliyah, was then 5-year-old Alicia Witt. Despite how young she was, Witt was apparently able to grasp the dialogue quite easily and enjoyed her time on the production. Making up the members of the ruling house Carino was Virginia Madsen as Princess Irulan, and playing the Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV was award-winning actor-director Jose Ferrer. Acclaimed Swedish actor Max von Sydow had previously worked with De Laurentiis as Ming the Merciless in Flash Gordon. He was cast as Duncan Pines, the Imperial Ecologist. And finally, Welsh actress Sean Phillips was cast as the Bene Gesserit Reverend Mother. Filming took place mostly at Cherubusco Studios in Mexico City. A total of 80 sets were built across 16 sound stages, essentially taking over the entire complex. A 3 square mile area of nearby desert was also cleared of vegetation, rocks, and wildlife for location filming. Despite the sweltering heat in the desert and the complexities of studio filming,
You're gonna walk
spirits
right
were
on my
generally
fucking
high
computer,
during
aren't you?
production. The cast and crew were very passionate about the material, with each department
Please
having a
don't walk on my
copyright
laptop.
novel on hand at all
Don't step on the
times.
keyboard.
To make the Baron
I
fly,
know
the
you're
special
very sad.
effects crew used a combination of wire work
Nope, nope,
and
nope, nope,
crane
nope, 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 nope.
extremely
Nope,
thick
money.
tungsten steel wires were used to
Money, I'm
hold
literally using a fucking hot glue gun right now,
some
okay?
shots used
You gotta stay over there.
crane. Other scenes required custom built rigs. While a number of shots involving miniatures were completed in post-production, in-camera foreground miniatures were also used extensively. Partial sets were built at the Mexico City Stadium, which were then extended by large miniatures which lined up with the sets. This often meant mounting the camera on a platform a dozen or so meters high. You would have a wall that's a real wall, built full size, and then he would come up and do his little teeny wall with all the details. Now, one is right here next to the camera, one is down there, but your eye is going to put them together. But it takes an eye to do that. While some motion controlled cameras were used for a handful of optical composites, a great many miniature effect shots were captured entirely in camera. The destruction of Arakeen, the spice harvester explosion, and many of the sandworm shots were fully in camera. The worms themselves were elaborate puppets of various different scales. The worms proved extremely difficult to operate, and getting usable footage from the worm sequences was very challenging. To achieve the correct scale for the sand, the miniature team actually had to use incredibly small glass particles. Because this substance was dangerous to breathe, the crew often had to wear full PPE while working on stage. For the personal shields, computer graphics were initially proposed, but the final shots had to be hand animated. In order to achieve the distortion effect, each surface of the shield had to be printed separately and then recomposited back together. In total, it took 9 months to create the sequence. For the music of the film, De Laurentiis, perhaps inspired by Jodorowsky's notion of hiring a rock band for the score, in his case Pink Floyd, approached American rock band Toto. Toto came up with the main theme for the movie, mixing their combination of rock and electronica with orchestra.
Don't do it.
Artist Brian Eno also contributed to the score, writing the prophecy theme. When it came time to edit the film, Lynch had a 3-hour cut in mind. But when this was proposed to distributor Universal Pictures, they demanded a 2-hour cut instead. Lynch, along with the De Laurentiises, went through the footage, cutting out a number of scenes, filming new ones, and adding in some narration. While Lynch was unhappy at having to remove so much material, his preferred 3-hour cut was never completed. A later extended TV version, which ran for over 3 hours, was later made without Lynch's approval. He requested his name be taken off this version, being credited under the infamous pseudonym Alan Smithy for director and another pseudonym Judas Booth for writer. The editing process in general seemed to stir some doubts in Lynch, who began to wonder if he had sold out to some degree by taking on the project. Despite his trepidations, however, Dune was released on the 14th of December 1984. Dune is a movie I have a somewhat strange relationship with.
Hope you're proud of
As
yourself,
much as
Jack.
in
My
cup of
son is in
tea,
this
I
chat
don't
room.
remember enjoying it all that much. Yet there is something fascinating about it. something which compelled me to re-watch the film
He's
numerous
only
times
10.
and eventually inspired me to
So,
read the book. Dune is by no means without merit. It's a passion project through and through, lovingly made by a team of incredibly talented artists who moved heaven and earth to bring Frank Herbert's story to life. But if there's one word I'd use to sum up the issues with this particular adaptation, that word is compromise. The movie is frustrating in how absolutely stunning many elements of its production are, elements which are unfortunately let down by some other factor. The miniature work is genuinely incredible, but the optical compositing is rough to say the least. None of it has the dynamism of ILM's work on Star Wars, instead feeling slow and static by
my
comparison.
computer
The high
updated
quality
last
visual
night, and
effects
now
and
it's telling me
unlike
how
elegance with its sheer presentation was many years
ready
in the
for
making.
Apple Intelligence. Time to
For all that
experience the
excitement, the
new
world of
personal
Dune feels
intelligence
oddly small
system.
in scope.
Put your
Much of
brain
the
in
action
our
feels tight to
hands. Let us
interiors, which
cradle
feel
your
very
thoughts.
claustrophobic as a result
You
of the
don't have
dark
to worry about
cinematography.
hard
Yet the desert
things
scenes feel
like business
disconnected from
stuff. Let
everything
us do it
else.
for
As if the
you.
entirety of Arrakis is a handful of sand dunes, which could be thousands of miles away from any city or right next door. The viewer never gets a solid sense of place. The geography of these worlds is never concretely established beyond the confines of the bases and fortresses the majority of scenes occupy. This problem is really emblematic of the larger issues with the film's overall direction. Now, David Lynch is a truly brilliant filmmaker, but his strengths as a director lie in atmosphere, evocative imagery, characters, and working with actors, a valuable set of skills to bring to any production. But when it comes to making an epic sci fi blockbuster, there are other skills required which it seems Lynch lacked. That never bothered him, the 2,000 people in the back. He was worried about what was in front of his lens. And sometimes that's what we had problems with because, I would have 2,000 extras in suits in the desert, and he was trying to shoot the close up of Kyle's eye. I said, David, you can shoot that eye, in the studio anytime you want, but we gotta shoot. That's why we're here out in the desert. David never really worried himself about it. This is most apparent in the action sequences, which can get disjointed, prolonged, or awkwardly framed. When the Harkonnens attack Arrakis, the Baron is somehow already inside the fortress, having captured Leto, Jessica, and Paul before his army even arrives. In the final battle against the Emperor, the sequence essentially boils down to the Fremen shooting the Sardaukar from atop the sandworms until the Sardaukar run away. Where Lynch's strengths do come through, however, is with the characters and the cast. Despite Kyle MacLachlan being much older than Paul Atreides in the book, he and pretty much everyone else are perfect for their roles. MacLachlan delivers a star-making performance here, endearing, even charming during his introduction on Caladan, and totally commanding in his eventual rise to leader of the Fremen rebellion. The supporting cast are nearly all fantastic, an ensemble of veteran stage and screen performers, elevating their relatively small parts to memorable heights. However, it's the Harkonnens who steal the show. Kenneth McMillan is clearly having a blast as the Baron. Though this take on the character is a huge departure from the more subdued, calculating Baron seen in the book, McMillan's performance as a disease-ridden, sadistic maniac makes for a villain that's truly detestable and also thoroughly entertaining to watch. That same villainous glee is reflected in Sting's performance as Fade. Despite having very little dialogue, his constant smirking and wild eyes succeeds in building him up as a credible threat to Paul in their final duel, even though he actually does very little. There are some other uniquely Lynchian departures from the book which I actually think benefit the film. Small quirks like House Atreides having an odd affinity for pugs, the Mentats having mad eyebrows and bushy hair, and all the sickening contraptions which only serve to make House Harkonnen all the more hateable. I also think the weirding way being turned into a sonic weapon triggered by the spoken word is a pretty cool idea. Taken further, it could have led to some interesting places, but as it is, the sonic weapon concept spices up the action nicely. There are brilliant moments with almost every character in the movie. It's in these quieter moments where Lynch's Dune excels. The things which go unsaid, the dream sequences, the time when Dune embraces the truly weird and trippy. These are the times where the viewer can really soak up the film's unique atmosphere. which is bolstered by the excellent score. Toto's main theme is suitably epic with its punchy brass and drums, but also ethereal with its synthesizers and electric guitar. It delivers that epic sci-fi sound which the music of Star Trek and Star Wars are known for, but with its own distinct, darker flavor. Brian Eno's work is also just as memorable for its meditative quality. His prophecy theme sounds truly transcendent. It's a shame, though, the moments where Dune works are often hampered by the incessant narration. Dune's problem is not that it doesn't explain its world properly, rather, the film explains too much. The feudal system of the Imperium, why spice is important, the Emperor's conspiracy, and the Spacing Guild's involvement, weirding modules, still suit, hunter seekers, the water of life. It's all covered to death, either in the dialogue between the characters or by each character's own internal monologue. In the control rooms of Spice Cats, traveling without. What's especially annoying is when this narration is used to convey information which is clearly evident in the performances of the cast. We can see Jessica's relief that Paul survived the Reverend Mother's test. We can see Kynes being impressed by Leto's compassion, and yet the narration makes sure to clarify these things when there's no need. It leaves nothing left.
Yeah, but that's he's trying to do it like Shakespeare.
It's difficult for the viewer to become engrossed in the drama. Overall, it's fair to say Dune lacks excitement. It lacks a dramatic tension to propel the events forward. The fall of House Atreides is tragic, even shocking, but not very effective. The second act, where Paul and Jessica are taken in by the Fremen, is more compelling. Paul's first ride on a sandworm is a real highlight of the film. Unfortunately, the sudden time jump at the start of the third act is almost whiplash-inducing. The real casualties here are Stilgar and Chani. We see the start of Paul and Stilgar's friendship forming, but the film skips over most of their actual relationship. Chani, for all her importance, barely factors into the film at all. Ultimately, Dune is too much novel to fit into one film without making some seriously big changes to the narrative.
Adam!
It may sound as though I'm being overly negative towards Dune, but as I said, there is something which keeps bringing me back to it. In a way, my relationship to the film is similar to Star Trek the Motion Picture. I'm aware of its flaws, but I can engage with the movie when I'm in the right headspace. The storytelling may not be very strong, but the imagery, atmosphere, and characters are what stay with you. A work of passion that fails will always be more admirable than a successful work of complacency. It did achieve one major thing for me personally, which is getting me to read the book. It expanded my horizons and inspired my imagination. The movie, for all of its problems, did succeed in capturing the spirit of Dune. In the lead up to the movie's release, De Laurentiis and Universal made a strong marketing push. In a possible attempt at replicating the success of Star Wars, a line of tie-in action figures was produced by LJN. However, like many LJN products, these toys were poorly made and only managed lackluster sales, something which didn't bode well for the movie itself. Upon release, Dune received largely negative reviews from critics. Many lambasted it as borderline incomprehensible and off-putting, and the film didn't fare much better at the box office. On a large budget of $45 million, Dune only managed to gross $30 million worldwide, making it a considerable box office bomb. While it did receive some accolades, such as an Oscar nomination for Best Visual Effects, Dune was widely regarded as a failure. The poor performance of the film was most keenly felt by David Lynch himself. For a time, he withdrew into seclusion, feeling chiefly responsible for the movie's failure. In retrospect, he believed he had sold out in making the film in the first place, and vowed never to work on such a project again.
Dune is a huge, gigantic sadness in my life because I did not have final cut on that film. Total creative control I didn't have. So the film is not the film that I would have made had I had that final control. So it's a bit of a sadness, and but I'm still happy that you like it. And I like many, many parts of Dune myself.
Despite its largely negative reception at the time, this first crack at adapting Dune to the big screen it did accrue a passionate cult fan base over the years. Although it may have been a flop at the box office and with critics, for many fans of the book, this was the definitive version of Dune outside the source material.
This, I think, is one of the linchpins of Dune's importance. That it ever actually got. It was a book that shouldn't have been shot. It was a script that couldn't have been written. It was a directorial job that was beyond anyone's doing. It was a production that would beggar the imagination and bankrupt free studios. It was a production that could not possibly be marketed in any way that anyone could understand or that they would go to. It didn't hit its audience. It looked like it insulted its audience. It looked like it defamed its originators, and yet the film was made.
In fact, it was believed this fan base was strong enough that in the 90s, the video games Dune 2 and Dune 2000 were released. As pioneering works in the real time strategy genre, these games heavily leaned into the 84 movie's look and feel, especially in Dune 2000's FMV cutscenes. Over the years, many fan edits of the movie have been made, which attempt to restore some of the cut content, rearrange existing footage, or add new material to do justice to what Lynch had originally envisioned for the film. How successful these new cuts are in improving the film could be the subject of another video, but I think the efforts by fans to expand on the original film are commendable. Of course, more recently, Dune has returned to the big screen in the form of the two-part epic directed by Denis Villeneuve. In contrast to the 1984 version, Dune Part 1 was a critical and commercial success, with Part 2 slated for release later this year at the time of writing. But even with this version, some still see the Lynch film as definitive. However, there were other Dune adaptations before Villeneuve made his stamp on the mythos. After the 1984 film, the next attempt at bringing Frank Herbert's world to life came in the year 2000. Thank you for watching. If you like my videos, be sure to like, subscribe, and share to stay up to date on all of my new uploads. If you want to help the channel grow, jump over to my Patreon where you can see videos early, uncut, and ad-free. Speaking of which, I'd like to say thank you to all of my patrons and members now appearing on screen, with an ultra thanks to Stacked, Tom, Dusk, Colin Camille, Patrick Fleming, Matthew Camille, Ed Mark Starr, Dylan Thomas, Lilac Yane, Howard Craig Akervik, and Caging G. Have a good one, and as always, live long and prosper. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. For any aspiring content creators or business owners, Squarespace is the best way to carve out a space of your own online. Whether you're just starting out or managing an existing brand, Squarespace provides everything you need to create a beautiful website to engage with your audience, sell products, post content, and much more. With Squarespace, you don't need to be an expert at writing code. Simply select from dozens of pre-made flexible templates. Once you've found one to your liking, Squarespace's Fluid Engine allows you to customize your site as much or as little as you want. These are the tools I've been using to build a website for my production company Galaxy Class Pictures, adding images, text, and video, as well as integrating merch, no problem. Follow the link in the description to start making your own website with your own domain name and use the promo code Rowan J. Coleman for 10% off your first purchase. Thank you once again to Squarespace for helping me keep the lights on over here. And now, on with the video. For the longest time, Frank Herbert's epic science fiction novel Dune was said to be unfilmable, but that didn't stop many filmmakers from trying. After many failed attempts, in 1984, a big screen version did finally materialize in the form of the David Lynch directed and Dino De Laurentiis produced Dune. Despite eventually accruing a cult fan base, Dune was met with poor reviews and box office failure. A sincere
Why
attempt
am I sweating?
though that didn't mean the dream of one day seeing the Dune universe brought to the screen was dead forever. Dune would simply have to move to a smaller screen. In the fallout of Dune 1984's failure at the box office, the film rights reverted back to the Frank Herbert estate, and hope for more Dune movies was seemingly dead in the water. However, by the following decade, executive producer Richard P. Rubenstein believed he had the answer. Rubenstein had tremendous success in the mid-90s, adapting the Stephen King novels The Stand and The Langoliers into hit television miniseries, and thought that perhaps Dune could see similar success in the format. He said, I have found there's a wonderful marriage to be had between long, complicated books and the television miniseries. There are some books that just can't be squeezed into a 2 hour movie. Rubenstein's vision for a Dune miniseries aligned well with Sci Fi Channel president Bonnie Hammer's ethos for the cable channel. For most of its early history, the Sci Fi Channel licensed other shows and movies as opposed to making their own, airing reruns of Doctor Who and Star Trek. But by the mid 90s, Bonnie Hammer wanted to create original sci-fi programming, putting the channel on the map with blockbuster miniseries.
I've got the
It was
magic
this ethos that led to Spielberg's Taken and the reimagined Battlestar Galactica. However, the Sci-Fi Channel's first miniseries was to be Frank Herbert's Dune. The project was greenlit in November 1999. Rubenstein hired John Harrison, who had previously directed Tales from the Dark Side, the movie, which Rubenstein had produced, to both write and direct the new miniseries. Harrison was a massive fan of the book and sought to create a more faithful adaptation than the 84 version. That being said, Harrison did make some changes. Like the 84 version, Harrison chose to age up Paul Atreides to a young adult, rather than the 15-year-old he is in the books. The Weirding Way was also altered from martial art to include a super speed element. Paulson also chose to add a subplot of Princess Irulan investigating the fall of House Atreides, among other things. As with many big miniseries productions at the time, the project needed a star name to attract audience interest. Eventually, they offered the role of Duke Leto Atreides to William Hurt. As it turned out, Kirk was a big science fiction fan and a Dune aficionado, and so he gladly accepted the part. As the production would be based
Well,
on
of course, he was in Altered
the rest of the
States.
cast were either British or European. Scottish actor Alec Newman won the role of Paul Atreides. Newman would later reteam with Hurt for another miniseries based on Frankenstein, and would make another foray into science fiction, appearing in Star Trek Enterprise. Playing Paul's mother, Lady Jessica, was English actress Saskia Reeves. Another Scottish actor,
Reeves.
Watson, was cast as the Atreides swordmaster Duncan Idaho. Other British cast members included Ian McNeice, who would later appear as Winston Churchill in Doctor Who, as the Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, P.H. Moriarty as Gurney Halleck, Julie Cox as Princess Irulan, and Robert Russell as Dr. Yue. American actor Matt Kiesler was cast as the Baron's nephew, Fade, but Kiesler chose to affect a more transatlantic accent to more convincingly be related to McNeice's Baron. Most of the remaining cast members were local Czech actors. This included Barbara Kodatova as Shani, Karl Dobry as Liet Kynes, Laszlo Kish as Raban, Jan Vlask as Thufir Howard, Jan Unger as Piter, and Zuzana Gislerova as Reverend Mother Gaius Helen Bohayam. Other international cast members included Italian actor Giancarlo Giannini as Padishah Emperor Shaddam IV, and German actor Uwe Ochsenecht as Stilgar. When it came to filming the series, the production initially looked at desert locations all over the world, including Tunisia and Morocco. While these countries had hosted numerous Hollywood productions before, on-location conditions would make shooting there prohibitively
Okie
expensive.
dokie.
It was acclaimed cinematographer Vittorio Storaro who suggested shooting the miniseries entirely in the studio, creating the desert scene using panoramic backdrops rather than green screens. It was a technique Storaro had used before on The Last Emperor and Dick Tracy, so was confident it would work with Dune. John Harrison also saw
Thing doesn't work for shit.
four film
It's not working at all.
distinctive history. Arakin was inspired largely by Moroccan architecture, Keitan was given an Art Nouveau aesthetic, and Gidi Prime was a combination of German expressionism and brutalism, with bold reds and slanted angles.
Ah, that's
The
probably why.
costumes were designed by Theodor Pischtek, who had previously won an Academy Award for his work on Amadeus. Pischtek was initially uninterested in working on a science fiction project until John Harrison described the Shakespeare Star Trek. For research, Pischtek looked into the costume designs of Jean Girard, aka Mobius, who originally worked on Jodorowsky's
John Jacob Dinkelheimer Schmidt. His name is my name too. Yay, it's working. I got magic in me.
This Thopter was then recreated digitally by Dune's in-house visual effects team, led by VFX supervisor Ernie Farina. The VFX team used CGI to create various environments on Arrakis, as well as all the planets and movements and the giant sandworms. The music was composed by Graham Revel, known for his work on The Crow and Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie. In contrast to the mix of synth, rock, and orchestra used in the '84 film, Ravel went for a more acoustic score, which utilized Middle Eastern drums and woodwinds. The orchestral elements of the score were performed by the City of Prague Philharmonic Orchestra. After a massive year-long production, the three-part miniseries Frank Herbert's Dune was released on the Sci-Fi Channel in December 2000. Compared to the 1984 movie, it's fair
We
to
need to
say
get
that
some
the
kind of like
miniseries is far less compromised than David Lynch's.
setup for this.
The observation that a work like Dune is far better suited to a miniseries than a single movie is very much on point. And when I sat down to rewatch the miniseries for this video, I was immediately impressed by the quality of the script and production. Part 1 is, for the most part, fantastic as an adaptation of the source material and as a piece of drama. Unlike the 1984 movie, dazzling as it was, the Dune universe really lives and breathes better in the miniseries than it ever did in the movie. The sets and costumes look as though they've been lifted right from the pages of a Mobius art book, and the world building is woven into dialogue and action beautifully. Important aspects of the Dune universe, awkwardly whispered in jarring internal monologues in the '84 version, are effortlessly communicated in this miniseries. The whole presentation of the thing takes on a theatrical quality with its bold lighting and classical staging. The Shakespearean court intrigue by way of sci-fi epic really comes to life on screen in rich detail. The majority of the cast are very strong, particularly Carl Dobry as Liam Kynes. His methodical line delivery and reserved expressions creates a great sense of mystery around the character. At first appearing as a possible villain before letting it get a peek at the idealistic visionary underneath the secretive demeanor. Honestly, he steals the show whenever he's on the screen, even from heavy like Hurt. Alec Newman as Paul Atreides is a little more inconsistent. While the character has been aged up from the books, it seems as though Paul is still written to be an impulsive teenager. It's quite jarring to see this clearly adult man storming off in a huff like a spoiled child. One's fiercest competition comes from one's own kind. Same bone. That's not to say he's without charisma, though, and his scene with Julie Cox's Princess Irulan is a real highlight of part 1. The two of them fire off witty and insightful dialogue, demonstrating a spark of great chemistry between them. And later in the series, Newman excels as a powerful leader, exhibiting considerable gravitas and weight in his physicality and line delivery.
Queen.
Without the spice, the navigators will become blind. The Bene Gesserit will lose all powers, and all commerce among the great houses will cease. Civilization will end. I am not obeyed. Spice will not. Not every casting choice is a bullseye, however. Although on paper the Baron is much closer to his depiction in the books, more of a conniving mastermind than the sadistic maniac seen in the Lynch film, Ian McNeice is frankly too nice a screen presence to really be great in the role. Not as repulsive as Kenneth Macmillan from the original film, but also not as intimidating as Stellan Skarsgård portrayed in the 2021 version. The most strikingly miscast character, however, is Gert Halleck. There's not really a nice way of saying this. The performance is just terrible.
That's in the mood. Mood is the thing for Catalan women. Mood is not for fighting.
P.H. Moriarty simply isn't convincing in the role in any capacity. Whereas the rest of the cast nail that operatic tone the source material demands, Moriarty sticks out like a sore thumb. And unfortunately, while part 1 is very strong, parts 2 and 3 are where the miniseries really starts to struggle. For as much money as was spent on the series, the longer the characters spend in the desert, the cheaper the production starts to look. To borrow a gaming term, the fidelity of the series quickly breaks down. The painted backdrop of the desert may work for one or two close-up shots, but once one notices the same sand dunes and mountains repeated dozens of times, the viewer becomes keenly aware that this is a set in a studio and not the fantastical landscape of Arrakis. Because the rest of the show has such high production value, the moment the illusion of Dune's world breaks, it shatters. On more than one occasion, the camera is placed in the wrong position, completely giving away the desert as a large painting, and in numerous shots, the seams between the pictures which make up the backdrop are clearly visible. A sense of place is crucially important to the story of Dune, and unfortunately, this failure to achieve that sense of place ends up bringing the series down as a whole. In a way, the script for parts 2 and 3 are perhaps too faithful to the source material. There's an attempt to try and include basically everything from the novel, coupled with the addition of a subplot following Irulan. This unfortunately makes parts 2 and 3 a real slog to get through. The desire to flesh out Irulan's character is an understandable one, but ultimately her plotline doesn't accomplish anything of note. She discovers information the viewer already knows, and her amenability to Paul is already well established in part 1. And that excellent world building from part 1 ends up feeling like over clarification in parts 2 and 3. In a strange way, the miniseries ends up running as the same problem as the 84 version. There's nothing left for the audience to intuit about this world or the story. Every element is rigorously explained in great detail for fear of leaving the viewer behind. Coupled with the limited amount of sets and the vast majority of the series ends up feeling like the same handful of conversations in the same handful of sets. It loses that epic quality part 1 was so successful in establishing. The narrative dragging its feet ends up hurting the climax of the series as well. The final battle, which should feel like a long-awaited payoff, ends up being too little too late. It doesn't help that the action in general is poorly captured and edited. The Harkonnen assault on House Atreides is literally only a minute long, and the rest of the skirmishes are let down by the obvious use of footage. This one warehouse is blown up repeatedly throughout the series. Thankfully, Paul's duel with Fade is more successful. The more complex choreography and clear coverage makes it a major improvement over the same scene from the 84 version. However, taken as a whole, the Dune miniseries is, in many ways, just as troubled as Lynch's film. Like that film, the miniseries is undeniably a work of passion by a team of people who deeply respected the source material. But whereas Lynch's film compromised on its creative vision to better fit popular trends, the miniseries has the opposite problem. It seeks to adapt the entirety of the novel in as much detail as possible, but in doing so, the filmmakers seem to forget that what works on the page doesn't always work on the screen. The miniseries was actually my introduction to Dune, but it was the 1984 movie which got me to read the book. It just wasn't, and I'm afraid still isn't, a version of Dune which I can connect with. Well, I'm happy to know the same isn't true for everyone. Upon release, Frank Herbert's Dune became one of the Sci-Fi Channel's highest rated programs, bringing in over 4 million viewers for all three parts. The series was also generally well received by critics and audiences. While it was not universally praised, it was deemed a superior adaptation to the 1984 version. Like that version, the miniseries introduced a whole new generation to the saga, many of whom still see this as the definitive adaptation. The Sci-Fi Channel's expensive gamble on Dune seemed to have worked, and unlike the 84 version, the Dune saga in this form would continue. The saga of Dune is far from over. Thank you for watching. If you like my videos, be sure to like, subscribe, and share to stay up to date on all of my new uploads. If you want to help the channel grow, jump over to my Patreon where you can see videos early, uncut, and ad-free. Speaking of which, I'd like to say thank you to all of my patrons and members now appearing on screen, with an ultra thanks to Stacked, Tom, Dusk, Colin Camille, Patrick Fleming, Will Martin, Matthew Camille, Ed Mark Starr, Dylan Thomas, Lilac Yane, Howard Craig Akervik, and KJG. Have a good one, and as always, live long and prosper. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. For any aspiring content creators or business owners, Squarespace is the best way to carve out a space of your own online. Whether you're just starting out or managing an existing brand, Squarespace provides everything you need to create a beautiful website to engage with your audience, sell products, post content, and much more. With Squarespace, you don't need to be an expert at writing code. Simply select from dozens of pre-made flexible templates. Once you've found one to your liking, Squarespace's Fluid Engine allows you to customize your site as much or as little as you want. These are the tools I've been using to build a website for my production company Galaxy Class Pictures, which is almost ready to launch. Thanks to Squarespace, I can also edit a mobile version of the site in tandem with the desktop version, so I can be sure the site looks great on all devices. Follow the link in the description to start making your own website with your own domain name and use the promo code RowanJColeman for 10% off your first purchase. Thank you once again to Squarespace for helping me keep the lights on over here. And now, on with the video. In 1984, the first attempt at bringing Frank Herbert's epic science fiction novel Dune to the big screen was met with box office and critical failure. Although the film accrued a cult fan base over time, the book's reputation as being unfilmable Dune. That is until Return of the Millennium, when Dune was brought to the small screen in the form of the sci-fi channel miniseries Frank Herbert's Dune. Though far from universally acclaimed, the miniseries was a ratings hit, ushering in an era of other successful miniseries for the cable channel, including a sequel. When executive producer Richard P. Rubenstein first bought the rights to adapt Dune, he optioned the entire book saga, from the original Dune novel to the final Frank Herbert story. The first miniseries had been a big success for the Sci-Fi Channel, bringing in high ratings and an Emmy win for its visual effects. Knowing the rights to the full saga was already secure, the Sci-Fi Channel again approached writer-director John Harrison about a sequel miniseries. Harrison was extremely enthusiastic about the prospect, but being a fan of the books, he didn't believe there was enough
Thank you
material
guys so much for all the likes.
for a
I'm
third
super grateful.
Therefore, he decided to merge both Dune Messiah and the third book, Children of Dune, into a single.
I can't figure out how to mirror image
Many of
it
the first miniseries
so you guys can actually see what it looks like.
Children of Dune, including Alec Newman as Paul Atreides, Julie Cox as Princess Irulan, Ian McNeice as Baron Vladimir Harkonnen, Zuzana Gislerova as Reverend Mother Guy and P.H. Moriarty as Gordon Hallett. However, Saskia
my
Reed
eye.
was unable to reprise her role as Lady Jessica due to pregnancy.
Can't figure out how to do it. Nope.
Originally Alice Krieger, but she had to turn the part down due to scheduling conflicts. When she was re-offered the part for Children of Dune, she accepted. Star Trek fans will know Krieger for her performance as the Borg Queen in Star Trek First Contact. Other replacements included Edward Atherton taking over the role of Duncan Idaho, and Stephen Berkoff taking over the role of Stilgar. Carol Dobry, who originally played Lead Kynes in the first miniseries, was brought back in a new role of Korba. Like the previous miniseries, the production wanted a well-known movie star in the cast. For Children of Dune, Susan Sarandon was cast as Princess Sekia. Sarandon was a huge fan of the Dune novels and jumped at the chance to be involved in the project. Other new cast members included Greek-German actress Daniela Amavia as Alia, English actress Jessica Brooks as Ganima Atreides, and Scottish actor James McAvoy in one of his early breakout roles as Leto Atreides. Production once again took place at Prague's Barrandov Studios in the Czech Republic. While John Harrison had written and directed the first miniseries, Children of Dune was directed by Greg Utanes. a veteran of both TV and film who continues to work on big-budget shows like House of the Dragon to this day. Famous cinematographer Vittorio Storaro, who had shot the first miniseries, was unavailable for the sequel series, and so was replaced by cinematographer Arthur Reinhardt. The approach to the visual effects of Children of Dune was quite different at first. Previously, the production had used large painted backdrops for the various desert scenes. However, for Children of Dune, all set extensions and environments would be created digitally. For the score, composer Brian Tyler replaced Graham Revell. In contrast to Revell's percussion, woodwinds, and electronica, Tyler created an epic orchestral score, once again performed by the Prague Philharmonic Orchestra. A centerpiece of the score was the track Inama Mushif, the lyrics of which Tyler pieced together from Fremen phrases seen in the original books. After another demanding and lengthy production, Frank Herbert's Children of Dune premiered on the Sci-Fi Channel on the 16th of March 2000.
March 16th?
It's slightly strange that
It's my birthday.
pre-2021, the best adaptation of Dune was not even an adaptation of Dune itself, but its sequel. Children of Dune comfortably surpasses its predecessor series by quite some margin. The Dune universe is rendered with far more scope and believability than in the previous miniseries, mainly thanks to the new approach to directing, cinematography.
I'll get a system figured out with this eventually.
Arrakis and
Got to do it wrong a whole bunch of times first.
before now feel like a new place. Arrakis especially feels authentically ancient and lived in. Arthur Reinhardt's choice of strong directional lighting dominated by a single color feels far more naturalistic, while also helping to distinguish the various locations from one another more clearly. Using a blue screen in place of in-camera backdrops also goes a long way in selling this world to the viewer. While the CGI certainly doesn't hold up and was far from convincing at the time, this change helps the series to better convey a sense of scope to the viewer. In Dune, once you noticed the same painted backdrops being reused over and over again, it shattered the illusion of the setting, turning this epic space opera into something closer resembling a high-end recording of the stage play. Though the digital environments in Children of Dune aren't photoreal, they ironically create a vaster canvas than the literal paintings used before. These locations have real depth and variety. Combined with the strong use of lighting and color, Children of Dune has some truly striking images, at times resembling John Schoenherr's famous artwork. Greg Yaitanes also seems to have a much firmer grasp of handling the general scope of the story than John Harrison did. Whereas Dune often suffered from the heavy use of stock footage and poorly framed fight sequences, the action in Children of Dune is far more cohesive and engaging. The set pieces, battles, chases, and duels carry much more drama and character as well as clarity. This brings us to Children of Dune's biggest strength. It feels like an actual story being told rather than an encyclopedia being recited. The elevated feel of the series is carried beautifully by Brian Tyler's spectacular score. As opposed to Graham Revell's work, which was mostly ambient music or fast percussion, Tyler uplifts the drama with sweeping, distinct melodic themes. It's no wonder the Summoned Worms track ended up in so many trailers.
Should get one of those things like they have at the restaurant that has the like slicer on it.
In my previous retrospective, I mentioned how, in attempting to adapt more material for the book, the Dune miniseries often felt as if it was over-clarifying world-building plot elements. Children of Dune focuses squarely on the characters and their relationships. Alec Newman gives a measured and tragic performance as Paul Atreides. While the series is sympathetic to him, it also doesn't shy away from showing us how much dictator he has become.
Ollie, I lost my mind. A forbidden constitution. Order in council this day, etc., etc. You taking this down? Yes, sir.
Even so, the viewer feels his plight as a man cursed with foreknowledge, knowing everything he holds dear will be lost one day, something which he is both powerless to stop and unable to move beyond. Once again, Brian Tyler's score carries the standout sequence of the series with his piece In Amen Sheath. It's a scene of contrasts. It shows us a wonderful birth, a tragic death, and the ruthless slaughter of Paul's enemies. The music perfectly embodies this mix of emotions, turning Leto and Ganymede's birth into something wondrous, making Chani's looming death all the more heartbreaking, and turning cold-blooded murder into a moment of exaltation. Part 2 isn't quite as strong. It veers into some of the same problems as the previous miniseries in being too fake. As this is an adaptation of two books, Part 2 can't help but feel like the series is stuck.
This is the first rug I ever made.
Losing the momentum built up in Part 1.
No, the owl is not
There are also
finished.
extraneous plot threads which don't amount to anything, such as House Carino kidnapping Sam. It's a cool scene.
Not
The
yet,
thread doesn't
but I just, while I had the glue hot and out, I figured I'd
this series gives
make
me
the
enough
back a little
time
bit
to-
tidier.
That being said, Part 2 is anchored by the charisma of James McAvoy's Leto and Jessica Brooks's Ganima. The charisma of both actors is only offset by the sense that the twins are somehow dangerous. It's their evident intelligence mixed with their youthful impertinence, the way they read people, almost finishing each other's sentences.
Remember you must imagine, didn't you? You almost let yourself believe that we were father and mother.
Part 3, however, is where the rest of the cast shines. Alice Krieger gives a more reserved performance than Saskia Reeves, but is just as well cast. Her steely demeanor is something which made her well suited to playing villains like the Board Queen, but Krieger's Jessica is just as passionate and caring as the character was in the first miniseries. Susan Sarandon is clearly having a ball with the villainous Princess Sikia. She handled it up nicely as she crossed from the shadows, becoming almost giddy at the prospect of House Atreides' demise. The character is a borderline caricature, but it's Sarandon's commitment to the bit which makes the performance so compelling. Meanwhile, Daniela Amavia as Alia is at her best when she's at her most unhinged. Alia's transformation from an overburdened outcast to a brutal dictator also gives the returning Ian McNeice a chance to shine. While not as demented as Kenneth Macmillan's Baron or as intimidating as Stellan Skarsgård in the most recent film, McNeice's Baron excels in his insidiousness. Although he often berates and manipulates Aaliyah from the shadows, he takes a perverse delight in knowing he's the only voice Aaliyah can bear to listen to, rather than taking great pains.
Okay. I need to deposit 3 checks into my account before the end of today.
World. Children of Dune knows that to succeed in sci-fi Shakespeare, the viewer
See, Shakespeare, I knew it.
If one
That's why it was like
they
that.
likely have no idea what exactly being pre-born means, but the trade-off is having a more complete understanding of the emotional core of the story. The most impressive feat is
You think the Candace Owens sponsor is a fan of
like
Dune?
previous adaptations, Children of Dune manages to cut through the noise and finds the heart. Just like the first miniseries, Children of Dune was met with ratings, success, and awards buzz, and this time the critical and audience reception was even more positive. Particular praise was given to the visual effects and performances of cast members like Susan Sarandon and James McAvoy. One would think, given the success of both miniseries, that the third would follow suit. However, a miniseries adapted the further Dune novels never came to be. The reasons for this are nebulous and difficult to find solid information on. Considering these two miniseries encapsulate the first Dune trilogy, and writer John Harrison saw Children of Dune as the conclusion of the story of House Atreides, it's possible Harrison didn't intend to make any more beyond Dune. And again, the huge expense of both films may also have been a factor. Despite the strong ratings for both miniseries, these were not in-house productions of the Sci-Fi Channel, and so the network seen as large return. This is mostly speculation.
Hello from Texas.
Again, information about it.
Yeah, so you can see that I've done like from here up. I haven't done any of this stuff down here yet.
For the most part, the Sci-Fi Channel.
If you look at the way the flowers
as opposed to the 1984
look here versus here.
Of course, Dune did return to.
So I'm gonna try to get this all carved out. Hopefully we can get that done today.
Compared to the previous efforts, this version of Dune is easily the most successful, critically, commercially, and in terms of pop culture impact. For the longest time, Dune languished in relative.
Let me get my tablet. Ugh, there was apparently an empty can of cat food in that garbage bag. Stinks.
At the time of writing, Part 2 won't be released until next year. But if Part 1 is anything to go by, this is easily the best adaptation we've had so far. Though some book fans may take issue with the absence of certain elements,
what did I say I got it for?
Choice to dispense with peripheral material and focus on telling. Paul's story is a wise one. Part of Dune's unfilmable reputation has had a lot to do with its seemingly impenetrable world. Yet one of the
Finished
reasons
movie.
previous adaptations failed was because they dumped so much nitty-gritty world building onto the audience when it really wasn't necessary. The film uses exposition carefully and intelligently. Elements which are crucial to the plot are given the most amount of attention, whereas the larger world building, the Imperium's power structure, personal shield combat, mentats, etc., are conveyed visually, inviting the viewer into the world rather than telling them to sit there and listen. The result is a movie which not only looks great, but also encapsulates the themes and emotions of the story within Paul's journey. To make another Lord of the Rings comparison,
Did it really break? Okay, my phone died.
Hot. This is our first time using hot in this part of the house.
You can't buy it like that. It's not finished.
Good job.
That's awesome. There you go. We got our sink.
This is perfect. Wow. This is so exciting. It's leaking.
You're joking. You're so funny, Jen.
I'm actually.
Oh.
Look. Keep some water dripping.
Oh my god. Oh, it's dripping on the other one too.
Oh, they're both leaking.
I guess I didn't tighten it enough.
Oh.
We'll do that. With the help of these, we fixed it.
We have made the mistake by giving these two watermelon lately.
Hello, in
This one
Liechtenstein.
has become a straight addict. You want the watermelon? There it goes.
Right.
Wait, to the watermelon. You want the watermelon?
I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to handle this.
That's it, no more. Anyways, last thing we're working on for the evening is we have our outlets here. We're going to wire.
Yes, I'm just sanding them a little bit, making them really nice, and then put them in.
And then we'll do a little bit of caulking and just touch-ups.
Yes, and then we're done. Then we've got a bathroom.
We have a bathroom.
Outlet number one. That's in.
Yay!
That's in.
Perfect.
Perfect. Nice. Nice.
Look at that.
Oh, that looks great. Wow.
So pretty.
I did such a good job at cutting these. These are better than ours. Not even
Yeah.
joking.
I know, right?
Damn, you put us to shame.
They look good.
They look so good.
Okay. So, unfortunately, yesterday we spent probably like 2 hours.
Way too long.
Like 3 hours? I don't know. We've been trying to fix this leak for forever. Spent so many hours last night. Woke up this morning. There was water just completely full in our bottom cabinet. So Nick and I, well, no, Nick has been trying to fix it. We went to the store.
We got plumber's putty. This stuff is supposed to be amazing for these, especially when they leak.
So,
And even in the instructions, it says, hey, if it leaks, don't use our stuff. Use plumber's putty. Why didn't you give me plumber's putty to begin with? Anyhow, $9 later, we're good.
yeah. We also got a ton of silicone at the hardware store this morning. I don't know what color is going to match the best for sealing it right here. It's pretty visible, so I do want it to look somewhat nice.
You want it to look very nice. What do you mean?
Yeah. So unfortunately, we might just have to open a few of these to see which one will match the best.
It's not going to be perfect, but I just want to make the cleanup a hair easier for me. Honestly, I think it looks pretty good.
It's okay.
Thanks, Jen.
We got limited resources.
Yes.
So next thing we're gonna do is we're finally gonna put our little marble piece in the corner up there. It's been just like sitting on the floor in here for
A little while now.
weeks now. And
Yeah.
we just have to put it in.
Yes. Think in every dimension, it's too big.
Okay. Me too.
So we just need to get our saw set up. But I don't want to set it up.
So, as you just saw, the piece that we got made for that spot does not fit. It's a little too tight. So we're gonna have to cut it. The only problem is we have to get our water saw. You know, we used to have it in our kitchen before. And it's pretty difficult to set up just for one piece. And so we're going to wait until we get the rest of our shelves. Unfortunately, we only got 2 shelves. We really wanted 3 shelves. And so we just don't have everything to finish the bathroom. And so we're going to put that off for now. And we're going to work on what we were going to work on for the rest of the week. And it's the mudroom. Jack, this is our working station.
Sir,
Okay.
this is for me to not scratch the floors.
So the cabinets again are floor to ceiling, and it is shorter our ceiling there, so we won't be able to lift it up, and so we're gonna have to build them. We're gonna have to build them all here and then carry them or slide them over to our mudroom.
I don't think this mat's going to be used in the way I intended it to be used. Scary.
The boys just love soft blankets. Sir, you want to play?
Hey.
Let's start assembling. Oh my goodness.
Am I gonna land okay?
Yep.
It's big.
Dang.
It is a huge.
It is big.
You want to test it out, Jack? You want to test it out?
No, too scary, too scary.
Sorry.
We have 3 cabinets to do. This is number 2, and this one is the honker.
Just the size of these pieces alone is like heavy to carry.
Like, look at this. Look how big this is.
This is pretty much a whole plywood sheet, by the way. This is like 4 feet by 8 feet, pretty much. It's
Yeah,
3.5 by 8.
Freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Sir, are you just sitting by the watermelon over there?
Yeah, actually, just by the watermelon.
He's been there that whole time.
Oh my god.
I took out the watermelon this morning. We've been having it for breakfast, and he knows.
He knows. He's just the watermelon man now.
You've already had 2 pieces.
It's crazy. I've done pretty good at it.
Yeah.
Look at my little hole. And then.
You know what is so nice
Opening
right
sensor.
now? Light!
Okay. You feed it through.
I wish I had some fucking light.
Hopefully. Should just come out.
Look at you.
Other side. And then you go.
I can't see.
That, you make it all nice and straight. Bam!
We got door sensors.
Got door sensors. That's it. Way cleaner than the first ones I did. It was so much better.
Says he can lift this all by himself.
It's a challenge.
I think you need me as well. I don't know.
We'll find out very quickly.
Like, I don't want it to fall on you.
No, it's okay.
Like, you just want me to hold, like, what do I do?
I just wanted to prevent from sliding, maybe.
Okay, like, hold it here.
Yeah.
Oh, can you? Whoa. We did it.
It's not too bad.
We did it.
I told you it wasn't going to be too bad.
Okay, that was happy.
That wasn't that bad. Honestly, I think the 36-inch or like 42-inch wide
Really?
in our closet, that was worse. Yeah. This is just big.
Ruben, are you for scuba?
See you later. See you later.
So we haven't had a retirement party in a really long time. You guys remember the ones we had for like Sammy? Where's Sammy? That was like 2 years ago now.
Poor Sammy.
And he threw it off the roof. I said retire, not kill.
It was a good slide.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we're gonna have our retirement party for our kitchen, our bathroom shelf, our dog storage, our snack storage.
Our old clothing shelf.
We've used this for a lot of different purposes, and it's finally the day we can get rid of it. Do you want to say something nice about it?
Thank you.
It's a retirement party. Organize the house so it's going to start renovating. These are appliances. Next row is for bathroom. Our snacks, our utensils, no more than 4 months. I know they can.
So thank you.
That's it?
Do you have something nice to say?
Not really. I don't really like it.
That's my thoughts too. It's heavy.
I don't like this
and
one.
cumbersome.
My real opinion. I hate you. I'm glad you're gone. Sorry. You're just too heavy.
Yeah, it's too heavy. That's not that bad. I think we've been through worse.
Fortunately, we just found our first mistake with the cabinets we ordered. And this is our fault, or we don't really know what happened, but basically, we approved these cabinets, and this cabinet specifically does not fit in this hole.
No.
It fits on this side, so we got this right, but for some reason, we got the length of this wall incorrect, or we approved it and it was incorrect.
Yeah.
We don't know what happened, but basically, this is like a half an inch too short that it will not fit in there.
Yes.
So we brainstorming. What can we do? Because we can't cut the cabinets because the doors won't fit. Like these cannot really be altered at all.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing we can alter is the side panel. All of our cabinets have the side panel here. We're about a half inch. So if we kind of fake this,
Yes.
it should
Hopefully
fit.
Still fit.
I
Yeah.
don't know. We're gonna test it, but we got an issue.
That's our only hope right now is this side
Yeah.
panel.
Otherwise, basically everything has to be redone.
Yes.
So Nick, he wired all our electrical. We double checked everything. Everything's working. So now we're going to try to do the side panels. The inner ones are going to be easy, which we'll do first, and then we'll get to the tricky ones to fix our mistake.
Yes. So on this wall here, we don't have a shear wall like we do in our bedroom. So what I did is I measured out every single stud. You can see where all the studs are. And I wrote it down on this little note so that when we put the cabinets in, I know the exact distance from this wall to where the stud is so we can actually fasten these guys to the studs. Because it would be terrible if like the doors are open or you like pull out the drawers and just
We're just wobbled all the time.
yeah, so it's good to know where your studs are. I did it on this side. Then once we install this one, I'll do it for the other side. good.
Yeah, basically this cabinet is going to be extremely tight. This is the one that we messed up.
Ready?
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, not the worst review I've seen to date. Could be worse.
It's just very crooked.
Okay, so we got a couple issues that we're working with. Issue number one is we are slammed over here, and that's not great. Issue number two is that this cabinet, I don't know if you guys can see by the floor, because it's so tight and because our wall's crooked, it's kind of like just
Crooked.
crooked. Yeah. So every time I try and fix this, the cabinet gets more crooked. So what I'm gonna try to do, I'm gonna see how much I can like pull this thing towards the wall with the screws, and then hopefully that gives me at least a little bit of a gap. Because if it doesn't, that means I do need to cut the drywall.
You gotta take out.
Gotta take it a little bit. At least now I don't need to touch the drywall.
Okay.
So if you're okay with this, if we're good with this,
I think just make it good enough.
I think we're just gonna call it a day here. I'm gonna tie this into this wall with a couple shims, and then
Good enough?
we're gonna call it a day. I'm not gonna mess around with it anymore. I think I'm okay. Okay, this is our new cutting setup here. We've got our favorite
Sorry.
track saw, our vacuum, and we're basically gonna try and notch the first 4 inches of this panel.
Sure wish I could see.
A quarter inch shorter for this one side, and then we're gonna cut it. And then we're just gonna do the same on the other side, and we're gonna just tuck these side panels in, and hopefully it looks good. I hope.
Try it out. Okay.
Okay, it's been like 2 hours of me trying to cut this thing. I don't know how well you guys can see it.
Wait.
It's a masterpiece. All that matters though is that this edge is really straight. The issue is, like, I measured it. I thought it was gonna work, but then when I put this guy in, there's like a bit of a gap here. I don't know if you can see that, Jen.
Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Dang.
So I think like my original plan isn't good, and we were just talking back and forth for a little bit. This wall's crooked. This wall's crooked. This wall's crooked.
Everything's crooked.
The cabinet isn't sitting right. And honestly, I think the easiest thing to do, A, we're gonna have to fix this a bit. B, we're gonna disconnect this cabinet again from this cabinet. We're gonna straighten this guy out, and then we'll kind of just shimmy this.
Yeah.
And then use this little filler panel as like a illusion so that if these guys aren't perfectly lined up or at perfectly the right angle, it's okay. And maybe as a bonus, we could also kind of separate them a little bit like this at the back.
You think it'll mess up with the doors though?
No, I think it's okay. Like we have this little panel here to work with anyways. So even if we separate them a little bit like this in the back, we can kind of fix this distance maybe and get this guy a little closer in. It's just a mess, and we're trying to work with the mess as best as we can.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the update here.
Let's keep trying.
I really wish I could see.
Did it chip it?
Yeah.
Maybe we can paint it.
Yeah. Like it's not the worst thing, but it's disappointing considering the amount of work we've gone through so far. All day today.
You spent like 2 hours on this already.
I know. Let's just try this as it is and see how it fits.
I think we can get a paint or something.
Yeah. See if she fits.
I think it'll fit.
I took off a big chunk of it now, so.
Oh, I can't fucking see.
Make sure everyone outlets. My little ding there. So
We just gotta get some paint or something that we can touch things up with. Looks really good, babe. Pretty good fake.
pretty good fake.
Okay.
All right.
One more.
No more. Nikki
No.
dead.
One more.
I know.
One more.
One more. All things considered,
Yeah.
No way,
Yeah.
Fly.
right?
Yeah, it's pretty
Twilight.
Like it's a bit crooked.
a good solution to our mistake.
Good solution to a bad problem.
Yeah.
Cool.
Amazing.
Cool. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
I think so.
Okay. Next step, I think we can, it's going to be a bit of an unconventional way of doing it, but I think we can start to put the doors in. Even though I know normally we don't put them in this early, given the circumstance, I just want to make sure everything's open.
So we're gonna start up today. We're gonna finish the closet.
Now the
which is
steam is bothering
the
me.
kick plates that need to be installed. Otherwise, it's basically done. I say basically because we do have an issue with these inner doors that they do hit. You hear that? When you open and close them. And so we do have to fix that, figure out a solution to unbend the doors, or I don't know. That is something we just need to think about and figure out, probably order some things. So I'm not going to deal with that right now, but I do want to take this time to actually organize some things. Usually by the time we're done building, we're just so tired on like our day off to actually like move in. So I decided that because we finished it kind of early, we're going to move in some of our stuff today into this closet and the bathroom, which it was leaking again this morning. Both sinks. I still think these are all going to fit here. And I've been a little optimistic about how much I can fit in here. The fleeces might have to go back to our closet. I'm just going to try and see how this goes. So for the boys stuff, they don't have much. They just have a rain jacket and then their work jacket and then leashes. I'm thinking clothes, just be a basket at the top here, and then leashes. I have a command strip here or hook that I'm thinking of just putting right here on the back of the door, and that will be so easy to grab for our walks. Right there. I found this basket. I want to get some really cute ones that will match nicely in here in the future, but this will be good for now. Perfect. I'm gonna do the command strip. Nick is back. He likes my idea.
Yeah?
Right now, Steve's double-sided, but this is all I had
That's okay.
from past apartments.
That's great. Let's see if Jack will approve. Jack, do you want to take a look?
Perfect. That's actually so cute.
What do you think?
Your leash. You know what this means? Walks.
His tail's wagging. He just can't see you.
He loves walks.
Now, this is where I hijack things, and I actually get to put my shoes away. I have space for my shoes. I think that's it.
That's all your shoes.
I realized I don't have that many shoes yet. That's it.
So, fortunately, I want to wait until our sinks stop leaking, just because we need to give it some time before I organize that. So I'm going to do that probably next week. But I did get these closets semi-done, so I will give you a tour of what we accomplished this week. But first of all, look at the lights.
Wow.
Doesn't it look so good?
It looks so pretty. Even in the day, it just looks so sleek.
I love how they look. Although I'm going to show you they're not perfect yet. We do have some more work to do, but this is the first closet, which I really like that I have stuff in here to show it off.
Yeah, that's
the
amazing.
functionality of it. I still want to get baskets for the top.
Mm-hmm.
This is one. This is our issue closet. We've been brainstorming to try to figure out what we can do because it's supposed to be like a push to open.
Yes.
Haven't installed that yet, just because we
We're thinking of like a Lazy Susan style, maybe something like that.
Just so it's more functional because it's kind of a pain to use right now.
Mhm.
But I got some shoes, some winter coats that we're not going to be using right now,
Yes.
and then this side.
The more I think about it, the more I'm like, Lazy Susan sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then just some longer coats on this side.
Look at that. Finally a spot for Jenna's long coats. It's more back there.
Yep. And then I think this is going to be our most used closet is this one.
Wow. Look at that. The boys even have their own little spot.
Mm-hmm.
That's so nice.
I love it. Got lots of room too to grow, to put more clothes there in the future for guests to put their jackets there.
Yeah.
Right?
That's awesome.
She's thinking about babies.
Well done, Jen. That was a tough week with a lot of problems.
I still haven't fixed them all.
Nope.
Oh, I can't fucking see. It's one thing or another. Oh, that hurts. Ow. Ow. Apparently it was pressing right on my forehead. I didn't really notice. There's not much going on in there, apparently.
I'm attempting the impossible tank, a jungle zone, a tide pool zone, a mangrove forest zone, and an oceanic nursery, all in one giant biodiverse and specially designed vivarium. It's a place where the jungle, the tide pools, the mangroves, and the oceanic nursery all converge into a single key habitat, offering a very specific set of niches for a massive array of life. A dynamic world shaped by the tides, where freshwater meets the salty in a brackish cocktail, creating a biologically rich and geologically complex cradle of space, tucked away in some of the most remote tropical parts of the planet that a lot of people don't hear much about, but is absolutely vital to all life on Earth. And after having visited and experienced this incredible biome and studied the insane array of specialized species that call it home, I, your creator of worlds, am committed to rise to the challenge of replicating it as we attempt to recreate the ultimate
I don't want to break my tank top.
slice of nature using state-of-the-art technology and some clever innovation, building what will become the world's greatest lagoon ecosystem vivarium. Subscribe to my channel and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC fam. Enjoy. I rushed outside to join the team. This is Billy, owner of Aquarium Philippines, the team I chose to help me bring Viv 5, our future lagoon vivarium, to life. They represent over 15 years of saltwater tank building experience. And though Billy admitted that this Viv 5 lagoon vivarium would be the most challenging tank he and his team have ever built, I knew they were among the best in the world, with the guts and skills to help me innovate.
Also, they were already in the Philippines.
Biological undertaking. Be prepared to be
Not to
mind-blown.
mention, they already live here in
But
the
speaking of
Philippines.
huge, we began to move the initial structure in. Now, you may be shocked that this huge frame structure isn't the tank. This is merely the base on which the tank will sit. And carrying it up to the second floor of my home, where the ant room is, was a mission and a half. As the team looked
Still
up,
can't see.
I couldn't
God
believe just
freaking
how large
dang
the
it.
structure was. In my previous episode, where I introduced the concept of this lagoon vivarium, some of you were concerned about the size of the tank. When you saw
Yeah,
footage
dude,
of
I
us
need to,
laying
like,
down the
get
tape,
light
stating
bad.
the tank looked too small. But as I always say on the channel, don't be fooled by my wide-angle lenses, which make things look smaller than they actually are. Perhaps this shot provides a better perspective of the true scale of Viv 5. I told you, it's huge. I held my breath as the team carefully planned the logistics of how to properly squeeze the base past the wall art piece and signature Kenneth Copenpoy chandelier.
You're getting awfully flashy here, Aunt Canada channel.
Eventually, we managed to slide it by and maneuver it into the ant room. Once inside, we positioned the base in place, right beside Hydromeda, my tropical wetlands vivarium, to which it'll eventually be attached. And you will see soon how Hydromeda will actually feed Viv 5. The team also moved in the sump filter as the animals of the ant room looked on. They were intrigued by the sudden action and gear moving in. And little did they know, some of them would be getting a chance to actually experience life in Viv 5 when it officially attaches to the whole vivarium network. Next was glass. There were many pieces of glass for the construction of Viv 5, but on the night the shipment for the glass came in, I sadly couldn't stay to watch as I had to catch an important flight out in order to attend a very special event. It was the day of the 30th annual Webby Awards in New York City, the ultimate and prestigious awards night, headed by the International Academy of Digital Arts and Sciences. It's kind of like the Oscars, but for everything internet related. Celebrities were in attendance, the world's top internet personalities. And thanks to you guys, yours truly was also invited to accept not one, but two Webby Awards for Best Long Form Series, as well as the People's Voice Award for Best Editing. Now, as awesome and prestigious as all this was, the whole time I kept checking my CCTV camera on my mobile as the team was building Viv 5 in the ant room. Now, they didn't allow all awardees to accept their awards on stage, as there were so many winners. But AC Family, I'm happy to share that they let us up, and their only rule was the acceptance speeches were to be a maximum of 5 words only. I was so honored to represent you guys on that Webby stage.
The epic, up-close storytelling of Ants Canada offers a compelling answer to the question, what's the deal with ants, eh? Accepting the People's Voice Award for Creators Best Editing and the Webby Award for Creators Best Series. Give it up for Mikey Bustos.
Oh my god, he's so adorable!
That's Ant. For thank you.
What a cutie, patootie.
Returning home, I was pleased to see that I had arrived right on time for the fun. Now, as the team builds the various sections of this lagoon, let me explain all the technical aspects, delve into the various microhabitats we'll build, and go over a few of the amazing creatures this lagoon vivarium will house, starting with what I think is one of the coolest features of this giant lagoon vivarium. Now, in nature, due to the gravitational pull of the moon, water in the oceans is pulled outward, which creates what is called a sublunar point, resulting in a high tide. During high tide, the water in lagoons and beaches are deepest and occur roughly every 12 hours. Now, when the moon is far, the lack of gravity causes a low tide where lagoon and beach water level drops, thereby exposing areas which are submerged underwater during high tide to the air during this low tide period. I knew that for this lagoon vivarium to be a true lagoon, it required this constant gradual ebbing and flowing of the tides. Here we are marking off the high tide level, i.e., when the water level will be at its highest point. The dimensions of this volume of water during high tide are 2 feet deep by 9 feet long by 3 feet wide.
I really hate that he's
Translates
using
to
all these
over
AI
400
music.
US gallons, or just over 1,529 liters of water. This here marks the low tide. Now you can better visualize how drastic the water level will change over time, depending on the time of day or night it is. in the 24-hour cycle. This rising and falling of tides is actually a vital feature for all the life that inhabits lagoons. And I'll be getting more into that in a sec. But first, for those of you aquarium hobbyists that are scratching your heads wondering how the tides will rise and fall, well, let me explain. So see this little hole and pipe here? Now this pipe has two functions. When the tide is rising, water will be coming out of here from the main subtank filter, called the sump. But the moment the tank kicks into low tide mode, and the water level is scheduled to lower, the pump will stop and this pipe will switch functions, where a special valve will have water dripping slowly through the pipe and back into the sump. Now, to avoid overflowing, the sump will have another water reservoir to capture all of that extra water dripping in from above. The drip will be perfectly timed so that the tide will gradually fall, and our lagoon vivarium will experience a period of lowering tide. Now, down here marks the 4-inch sand layer of the oceanic part of the lagoon, and it's here where you will find these two pipes, which will be attached to a separate canister filter, meaning not attached to the main sump. And this separate canister filter will be running 24 hours, so that once low tide hits, and the main sump will no longer be filtering, the oceanic part will still have filtration. Now, once the lagoon has hit the low tide mark and is ready to kick into high tide mode again, the sump pump will turn on and this pipe will switch to refill mode and bring the water level back up to high tide. Isn't that all just crazy? Now, AC family, wait, because there's more.
Yep, I
It gets even
definitely still
crazier.
have my
It's more complex.
mask is on to protect
Now,
me from
this
all these
lagoon aquarium
fibers.
isn't just your straightforward saltwater tank. It's a brackish water habitat, meaning a mix of freshwater and salt. You see, lagoons are a very specific habitat where the freshwater from the land meets saltwater from the ocean and is also known as an estuary. And here's where the magic of Hydromeda, the neighboring freshwater tank, comes into play. The plan is to actually have water from Hydromeda feed our brackish system, just as it would happen in nature. Now, a lot of you hobbyists wondered in the previous episode how we'd be pulling all of this off. Let me explain. You guys will love this. So, as water from Viv 5's lagoon evaporates into the air, it causes an inevitable loss of water from the system, which, due to mechanics, will result in the water level in the furthest chamber of the sump to drop. Don't ask me why that is, but it just does. Once this water level drops past a certain point, a sensor will trigger a pump to take fresh water, which will be held in a separate freshwater reservoir that will go here in this area to shoot up this pipe located in this section of the tank, which will house the land rainforest area of the lagoon, and create a calm dripping stream to cascade down into this section here, where the fresh water will mix with the salty water from the ocean. Now get this, special wave makers during high tide will create oceanic waves, which will bash against a beach area here. More about our beach area later, and inevitably spill some of that salty oceanic water into this freshwater mixing area here. So this area will have water with a lower salinity level, less than 15 ppt for you aquarium hobbyists, which is about a mid-level brackish water setup. And the larger oceanic part will have a slightly higher salt level, approximately 18 ppt. All salinity will be monitored via these cool gadgets called digital refractometers, which will be placed in both the oceanic and mixing areas. We'll have to periodically dose marine salt over time to ensure proper salinity in both these key zones. Now, once the water level of this freshwater reservoir drops past a certain point, another sensor here in the freshwater reservoir will trigger another pump in Hydromeda to siphon hydromedan freshwater out of Hydromeda to top it off. In this way, we'll have a complete cycle of Hydromeda's freshwater feeding Viv 5, just like in nature. A third sensor will top off Hydromeda with filtered freshwater from my tap as it continues to feed Viv 5, which actually also means I no longer will need to do weekly routine water changes on Hydromeda. Does all this make sense, or did I lose some of you? Just know that this lagoon system is highly technical and required a lot of innovation and planning. But guys, I'm about to blow your minds again regarding this mixing area. Some of you may have been asking, why the glass partition to make it a separate mixing section and not just have freshwater mixed directly into the oceanic area? Well, turns out this mixing area is more than just a mixing area.
It's a nursery, duh.
This will be a haven for mudskippers, the cutest predatory fish that live in large communities, inhabiting both land and water, requiring very specific brackish conditions to thrive. The plan is to fill this area with a blend of mud, which will contain what is called bentonite mud, an absorbent volcanic ash derived clay that, when mixed with water, creates the perfect mud for mudskippers. What's cool is the bentonite mud possesses a strong negative charge that attracts and binds to toxins, heavy metals, and oils. So it will actually also serve as an effective filtration medium for the lagoon system, particularly for the mudskippers. I expect the mudskippers to love digging their signature tunnels into this area, as well as the variety of beach crabs we hope to add in. Speaking of which, it's now time to talk about our beach. Yes, AC family, we will have our very own personal beach. And check out how cool it is. The banks of the beach will have sand as well as these cool rocks, known as live rock. So, live rock is the calcium carbonate skeleton of long dead coral. It's called live rock because its porous nature provides a natural home for beneficial bacteria, microalgae, and tiny marine organisms to thrive, which help keep the water clean and healthy. The live rocks act as yet another natural filtration system for the lagoon and are key to any saltwater aquarium. These live rocks have been sitting in the sun outside my home for the past 3 weeks in order to sterilize and bake all life from it. I learned that this is a necessary step, or we might unintentionally introduce unwanted parasites like bobbit worms into the system, which is a hell to the nah for me. Sorry guys, but no bobbit worms in Viv 5. Aside from the live rock which will line our beach, the sand we'll be using for the beach, as well as the 4-inch layer at the bottom of the oceanic section, is natural beach sand, not the man made sand of ground up rock, often sold in pet stores. This is the true beach sand of various grain sizes, composed of sun sterilized fragments of long dead coral. But guys, our beach area will also have some awesome feature areas. First, we have a few of these 3D printed caves, which we will line with sand on the inside and silicone right up to the glass, so various beach creatures can live inside them, like crabs. We plan on placing these cave areas around the lagoon, which will be either submerged underwater or exposed to the air, depending on the level of the tide. But if you think that's cool, check out another one of the coolest sections of our lagoon vivarium, just behind the beach. Tide pools are bodies of trapped ocean water, which form when the tide recedes, creating sectioned off bowls of water in which many creatures choose to live. We plan on putting small tide pools here at the back, and I can't wait to see what creatures end up living in them. From starfish to anemone, sea urchin to crabs, I plan on filming the unique tide pool life when our lagoon is in low tide phase. The tide pools will also have their own source of clean salty water, trickling in from the canister filter, the same one these heads attach to. So the tide pools stay clean and remain viable for its creatures when they form during low tide. But wait, AC family, that's not all. Speaking of clean water, moving on now to another cool microhabitat zone, perhaps one of the most important zones of our lagoon, which will act as yet another powerful filtration system. Mangroves are specialized plants that are adapted to live in salty water. A retaining wall at the back will section off this mangrove area where we will place various pots of mangroves on top of bags of crushed coral and sand. The mangroves, as well as the beneficial microorganisms residing in this entire mangroves area, will be a filtration powerhouse, as they eat toxic nitrates produced by animal waste and decaying organic matter in our lagoon. We also plan on creating full mangrove roots to complement our smaller real mangroves for added realism, as well as climbing habitat for creatures like crabs and mudskippers. It'll be cool to see parts of the mangroves during high tide and fully exposed during low tide. Just like in nature, the mangroves will have a powerful set of growing lights, as well as some awesome sunlight, especially in the mornings when light comes streaming in through the windows. And I anticipate if the mangroves end up doing well in our lagoon, they will continue to grow up to the top, where I hope to cut holes in the mesh to allow the mangroves to continue.
My refrigerator kept beeping at me.
The net flooring above. Wouldn't that be awesome? 2-story tall mangrove trees, eating up nitrates from the waters. Other cool Vivi provisions include refuge.
Oh yeah, you guys.
This canister, which will act as a breeding.
Obviously, you're Redditors because normal people don't ask or pose questions like that. That's called concern trolling. Nothing's changed with my son. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I forgot. My son was taken away from me. The government, they took him away. They came and they snatched him away, and they won't let me have him no mo. The dingo ate my baby. The irony is that if you tuned in on me on the weekends, you'd see my son, but you only tune in during like normal working hours. So you won't see my son that time because I don't have my son when I work. I want to put on, I think, a candle or something.
All right, so this is going to be a special news bulletin. No Jumper host Young Aunt Hefe has been arrested for felony murder. This is extremely shocking. We have very limited information at this point. And so I do want to bring you guys up to what you know. So last night on No Jumper, young Aunt Hefe was a no-show, and no one knew where he was or what happened to him. And so the Goofs ended up reacting to his last social media post where he posted a video of himself with tears in his eyes.
Can we check out this video that NFA actually posted where I guess he's talking about something? This is from yesterday.
It's the good old deal with the good old people, man. Today was not a good day, bro. Today was one of those bad days, man. When the devil was working hard, man. He was at work, man. He was this close, man. He was this close. This close to cashing in on wishful thinking. So right now, right, I'm in a phase where I'm trying to regroup, you know what I'm saying? And think things through, man, and just, create the space to be calm and copacetic, you know what I'm saying, through the storm, you know what I'm saying?
If I can get this candle to light too.
Here though, man, on this Monday, man, you know what I'm saying? To anybody day who was bad like mine, we gonna make it through, champ, you know what I'm saying? As long as we make it through the next day, man, we gotta, you know what I'm saying, we got another chance, man, to recharge, man, and regroup, man. Salute. Stay strong.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounded like the Johnnies came knocking.
Very foreboding for sure.
Like it doesn't sound like he got into like a street situation. Like it didn't feel like he was saying that like some ops ran down him or anything. It sounded like he's, I don't know. To me, that very much was in agreement with the kind of thing that you would allude to if you were in a legal situation.
Okay, so the cuck seems like he already has prior knowledge of legal problems because what the fuck? I thought that maybe he was talking about maybe he caught his girlfriend cheating on him or something. You know what I mean? Why is the cuck so certain? This is really weird. So this next clip is the Goofs reacting live to the news of the arrest. And I was looking at this and I was thinking, is this performative did the cuck set this up to where let's make it to where we can react live. It would be great for engagement. Is this? I don't know. It seems like it's me, and I'm going with yes, absolutely. This is a play. The cuck wanted I mean, so some dumbass off camera was able to figure this stuff out instantaneously, but the cuck has no idea what's going on. But I want to show you this clip. This is the goose reacting to Aunt Hefe being arrested for murder.
What's the breaking news? Oh shit! Nathan's about to bring up something that. Oh, Maurice Shellman. Nah, they got the felony.
He knew already.
It doesn't say. It doesn't say no more. It used to say. But I could tell by the bell amount how much the bell amount. L.A. Robbery and Homicide Division. Oh no! No. That's the agency description.
So the 16 does not seem shocked. He seems like he's read this before. I mean, the text reads from top to bottom, starting with the last name, but the cuck reads it off first name, last name, and then immediately felony as if he's already reviewed this page. I mean, that was a record setting blazing speed that he was able to process this page of information. That was about 1 second. He knows exactly all the information. It's almost like he's reviewed this already and like set this whole thing up as a performative play. Now, the 16 immediately goes into jokes and starts, saying pre-written jokes that he thought were going to be hilarious.
Oh, Nathan's still doing research over here, bruh. Bro, what if Aunt Hefe ends up being our Dirk? We already got a Dirk. Brick Baby's already kind of Dirk.
Hey man, you employ you employ some real ones. Authentic guys.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Suspect, Brick, and Aunt Hefe all going to be in there. Just they might form a new hood together, combo hood.
You bullshit.
Well, you know what's crazy is Brick Baby and Dodson and young Aunt Hefe should start their own hood.
Not funny.
What?
Not funny at all. And it almost seems like he's excited, this cuck, about young Aunt Hefe going to prison. This is going to bring in a lot of views.
I mean, we saw the Swamp Stories video. Bro, if it ends up that fucking Aunt Hefe actually got an M, god dang. What the fuck?
Yeah, free bro. So if he locked up right now, you have to. I don't like that in LA. How they change that. You have to see a judge before you get a bail.
And here we got Spody Face, who's supposed to be this like prison insight expert. He's supposed to know the ins and outs of the prison and jail system, the protocols, the procedures, what to expect, what is going on. I mean, he's supposed to be like that sort of guy. That's what he brings to the table now. In this next clip that I want to show you, they're discussing what the charge could be because the charge isn't shown. It just says felony. They don't know what the actual charge is. They're just going by the felony and the bail amount, which is set to be $1 million. So the bail is $1 million, and this suggests that it's a serious charge like murder or something that carries a potential life sentence. Now, Spody Face is supposed to be this prison expert guy. Wait till you hear how stupid he is actually, though.
Nah, but we gonna see they could have it, but you never know what your
Say the homie, he ain't do nothing wrong.
Yeah, because in LA right now you have to see a judge anyway, so we don't even know if that $1 million bill is real or not. Because
So Spody Face says we don't even know if that $1 million bail is real or not. So it could be a fake bail or something like that. And he says, I mean, it just doesn't get. This is really annoying because he's supposed to be an authority on this. So when he says something about it, everyone in the room just takes it as a fact, and they go. And Lush is like, "Yeah, fool, that's what I was gonna say. Fool, that's what I thought, anyways. Fool, but you got it. You feel me? You're the expert. You feel me?" So this was a violation, unfortunately. And Spody Face, you need to either learn what you're an expert in, or you need to get off the show. Do you understand? This isn't for any. I mean, we can't just be having people saying nonsense all the time. It's disruptive.
so if he locked up right now, you have to. I don't like that in LA. How they change that. You have to see a judge before you get a bill. If they
Free the alter ego.
Yeah, if it's like not if non-citatable, like basically you go to the police station, they cite you out. If it's more than that, then he has to. He gonna see the judges within 72 hours.
Okay, and that's what I'm about to say.
He's gonna say 72
The
hours.
thing is,
So Spody Face, I don't know what's going on with him, but and I want to be clear, this isn't someone who's like making something up in private and then presenting it as fact later on as like a way to like a Brandon type of situation. That's not what this is. This is Spody Face is making things up as he goes. The thoughts are coming into his mind and out of his mouth simultaneously without any sort of review or critical thinking of any kind. It's just Spody Face doesn't know where he is right now. He's severely confused.
It don't matter if it was $2. What I'm telling you right now, in Los Angeles County, because every county is different. You cannot unless it's a misdemeanor.
No, they gave him a bill. He's able. They gave him a bill, but
you can't. You can listen. You can't. He's not going to get out unless he see the judge. That's just how it is.
No,
right?
if it's post bail.
Okay, so now he's arguing a completely different point because he doesn't even know what point he's making. He's just arguing just for the sake of arguing. This is what he does. He needs to be fired or suspended. Now, for anyone that's interested, there's specific bail schedules in the Superior Court where there's specific amounts for specific crimes. Like if you want to read this on your own time, you can. But Spotty Face has no idea what he's talking about. Do not listen to him. See a judge. You can post bail immediately after you're booked. If you have a bail amount, you can post bail as soon as you're booked. It's very simple.
Not if it's
So
like
I don't know why he made that lie up, but he sure did, didn't he? Now, the 16 posted a screenshot of TMZ tapping in with him, letting him know that Anhefe was booked for felony murder, which is PC 189. It's not a 187. It's a so in California, there's a law where like if you're just like in commission of a felony, and someone gets killed, then everyone associated with that crime, like everyone involved. For example, if 4 friends go rob a house and one of the friends kills someone in the house, all 4 of the people that were robbing the house all get charged equally with murder. And that's called felony murder. And so it sounds like, even though technically only one of them actually killed someone, all 4 of them were in the commission of a felony when that person was killed. So that means that they're all potentially liable for felony murder. So, I mean, this could be as simple as young Aunt Hefe giving someone a ride to go strip someone, and then they got killed, and then young Aunt Hefe was involved, and he didn't report the crime or whatever. They're going to try and, he probably got snitched on. I'm not even kidding. He probably got told on for this, and that's why he's getting his door kicked in or whatever probably happened. So, yeah, felony murder. This is a very tough charge to beat, especially if people are already snitching and trying to cop pleas and everything else like that. I mean, getting told on is very, very bad for your case. And so this is incredibly and extremely devastating for the No Jumper fan base. Young Aunt Hefe has gone down for felony murder. And it sounds like he didn't even kill anyone. Like I said, it sounds like he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And because of his affiliation with 8-Tray Gangstas, that ain't going to help him either on paper, number one, but number two, he's not going to be able to tell his way out of it. I mean, we should be encouraging him to snitch. Everyone is a fucking snitch these days. It's not going to be that big of a deal if Young and Hefe snitches. No Jumper isn't a very respected. No Jumper is not a respected platform, anyways. None of them are respected. It doesn't matter if he's a snitch. So hopefully he snitches his way to freedom. And we're going to be keeping our eye on this case as it develops, and we'll see you on the next one.
They say heroes come in all shapes and sizes, but so do villains. Edgar Wright's Ant-Man was there at the very beginning of Marvel Studios, but it took 8 long years for him to finally make it. And when he did, he found himself in a hornet's nest, as Marvel pushed him to shoot a script he didn't write and not in his signature style. Spoiler alert, he quit, causing a last-minute scramble for a new director and a complete rewrite. It was less a tale to astonish and more of a shit show.
But here's the thing: is I get very superstitious about like sort of talking about things before they're done because I don't want to be the boy who cried wolf.
Yeah.
And talk about something if it doesn't. I mean, it will happen.
Yeah.
But it's I feel very jinxy talking about it.
Right. Okay. What's the deal? Just give me the facts. Just the facts. Only the facts. Breathe. Focus. Keep it simple. No doubt. Okay.
The Marvel Universe is full of classic characters. Some were instant successes, others took years to find their popularity. And then there are the ones that have existed for decades, just crawling underneath the surface, loved by only a select few. But mainstays nonetheless. Such is the case for Ant-Man.
Ant-Man. What, you haven't heard of me? No, you wouldn't have heard of me.
Created by Stan Lee, Larry Lieber, and Jack Kirby, the scientist Henry Pym, who invents a shrinking serum, was originally a one-off character introduced in Tales to Astonish in 1961. He was reintroduced a year later as the superhero Ant-Man. From there, he consistently popped up, reimagined with a new twist in hopes of hooking more readers. From giving him a crime-fighting partner in the Wasp to reversing his serum to become Giant Man.
Ant-Man should have been as popular as any. And when they do the Ant-Man movie, I think it'll be very good. The reason it didn't work in comics, visually, the pictures were never that interesting.
The inherent silliness of the character was something that Pym himself couldn't shake in the comics, but also made him a joke for the uninitiated.
What are your superpowers again? You talk to the ants, is that it?
Well, partly, but mainly I shrink myself down to the size of an ant while retaining my full human strength.
Oh, best stay out of this guy's way. Oh, every molecule's quivering now.
Yet he remained a favorite of Stan Lee's. Lee felt what couldn't be achieved on the page could work on the screen, and he really wanted it to be a movie. In 1986, Roger Corman's New World Pictures purchased Marvel Entertainment, eager to make some low-budget superhero films. And Lee immediately pitched Ant-Man. New World producers knew Disney was already developing a film called Teeny Weenies, about a bunch of teenagers surviving their own backyard after they're accidentally shrunk down to a quarter of an inch tall. They figured if they could get an Ant-Man movie made as soon as possible, audiences wouldn't care what film came up with the idea first. New World would only get around to making The Punisher with Dolph Lundgren and the TV special Power Pack before selling Marvel to keep the lights on. So nothing came of Lee's version, but Teeny Weenies was released in 1989 as Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, helmed by future MCU director Joe Johnston. In the year 2000, Howard Stern, of all people, attempted to buy the rights because he felt he was the only person who saw potential in the character. Marvel didn't give it to him because they were currently in negotiations with Artisan Entertainment to produce a plethora of their remaining properties that weren't already sold off to other studios during the comic book land grab of the 2000s. It included Captain America, Thor, Black Panther, Deadpool, Iron Fist, Morbius, The Punisher, The Power Pack, Mort the Dead Teenager, and Ant-Man. Artisan, who was mostly known for home video B movies, wanted to make them at low to mid budgets. Not a single one of these was ever produced, and Lionsgate ultimately acquired the studio in 2003, letting the characters revert back to Marvel. But before that happened, two wet behind the ears screenwriters, Edgar Wright and Joe Cornish, pitched their vision for an Ant-Man movie. The two men became friends while working on their respective TV shows and sat down to write a film together. Ant-Man proved to be the perfect opportunity, with Wright a longtime fan of the comic, and Cornish liking that it was a fairly unknown superhero to general audiences.
I think he's a brilliant character in a really unexpected way. He doesn't come necessarily with the preconceptions that other more famous Marvel characters do.
Since the Ant-Man mantle had been worn by many, Wright and Cornish sought to play into that history by having two of the iterations teaming up. Their outline had an older Hank Pym mentoring a thief, Scott Lang, to complete a high-stakes heist using his shrinking tech. Artisan didn't care for the criminal aspect and preferred it to be more family-friendly. They passed on the project. Years later, Edgar Wright was attending San Diego Comic-Con in 2004, showing off his new film, Shaun of the Dead. By complete chance, Marvel Studios CEO Avi Arad and producer Kevin Feige were also in attendance, meeting with filmmakers to gauge their interest in working for their forthcoming independent production studio. When they sat with Wright, he mentioned he already had a treatment for an Ant-Man film. Feige loved it.
How's that for a slice of fried gold?
Yeah, boy!
He kept it in mind, but at that time, Marvel Studios, as we know it, was still being established and wasn't ready to make any deals yet. David Maisel, the president of the studio, was in the process of consolidating as many of the Marvel properties as he could so they'd be able to build out a universe of films. With Lionsgate returning a bulk of them, Maisel ending talks with other studios, then bartering with Universal Pictures for the Hulk, Marvel would eventually gain all the rights to the original founding members of the Avengers from 1963. Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, and Ant-Man and the Wasp. They would later revive a frozen Captain America to join them. With the studio firmly in place, Feige, now president of production, promptly hired Edgar Wright and Joe Cornish to pen Ant-Man. And in 2006, Marvel Studios made their grand reveal at Comic-Con. Of the various heroes they announced to be in production, only 3 of them had directors attached. Jon Favreau for Iron Man, Louis Leterrier for The Incredible Hulk, and Edgar Wright for Ant-Man. Wright and Cornish turned in their screenplay in early 2008, but then Iron Man hit theaters. The colossal success of the MCU's first film had Marvel rethinking their production slate leading to the Avengers. Thor and Captain America were well on their way, but it was decided to fast-track an Iron Man sequel rather than focusing on Ant-Man. The timing worked out for Wright as his second film, Hot Fuzz, proved that Shaun of the Dead wasn't a fluke. Between his geek bona fides and his kinetic visual style, Wright suddenly became one of the most desired filmmakers in town.
This is about to go off.
Steven Spielberg personally asked him to write the adventures of Tintin, but he was too busy making a fake trailer for Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino's Grindhouse, and helping Mike White adapt John Ronson's non-fiction book, Them, into a horror comedy. After that, he and Cornish did finish the rewrites on Tintin, and before Cornish parted ways to direct his first feature, Attack the Block,
Allow it.
they turned in a second draft of Ant-Man. But by that time, Marvel had assembled their creative committee. Initially formed during Iron Man's production to maintain faithful adaptations of their comics, as years of shoddy licensed films had tainted their brand, this group of Marvel creators and executives really stressed the universe in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They wanted each film to have references and characters that showed that these movies were all connected, and those setups would pay off later down the line. So what Wright and Cornish thought was a shootable script, they were now being asked to revise again to include more of the MCU. Wright felt one of Iron Man's strengths was its simplicity and self-containedness. He didn't want to cram too much Marvel history into Ant-Man, nor have him introduced in another film. And anytime he was interviewed about it in the preceding years, he insisted that he was unconcerned about the larger MCU. His movie would be squarely focused on the hero. At the same time, when Feige was interviewed, he'd say the only reason they were making the film was because it would be through the lens of Edgar Wright, but that it would also need to be rewritten to include more of the MCU. At an impasse, and knowing Ant-Man wouldn't be made in time for Avengers anyway, Wright figured the film could wait and chose to first take on Scott Pilgrim versus the World. In hindsight, this one decision would ultimately seal his fate regarding Ant-Man. While Scott Pilgrim bombed at the box office, it was a critical favorite and an instant cult classic. Wright was 3 for 3, confirming he was the king of genre mashups and a visual auteur to be reckoned with.
Wow. Wow.
As Wright returned to Marvel and began developing Ant-Man in earnest, Eric Fellner, his producer on Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, was diagnosed with cancer. He couldn't bear the thought of completing his Cornetto trilogy without Fellner at his side, let alone not being able to see it. Wright asked Marvel if he could delay Ant-Man again and make The World's End.
And so they were actually very good in terms of like, okay, well, we'll see you in 2 years, you know. I mean, the thing is that the character's been around since 1962, so he's not going anywhere. And the later we leave it, the better the special effects will be.
Marvel wanted Ant-Man to be in Phase 2, so they asked Wright if he could at least shoot some test footage before he left. This would give Marvel a sense of the style Wright was aiming for, while also experimenting with how they do the shrinking effects. The test was filmed in June and shown, in secret, at Comic-Con the following month, further building hype for Wright's vision.
I've always thought that was a great film to be made out of it, and also a character that would actually look better in live action than on the page.
The World's End opened in the summer of 2013, so it was now finally time to make Ant-Man. Problem was, since the near decade that Wright had been attached to the project, Marvel Studios had changed a lot. The give this film to anyone who can make it work attitude had dissipated. Between the likes of Jon Favreau and Joss Whedon, Marvel was solidifying the look, feel, and filmmaking process of the MCU, from cinematography to the amount of jokes. Nothing too stylized, nothing too serious. Marvel feared Wright's visual flair, energetic editing, and specific type of humor would clash with the rest of their films. What? In fairness to them, the MCU was meant to be a cohesive quasi-television series at a grand scale. And their characters, though originating from their own distinct movies, needed to come and go without that particular movie skipping a beat. It's a similar question many shared about Deadpool joining the MCU. If he were to cameo outside one of his own films, tell a meta joke, zip it, Thanos, or break the fourth wall, suck it, Fox. Live on at Disneyland. It would be a jarring tonal shift that might shatter the artifice other films cultivate to make you forget you're watching a movie. Would people expect Ant-Man's film style to carry over anytime he's on screen in an Avengers movie? Regardless, Wright was an auteur who expected every aspect of his films to be guided by his hand.
The sort of the reason that I had to walk away from Ant-Man is because by the time that I'd started doing it, which was kind of 8 years after I'd started writing it, now there was like a formula, not just the movies themselves and the stories, but also like a house style and a look and a way of shooting things. So I basically I knew I couldn't make that movie in the same way that I'd made Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
Then there was the creative committee. They started to believe the MCU's unprecedented success was due to their efforts of quality control. And with each new film, their grip tightened. Currently in the midst of their Age of Ultron tug of war, the extremely meddlesome bunch were no longer giving suggestions, only issuing demands. They gave Wright 25 pages of notes for him to incorporate into his script. They felt there were too many characters, the dialogue needed to be simplified, the family aspect should be increased while reducing the inner workings of the heist, and since the movie spans characters across decades, and 11 movies had preceded it, that the larger MCU should factor in more. They stipulated that Hank Pym should have been an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and knew Howard Stark, and that Scott Lang's relationship with his daughter Cassie should be at the center of the film, so they could set her up as a future young Avenger.
It's the wrong details. It's the wrong. It has nothing to do with the story.
Furthermore, there was studio head Kevin Feige. He was actively involved in his productions at this point, from scripts down to and especially the editing. Everything had to go through him. By and large, he would defend Wright and other filmmakers as much as he could from his bosses. But he also held the unified vision for the MCU. So Wright was getting overbearing input from the committee, Feige, Feige's producers, and even Joss Whedon, who at that time was given free rein to do rewrites on any Phase 2 film as he saw fit. Hell, he was introducing Ultron in his next Avengers film, a villain created by Hank Pym in the comics, before Wright had the chance to introduce Hank Pym. That said, Whedon felt Cornish and Wright's script was the best screenplay to ever go through Marvel, and didn't understand what they were all up in arms about. Wright was walking the line between implementing some of their ideas, but not sacrificing the very reasons he wanted to make the film in the first place. But they were reaching a standstill, and with each new barrier put in front of him, production kept getting pushed further down the line. In the meantime, while sets were being built, Wright began casting. He snagged Michael Pena, Corey Stoll, was in talks with Evangeline Lilly, and in the vein of Anthony Hopkins, Robert Redford, and Glenn Close, Wright's big get was Michael Douglas. For the titular hero, Marvel was thinking Joseph Gordon-Levitt, yet Wright's number one choice throughout was Paul Rudd. Without a doubt, Paul Rudd is one of the most effortlessly charming and likable actors of his generation, and widely considered one of the nicest. He had fronted multiple comedies, but he was still an odd pick to headline a Marvel movie. Not really known for his superheroics, and more for his improv skills, and trolling Conan O'Brien.
You've been showing that stupid clip on my show.
Thank you.
For I think 15 years.
Like Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Pratt before him, Rudd was a perfect outside-the-box casting.
But I think the reason that maybe he wanted me to do it, or was that it's It's a guy who probably is ill-equipped to actually be a superhero. Yeah. You know, and, I think that was always my take on it. I'm not going to be Captain America. I'm not going to be Thor, even though we have a incredibly similar physique.
As much as he tried to avoid it, Wright still needed to resolve his issues with Marvel. He was standing his ground, and they weren't having it. Guardians of the Galaxy had yet to be released, and the committee felt they were already gambling on one quirky sci-fi comedy based on an obscure comic. And that wasn't a risk they were willing to bet on again. In the spring of 2014, Marvel held an emergency meeting. And out of it, it was decided that in-house writers Eric Pearson and David Callahan would rewrite the script to incorporate the laundry list of notes from the committee, but without Edgar Wright. And in 5 weeks' time, Wright would determine if it was a screenplay he'd want to direct. Wright's annoyance grew into anger. He was playing ball, trying to meet them halfway, and they were telling him it was all or nothing. When the 5 weeks passed, Marvel handed Wright their updated script. Dumbed down with an MCU reference on every other page, Wright was furious. As a writing directing auteur, having his script taken away from him, watching it fade away piece by piece, then being told to shoot that version in the way that they wanted, Wright felt like a director for hire. This was not what he signed up for, and he'd had enough.
The most diplomatic, answer is that, I wanted to make a Marvel movie, but I don't think they really wanted to make an Edgar Wright movie.
After months of trying to make it work, Wright gave up and formally tendered his resignation. The decision actually surprised Kevin Feige. There's always been disagreements, whether big or small. That's the collaborative nature of filmmaking, and in particular, the collaborative nature at Marvel. At no point do we hire filmmakers who do everything we say, and at no point do we hire filmmakers that we let just do anything they want. There is always a middle ground that we find, and it just became clear that both of us were just being too polite over the past 8 years, I guess. We sat round a table and we realized it was not working. But better for us and for Edgar that we figure it out then and not move it through production. The biggest disappointment for me is just the relationship, because I like Edgar very, very much, and we were very close for many, many years. On May 23rd, 2014, Feige and Wright released a joint statement that he was leaving the film. Knowing it was stereotypical of them to say it, they went with the old adage of creative differences. Because it was true. As fans and the entertainment industry at large were shocked by the news, both Joss Whedon and James Gunn took to social media to eulogize the loss. Then Wright posted, and quickly deleted, a photo of silent film legend Buster Keaton looking heartbroken, holding a cornetto, of course. Many took this as Wright alluding to Keaton's lasting regret of signing with a big bad studio and losing his artistic license in the process. Having never seen the film even to this day, and who could blame him, Wright is thankful he and Joe Cornish received a screenplay credit and that he was able to cast his friend, Paul Rudd, in a major blockbuster. He did see Civil War and thought Rudd was the best part.
Look, I want to say, I know you know a lot of super people, so thanks for thanking of me.
Although he doesn't regret leaving the film, his sole grievance was the time lost.
This very disappointing situation happened very late in the game. I don't think anybody's quite recovered, and my heart goes out to Edgar. He's been involved with the project for a long time, but he's talented enough that you'll be hearing a whole lot from him, and I'm sure with a little vengeance.
Wright believed that by making Ant-Man, it would allow him to make a passion project he'd been toying with for years. Ironically, because he left, producer Eric Fellner, now in remission, asked Wright if he finally wanted to make it. Since most of his crew left in solidarity, from cinematographer Bill Pope to composer Stephen Price, Wright hoped to get moving on another production as soon as possible to ensure all these people had jobs. Barely a week after leaving, Wright was off to the races with Baby Driver. For Feige, his race was to find a replacement, and quickly, because Marvel and Disney weren't going to delay the film. After unsuccessfully trying to get Wright to return, Paul Rudd suggested his Anchorman director, Adam McKay. Caught between a rock and an anthill, McKay was friends with Wright and was busy prepping The Big Short. But he was also friends with Rudd and had always aspired to make a Marvel movie.
I said, why don't I do the rewrite with Rudd?
Right.
That way I can respect Wright, Edgar, and help out my buddy Paul with the rewrite. So it ended up being a perfect situation. And I got to say, I really enjoyed working with Feige, man. I mean, there's a reason that thing is clicking. That guy has good taste.
They implemented the notes given by the committee, along with ideas from Evangeline Lilly and Corey Stoll on how to beef up their characters, added the opening scene with Pym at S.H.I.E.L.D., reworked most of the dialogue, and asked to include one scene with another Avenger. After seeing Captain America the Winter Soldier, McKay thought the Falcon would be the perfect, unexpected cameo. Feige had full confidence that Rudd and McKay could bring Ant-Man back from the brink while he focused on getting a new director. As Ant-Man was going to play into the humor more than previous MCU films, Feige met with mostly comedy directors, and the choice came down to a final two: David Wayne and Peyton Reed. Wayne, because of his offbeat sense of humor, and as an added bonus, Paul Rudd has been in nearly every one of his films.
Clean it up and come to my office for the meeting.
You look like you had a bad day.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
Well, you came in here looking like crap. I haven't said very much.
Say that again.
Well, you came in here looking like crap, and you haven't said very much.
Tall is large, and grande is Spanish for large. Venti's the only one that doesn't mean large. It's also the only one that's Italian. Congratulations, you're stupid in 3 languages.
There are some differences beyond just the plumbing. Do I want you on the front lines? I don't think so. The Russians will come in with their guns ablazing, and you guys will be out powdering your boobs.
You gonna take it. You gonna take that dip. You gonna take that dick, huh? I'm gonna pop off a piece of my dick.
Yeah, say that again.
Well, you came in here looking like crap, and you haven't said very much.
Hey, tell me about it.
Well, you came in here looking like crap.
Okay, we get the point.
As for Reed, it was like his whole life was leading to this moment.
I was a drummer for a time in the 80s in a punk band called Johnny Quest. And in addition to being the drummer, I was in charge of drawing the flyers for the shows. And we did a show, I think, in 1988. And I drew a sort of a ripoff of Avengers #1, where all the band members were members of the Avengers. And of course, Ant-Man was an original Avenger, and I drew myself as Ant-Man.
Feige had actually worked with him back in 2001 when they were developing a Fantastic Four film. But 20th Century Fox didn't like his 1960s era setting and hired Tim Story to start over. Reed took that 60s energy and made Down with Love.
This is weird. In Down with Love, which came out in 2003, there's a shot where there's a newsstand that Sarah Paulson and Renee Zellweger are standing in front of. And there's a row of Marvel comics from 1962 on the newsstand, including an Ant-Man comic.
Wow.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's true.
Years later at Marvel Studios, Feige was in search of someone to helm Guardians of the Galaxy, and he remembered Reed's passion for all things comics. Had James Gunn said no, Reed would have been his second choice. It also helped that Feige found Reed to be an extremely affable gentleman, which is one of 2 factors he weighed considerably for directors.
The criteria usually comes down to 2 things: do something that gets on our radar, do something that showcases who you are and the potential of what you can do. Then we have a lot of meetings and see if we're on the same page creatively, see if this is somebody we can spend day in and day out with for the next 3 years.
Seeing as how the release date wasn't going to move, Feige had no time to vet David Wayne and offered Reed the job. Despite saying a week prior that he felt bad for the poor sap who had to follow Edgar Wright, Reed was that sap. Unsure about stepping into a VFX-heavy movie with an unmovable deadline, he spoke to Jon Favreau and James Gunn about their experiences with Marvel, read all the versions of the script, gave Feige his opinion on them, then sat with Rudd and McKay to discuss their changes. The 3 of them ended up geeking out together so much, they added the subplot of Janet Van Dyne's disappearance, setting up Lang's 3rd act sacrifice by introducing the Quantum Realm, a microverse that didn't exist in any previous draft, and funny enough, would shape the MCU going forward.
What if there was a way that we could enter the quantum realm at a certain point in time, but then exit the quantum realm at another point in time? Like before Thanos.
Lastly, as a sign of goodwill, Reed reached out to Wright to clear the air. Wright appreciated the gesture and only asked that Reed not use any of his storyboards.
It's awesome. You know, you guys are breaking down walls. You're healing. It's important. I ruined the moment, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Yes.
Reed would also email Wright congratulating him on the release of Baby Driver. A mere 15 days after Wright's departure, Reed made his decision.
And? What'd he say? He said yes.
Reed requested that filming be pushed a month so he could wrap his head around the enormity of the production and pull a cast together based on the new script. The only actors that remained after Wright were Paul Rudd, Michael Douglas, Michael Pena, Corey Stoll, and Evangeline Lilly, who would only sign on after seeing the revised script. Nearly everyone else was either written out, sorry Matt Gerard and Kevin Wiseman, were new additions, like Judy Greer, Abby Ryder Fordson, T.I., and David Dismalchin, or were replaced because of the delays, such as Bobby Cannavale taking over for Patrick Wilson. At long last, filming began in August of 2014.
It's about damn time.
As productions go, nothing out of the ordinary happened. That isn't to say it was easy. It was definitely rushed to make that July deadline. After Adam McKay handed in his final script, Rudd continually fine-tuned it with script doctors Andrew Barrer and Gabriel Ferrari, who added the tip montages.
But I was banging the drum from the beginning. It's like, I want Ant-Man to be under 2 hours. I want to do a movie that's tight and taut and fast-paced and kinetic.
In order to hit that mark, Reed cut a handful of scenes, including a cameo with William Sadler's President Ellis, and the film's original opening with Pym's covert mission from the 1960s, where you never actually see the Ant-Man, a remnant of Wright Cornish's script from day one. It was shortened to a PowerPoint later in the movie.
Silly, I know. Propaganda. Tales to astonish.
Reed pushed to experiment with as much microphotography as possible, which all had to be replaced with CGI anyway, and made the incredibly audacious decision to start the film with Marvel's riskiest visual effect ever, a digitally de-aged Michael Douglas, kicking off their obsession with the technology. Even after everything they went through, Feige assured Paul Rudd that they weren't going to abandon him or Scott Lang because of all the trouble. So he pitched them their plans for Captain America Civil War with Ant-Man and Giant Man. When the film finally reached picture lock, Feige gave Reed a deeply appreciative hug, saying, "It's a movie. Thank God." Leading up to the release, Marvel attempted to counter the months of bad press with one of the weirdest campaigns in recent memory.
Ants. Ants. Ant-Man. Sorry.
But reporters still had to ask about one thing: the differences between Reed and Wright. Sorry, had to do it.
It was pretty bumpy for sure, and I'm really sad about it. I mean, Edgar's brilliant, and Edgar brought me on. Edgar's my friend. We looked at the script that Edgar had written, right, and it never veered that far from it. Just as far as the blueprint of it, the kind of the story.
I think it's fair to say that none of us would be here, and there might not even be an Ant-Man movie if it weren't for Edgar and Joe. And the idea to make Ant-Man a heist movie structure was all Edgar and Joe. And also the idea of a movie that all drives toward a third act where the big battle between the good guy and the bad guy takes place in a little girl's bedroom. That was always there from the beginning, and I stand by the fact that I think that's genius. I love it.
All eyes were on Marvel to see if they salvaged the film from the wreckage or whether this unknown pint-sized hero would end their unrivaled success. On July 17th, 2015, Ant-Man inched its way to the big screen. Reviews called it overly cliched, But in spite of that, and all its behind-the-scenes drama, it's entertaining, charming, and funny enough, even if many of the jokes don't land. Plus, introducing Paul Rudd to the MCU was a delightful and welcomed addition. Holding the rare honor of being Marvel's cheapest production, at $130 million, the film became their 12th #1 weekend and grossed $519 million worldwide. Not bad for an unsung superhero. Yet it was a short-lived victory. Phase 2 had come to a close, and Marvel was mostly successful in bearing the struggles of those first few films. But only a few short months beforehand, Joss Whedon was spilling on how difficult working with Marvel can be. Then losing Edgar Wright, a geek god to many, was a categorical PR disaster. Whether true or not, Marvel had developed a reputation of bullying their filmmakers. And from the outside looking in, it was getting worse. Kevin Feige had a giant-sized problem to contend with. The creative committee had pushed Marvel Studios to a breaking point. A civil war was inevitable.
Chrissy Meyer is back in the news because after she appeared to look like sweeping for Melody Mack in the quartering, people started digging into her, wondering why she was doing that. We got some clips that are highly sus. We're going to start with the Keto Grove. Stand-up comedian first. Clearly, no pre-show prep was done. Tags Chrissy Meyer. Guest not knowing her chat is locked to subscribers before the current drama calls her chat basement dwellers. There we go.
And what all these others.
First off, what even is this panel, by the way?
Streamers need to understand too is you're a stand-up comedian first, okay?
You're a stand-up comedian first.
Came into the streamer world, which there are different rules in this world that I did not understand.
Which, by the way, real quick, what's more annoying, listening to a group of people that claim to be comedians sitting around on a podcast not being funny?
Stand before either, okay? Because to me, I am a stand-up comedian first, and I think about how a performance would work at a show, and we need people in real life. And so some of these things that people are doing or making their shows about, they care so much about what's happening in this screen. They have no intention of actually meeting people in real life. And I hate to say it to you, some of you chat people out there, if you met some of these streamers who you just bow down to so much, they wouldn't be nice to you in real life. They wouldn't give a fuck about you. No. So it's just kind of funny to me that there's, I don't know, it's a different the internet world. You have to remember.
I mean, maybe she's right about certain people. I have never had that experience. Maybe there are streamers out there, but those are streamers that I do not watch or care about because you can tell they are not authentically genuine good people. Every time, across the board, any streamer or content creator that I've associated with, watched, or chatted with, if I met them at a convention, first time, every single time, it's been a great experience, like across the board. So maybe she's like telling on herself, like this is how she treats her viewers. Like it's very weird to be like, yeah, they're not gonna give a shit about you. It's like, who? What? Anytime I meet anybody that knows who I am, I'm always like, holy shit, you know who I am? That's amazing. The fucking gall on this chick.
At the end of the day, you are a stand-up comedian, and sometimes I think we'll let the chat like get so serious, but just be silly. It's not really that big of a deal. Okay, we can always turn the computer off. It's true. Turn my phone off. But some of you cannot leave you alone.
Dude, this puppet guy is falling asleep, and he's a fucking puppet while she's talking. He keeps slowly falling forward, then catching himself and slowly falling forward. Like that's actually pretty fucking funny because he's basically implying that she's boring. I don't know if he's doing that intentionally.
And you're blocked. And you're blocked. You're blocked. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh God. Okay, Rumple's a mess. There's a sea of oranges. Okay.
Rumple's a mess. There's a sea of oranges. She is so frazzled. This is amazing. Kino Grove says, friends over ambushes on my show. I'm not 60 Minutes. I'm not Barbara Walters. This is not going to be about the quartering. Chrissy Meyer lies about not prepping questions on the quartering. Here we go.
Friends over ambushes on my shows, and it's just not my style. I like for my shows to be a place where people can
The puppet's like, can I interrupt because I want to talk instead of you?
speak their mind, and it's up to the audience to like decide what they think about that. I am not into gotchas. I am not Barbara Walters. I am not 60 Minutes. I am not here to like, right. It's not my style to grill or ambush or gotcha. That's something, you know what I mean? Like, again, at no point.
By the way, I've noticed with Chrissy Meyer, when she talks, she's so full of herself that she literally just talks over anyone else that's trying to talk. She's just so caught up in her own. Like, what she has to say is always more important than anyone else. I've noticed that. It's very fucking annoying.
Why do you have to say, or like
she's
title,
still talking over Ari. This guy's like question. Ari starts talking. She's just still running a train over the conversation. Like, nope, I'm talking.
It wasn't like, this is going to be about quartering, or this is going to be a gotcha, or this is going to, it was not in there at all. So the reason why people came in expecting that is because people sent raids to the chat being like, ooh, and there was the expectation of that in the chat, and the chat got angry when they didn't get that. Sure. But again, I'm not stopping anybody from having Melanie on. I'm not stopping anybody from having the quartering on, and then
no, Chrissy, it's your job. Chrissy, it's your job to cover their shit for them. You have to be like a and follow their agenda.
So,
I mean, why didn't people attack Michael Knowles, who had Melanie Mack on last night? Like, why didn't they endlessly attack Michael Knowles at the Daily Wire for talking to Melanie and not asking
Don't
about
worry, I did.
and being up on the lore?
I don't even know who Michael Knowles is, so that would explain that. People know Chrissy from FNT. And if you're going to associate with a group that is very popular in the gaming space, people are going to care how you represent yourself. So people care about Chrissy Meyer. I can't speak for this other guy. Kino Blade says, big things do come in small packages. In this case, it's a big retard. Quote, for the people who hate watching the stream, you're still helping the stream. Oh, that is some serious cope.
So for the people who are hate watching the stream, you're still helping the stream. So thank you for the attention that you're giving the stream. Like I said, if you write some fuckery,
the cope.
Like I said, if you write some fuckery to me, I will be blocking you. I don't care.
How about this one? I said calls everyone else autistic. Blew a guy for a job. Wait, what? Sparky's tech corner. So Chrissy Meyer blew a guy in the bathroom for a job. And this sounds really familiar. I can't put my finger on it, but what? I wonder if this is out of context. What is this story?
And then I think I ended up like blowing the dude in the bathroom because I was like, I really need this job. But he was very attractive, and like when he heard her, like, and then
I would have loved more context on that, but even without that, I don't know how you could interpret that any different than what that is. I said, oof.exe, cell.exe says, Chrissy, you're the one that might actually be autistic. He's making fun of you because you literally stole a family's Christmas presents. Chrissy Meyer, I think autism keeps some people from understanding social norms. Like, oh my God, by the way, anytime Chrissy gets cornered, they're automatically an autist. It feels like that's what she goes to. I literally did it. It's just a funny story about me finding a deserted bag of clothes at a restaurant and then giving them to my friend Larry. But people like to run with the most exaggerated version because y'all love to hate. Let's listen to Chrissy Meyer herself. You guys tell me, is this the truth? What she's coping with here? Or Chrissy Meyer, what she actually said in her story of stealing Christmas presents? Because this is fucked. All right, I know a lot of people have already seen this. This is fucked.
so as everybody was leaving, it was like we were all leaving at the same time, and there were a bunch of other people leaving. Maybe they had their like Christmas party or whatever at the same restaurant. And so like
I used to steal when I was younger, and so
That's what chicks do for a rush.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, didn't she just say it's literally not that? And she starts off the story where she's like, this is what I used to do. I used to actually do that. Like,
She used to steal when she's young, but this happened like a year ago.
I also didn't get any. Oh, come on.
Thank you. And so what happened?
So we're waiting to leave. I noticed there was a bag.
Look how great that hoodie he's wearing is, by the way. Look at that hoodie.
There was a bag on one of the tables.
Right.
And it was like
Wait, like a shopping bag, a purse. Go on.
shopping bag. And I'm looking at it. I'm watching a lot of people leave. I'm kind of lingering around. Everybody's getting.
If you want to steal this bag,
well, I'm going. There's probably nice clothes in that bag, and I'm just like sort of hanging around. I'm standing around, and I was sitting next to Larry, and he was like, "Just take it." I was like, "I'm just gonna take it." So I took it and I walked out with it.
Where's the joke? By the way, like they're laughing, like that's funny. Like, bro, this was Christmas presents for someone that were like you bring them up to the front and say, "Hey, someone left this bag here." This is fucking awful. And to like gleefully admit this, thinking it's funny, is fucked. Wait, Larry.
I hope it was none of your guys' stuff.
What was in the bag?
Really nice clothes. I felt like Robin Hood, you know? So I'm looking through and I was like,
I felt like Robin Hood, yes, because you know the people you stole from. They must have been so well off. What if they were saving all year for that stuff? What, like, you don't know anything about them.
One sweater said medium, the next sweater said medium. And then
Where were they from?
Peter Millar, which is a really nice.
Kevin Pillar plays for the Blue Jays?
No, Peter Millar was in fucking The Hunger Games.
Oh.
That's really his name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Peter.
So it was like 2 zippy sweaters, a vest, and a jacket, but very preppy. I'm like,
I literally didn't. It's just a funny story about me finding a dessert bag of clothes at a restaurant and then
like she stole it, and it wasn't even anything she
anything.
needed.
She just found it. Claw Machine Bull says, Chrissy Meyer reveals another disgusting Craigslist ad sex encounter. Wait, what? Full disclosure, I've not watched this one. Never saw a pic of the guy, never even talked. He smelled, was gross, 2 out of 10. She wouldn't be seen in public with her. Or he wouldn't be seen in public with her. She paid for a cab both ways. I have to stop answering Craigslist ads. What?
I was lonely. I voluntarily took a cab. This was a Craigslist thing I answered. Took a cab to like.
What kind of girl goes on Craigslist and answers a Craigslist ad? In like the
sexual deviant.
I mean, I know they're out there, but like, what?
Bushwick. To meet a person I've never met before. Didn't even have or see a picture. The arrangement was to trade massages. And I was like, oh, yeah, let's do this. This sounds like a good idea. I was just in a really low place after this breakup. So even the cab driver's like, are you sure you want to get out?
Yikes.
I had no clue who I was meeting. And so like, we meet.
She thinks this makes it like her sound cooler.
Even the cab driver was worried for her. Like, holy shit.
We meet actually on the street corner. And he's like, and I was like, let's go get a drink, you know, because I was like, this is probably going to turn into a hookup. And he's like, I'd rather not. Like, this is my local bar. Like, people I know are here. God. And I'm looking at this guy, and he's a 2. And I don't know. Maybe I'm like 7. I don't know.
I have so many questions right now. So she wants to go to a bar with this guy, thinking it's a hookup, knowing full well that he's ugly as a 2? Like, what do you have, like 2 teeth? A 2? What's a 2 to Chrissy? Secondly, calling herself a 7? I'd say that's close to fair. That's close to fair. Chrissy's not ugly by any means, but she sure as shit is not smoking hot either. It is one of those, if you're going to be wanting to hook up with a dude that's a 2, that makes me wonder about her mental health state at that point. I mean, first off, you're answering a Craigslist call to go meet with a dude you don't know, and even the cabbie's like, bro, this is sus. Holy shit.
Like, I'm pretty good looking, you know? Like, I was like, this.
I'm pretty good looking. Add in her mentality, I would say she's around a 2. You take the mentality away from it, she's far more attractive.
This is is a guy who I wouldn't give the time of day, like in just like if I were meeting him in a bar, like randomly, I wouldn't even talk to him. But like here we are in this arranged thing, and he doesn't even want to take me to his like neighborhood bar. I'm like, oh no, now we're fucking going in this bar.
He didn't want to go to the bar because you look like a total prostitute.
It made me want to get in the cab, but he was like, come over. My place is really nice, you know? So I go to his place, and it's not nice. He didn't even pick up. And, that ended up being my, like, emotional, like, sex rock bottom because, like...
So she did hook up with him. Never mind the fact that she's trusting a dude she's never met on Craigslist, never seen, and just trusting his word of, come on over, my place is nice.
Good God.
Like, she's lucky that this is all that
I'm so grateful I survived my youth.
Talk about asking for a bad thing to happen in your life. Holy shit.
He was bad at massages. I was good at massages. And then
My God, she is so full of herself. This is obnoxious. Holy shit.
To pay for my own Uber back home. It was like,
this was when Uber was around, so it's not that long ago.
Craigslist ads. I gotta stop like being on all these like apps, flying by the seat of my pants, like making bad decisions. So that was like in a way good because I kind of woke up after that point. I was like, oh, I could have been like murdered 3 times just in that one night.
Oh my God. Oh my.
I am in awe. Keto Grove says, further proof Chrissy Meyer is a bad actor. She can recall the inside jokes to the quartering, tagging his alt. Drama at the drop of a hat, but not when Brittany Venti is on stream. Interesting. Very handsome, talented.
That's how it goes, right?
Collapsing.
That's how it goes. All right, let me blow through a couple more. 207.
Choice of words, Chrissy. Let me blow through a couple more.
7 Petrie, thank you for the $5. FNP has sucked for a while, but it's really gay now. Thank you, 207 Petrie. That's you. Okay, you'll miss me. Unhung Hero, thank you for the $20.
I can't even watch this clip. I couldn't imagine trying to sit through this stream. This is like trying to find the most annoying people and putting them together. You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? Super chat with oranges, I would do a special dance.
What does the oranges mean?
It's so stupid.
She said the thing.
There's a short video that he put out there where he took a clip of a lady cooking like a pork or something with a bunch of oranges, and then it was like the whole clip, and then he just said before it, like, what are the oranges for? I don't know. Let me know in the comments. And then that was it. And it wasn't really transformative enough, and it was basically content stealing. And so that's the other thing.
This is so weird. So Chrissy has a very good memory, conveniently when she needs to have it. Like she knows everything that's going on. That's strange. Bad Bear says, now I see what Venti means about this virus being a therapy session. It has an emotional support puppet and everything. I don't know how Venti sat through that entire stream. I was one of those. I'll go through the clips of this one. I can't deal with this. This is pretty Venti. We'll just listen to the beginning of this because holy crap, this is crazy.
Oh, and you guys aren't gonna believe this. This was insane. She actually has a simp that believes her that she will actually give a crumb of coochie if he defends her, and then he actually started defending her. I can't make this up. Chrissy's #1 sweeper, Sweepy Mare's #1 sweeper here, broom ready, sweeping the whole floor. Okay, so you guys remember that post where Chrissy offered to show tits if you defend her? And you might read that and you might think it was tongue-in-cheek at first, at least before the bathroom incident.
You know what? After the bathroom incident and all these other clips, no, I don't think any of this is tongue-in-cheek anymore. Now, when Chrissy says she's going to show her tits, I'm going to be like, yeah, she probably means she's going to show her tits.
The knees on the bathroom floor incident with Craigslist Chrissy, which we'll get into her responding to Craigslist ads for massages in a little bit. But if you guys remember that, this is what she said. She said, In response to someone saying, I bet you think if you defend Chrissy, she'll DM you her ugly, saggy tits. And he is responding to this guy, MAGA, whatever Mike. MAGA crack a Mike. I'm not allowed to say in the YouTube pod, whatever. But so this guy's responding to MAGA crack a Mike, and he's saying, dude, do you really think you're gonna get nudes from her if you defend her? And basically, Chrissy responds saying, who says I won't? And so now, after all this,
that literally is encouraging a simp army to defend her. Like, yeah, based off of the other stories she's told, I don't care if she's married. I don't care if she's got a kid. Sure, shit sounds like she's the type of girl that would be sending her tits to other people too. Like, why not? What would make you think otherwise? Based off the stories that you heard of her, it sounds like she'd do whatever she wants to do. Like, holy shit, bro.
this came out about Chrissy's knees on the bar bathroom floor, Chrissy Meyer, the Craigslist whore. Now,
Brittany Venti is far more attractive than Chrissy. Yes, I'd agree with that.
he's going around defending her, thinking he's actually going to get nudes. He's in my replies. Here he is saying, strange you didn't react to any of this public information before when she was your friend. Only after it became popular to shit on her. It was, first off, it became popular, quote unquote, to shit on her because of her instance with me. This has to do with me.
Yep.
And me being lied on. This is how this happened. Second off, yeah, when this resurfaces after she lies on me and throws me under the bus, yes, I'm gonna laugh at her talking about how she was an almost prostitute, did it for free because she was hoping it would get her paid. And it gave you some attention. All you people are fake as fuck. So this is after she's like saying she's gonna.
I mean, obviously, my wife is the most attractive girl on the planet. That's already, we already know that. I'm just being impartial here, being a dude on the sideline looking at these two girls. I'm just saying, Venti is far more attractive than Chrissy Meyer. That's all. My wife is definitely more attractive than both of them.
They give him her breast photos, right? And then get this. This guy goes and super chats her, saying, here's my Chrissy Meyer did nothing wrong tax. I stand for freedom of speech and MAGA. We got your back, Chrissy.
Hold on. So they found him donating money to her after she offered to send tits to him, or at least didn't decline the idea of it. Holy shit, this is the rabbit hole. This is from Kino Grove. Jeremy, with another quartering alt, a fancy hazmat suit, is giving her SEO tips on how to improve her YouTube channel. I wonder what 16 videos Chrissy Meyer deleted. Minus 16. She deleted 16 videos today, as I'm recording this, May 19th. 16 videos deleted. You know what wasn't deleted? How much gaming is too much? This is an old clip from 11 years ago of Chrissy Meyer on stand-up. I'm going to prepare you guys just real quick on this. Remember the other day when I was talking about the problem with female comedians is the only time they have the chance to be funny is when they talk about their vagina. Mm-hmm. And even then, it's been played out so many times that it's just not funny. Obnoxious. Female comedians are not. It's like funny. They got no material except for. So, anyways, my vagina, and everyone laughs. It's like that's not a joke. Why do women comedians always do this? I've said this multiple times before I even saw the clip. And of course, wouldn't you guess what she ends up covering here in her stand-up? Holy crap.
Sucks about being a woman is like you have to get waxed sometimes, and sometimes you'll go in there and they'll be like, what shape do you want? Like, does your boyfriend like, is he like comic book? Because I can make in shape of lightning bolts. And I'm like, no, Oksana, I get the same thing every time. You know, I'm like, just make it say thanks for dinner. I think that love and hate are two really similar emotions. Like, I know when a guy says he loves me, what he means is that he hates condoms. I had another boyfriend, he played tons of video games nonstop. He had all 3 Call of Duty games. Do you play those too? Here's the difference between the first Call of Duty and the third Call of Duty. The third Call of Duty is when your girlfriend finally leaves you.
If you enjoyed this, click subscribe and you can see.
I hope that's a fake afro. So yeah, that is the latest round of Chrissy Meyer stuff that is just wow. It's wild when you start diving down the rabbit hole on these people that skated for so long, and then you find this kind of stuff. It's like, woo! It almost feels like FNT dodged a massive bullet with the timeout. I don't think there's any way they could ever bring her back, and I think this kind of stuff is proof of that. I'll leave that there. It's quite an impressive afro. If it's not, I mean, you guys tell me. Is that real?
More funny stand-up videos.
Steve, what happened to your hair?
Everyone on television has hair transplants. How long have you been in Hollywood?
Okay, it's fake. Frogan has eaten her legal fund. We're going to get into it today on the Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney. So for those that have been following this case, we obviously have our defendant Frogan here, who is embroiled in a lawsuit over copyright infringement for the Hassan Piker content nuke. Now, also in that lawsuit were Casey Tron and Denims, but of course, Casey Tron, as we saw, stepped out.
As to the GoFundMe money, to the extent there are any remaining funds after I pay my attorney's fees, I have agreed to pay the remaining funds to the clients.
And Denims is ready to take this to trial, ready to take this all the way. But we've always been waiting on Frogan and what she's going to do. There was a lot of speculation about Frogan, thinking she might settle, much in the same way of Casey Tron, while some were saying she was dedicated to fighting this to the end like Denims, that she was a true warrior. Well, we now have figured out exactly what's going to happen, and that is she is going to default on this case. And that's because today we have filed in the U.S. District Court, the Central District for California, we had filed a request for default judgment against defendant Morgan Kamal Majid. That is exactly Frogan in this case. So what is a motion for default judgment? That's a motion essentially saying, hey, they haven't responded. They've passed the deadlines. So now we're going to assume liability. So once this is accepted by the court and approved by the court, liability is completely on Frogan. She gives up the fair use defense. She can no longer argue the law. All of that is out. The only thing left after this is damages. So you can argue over damages. So she would have a chance to speak up and say, no, the damages aren't that much, or let's argue over the damages. But essentially the trial is over. It's done. She's lost after this point. So let's get through the facts to figure out exactly how bad this was and how much Frogan did not put up a fight. But before we move on, there's an important message I want you guys to hear. Recently, a jury ordered Meta and YouTube to pay millions for their role in designing and promoting addictive platforms. They knew their apps could contribute to anxiety, depression, and body image issues, but did not share those risks while prioritizing profits. The recent historic verdict underscores the consequences of those decisions. If you or your child spent years growing up on social media and experienced serious mental health struggles, you should hear this. Morgan & Morgan is stepping up to hold these platforms accountable for the harm they caused. You can use the link in my description or scan the QR code to take a short quiz to see if you qualify for a case. You may be entitled to a potential recovery of over $1,000. So here we have in the same motion filed.
You suffered mental health issues your entire life. Sign this paper. We'll give you $1,000, preventing you from any other legal stuff in the future.
PK Rogan, on the grounds that the defendant has failed to appear or otherwise respond to the complaint within the time prescribed by the Federal Rules of Procedure. Now, understand, this is not asking much. All that will be required is a very simple filing. She could have told her lawyer, hey, I'm on a budget. Hey, I don't want to spend that much money. Hey, try to keep this to, just a one pager, the bare bones. Let's just give a basic complaint response so we don't default. They could have kept that to a minimum amount. You can tell your lawyer, hey, keep this cheap, just the bare minimum. I want to delay this. I want to try to push this off. That's definitely something to tell their lawyer, but they didn't even give that. And they've had almost a year at this point. So since August of last year. So this was filed, of course, June 19th of last year. July 17th of last year, Frogan got the complaint. And on August 5th of last year, they had a joint stipulation to extend her deadline from August to October and also give her time for these filings. Since then, they also engaged in settlement negotiations. Now, the counsel for both sides can't talk about the details of settlement negotiation. However, I would like to speculate here, if I may, and I would like to say that they probably did the bare minimum in negotiation to make it kick down the line, to just take this and extend this out as far as possible. Obviously, they didn't come up with an agreeable settlement. And I think during this period of time, Frogan was looking at Casey Trine and her settlement. And she was thinking, hey, look, if I settle, I'm going to have to give all of my legal defense fund over to Ethan Klein. And instead of doing that, let me kick this down the can and use those funds for my Big Macs. Yes, the giant mountain of Big Macs that we can all see Frogan chowing down on. Let's use that for the Big Mac fund over this period of time. And as I whittle this down, we'll eventually just not ignore it, whatever else. And hey, maybe this will go away. And maybe she got advice that it'd be totally okay for her to just ignore this and default. Maybe she got somebody whispering in her ear, yeah, forget about it. He's not actually going to go after you, or it's going to look bad, or you're going to become some sort of sob story. Well, that's not the case. The court, of course, at this point had every right to enter into a default judgment, which is what they're requesting. So they informed them on April 20th that they intended to proceed with litigation, gave her 3 weeks, and their deadline to respond was May 11th. That did not come. That day came and gone. And now, boom, we're at default judgment territory. Now, how is this not a scam? Because if we look at her legal defense fund, her lawsuit defense fund on Give, Send, Go, she raised almost $40,000, $38,756, including donations that were running up to this day. She was getting donations very, very recently that were coming into her fund. So she's still out there grifting for her legal defense, despite the fact that she hasn't really used this for legal defense. Really, there's been no filings on her part, significant filings, over almost a year. Since August of last year, she really hasn't done anything. So what's going on? Where did all this money go? Didn't she have to use that for legal funds? Well, I called this out last year, and I am proven absolutely right yet again that she tucked some weasel words in here so she didn't get hit with scamming or fraud allegations. So if we turn back to the actual language that she tucked into that Give, Send, Go legal defense fund, you can see it says here, this fundraiser is to cover any and all legal fees associated with his complaint, talking about Ethan Klein. Any counterclaims I may have against him, well, she can't file any counterclaims if she defaults. That's totally gone. So that's some BS to begin with. And then saying any other bills and personal expenses from lost wages and damages arising from this litigation. So her whole horse is going to be bet on personal expenses and bills. So she used this for rent. She used this once again for the Big Mac fund, chowing down on Cheetos, fried chicken, whatever else she did. But I mean, she was not using this for this fund. And because of that, she's able to say, hey, I didn't scam you because I put personal expenses in there. So you can't sue me. You guys can't come back and say I defrauded you because, hey, I disclosed this could be my personal expenses. So in judgment here, looking at this, I absolutely believe that she clearly used this for her personal expenses chiefly. Because she really didn't do anything in this lawsuit significantly, her legal bills are probably no more than a couple $1,000s in this. Over totaling based on what she did. She really didn't have to spend more than that for what she's done so far. It really isn't that expensive to just go and have settlement negotiations, do some bare bones work, etc., and not even filing a response, a basic, short 1-2 page response, something very simple, is absolutely disgraceful. Having put up a legal defense fund, not even putting up a fight, not even taking this to summary judgment or a further stage where she could try to make an attempt to argue the law, try to do what Denham's did. She's not even gone as far as Denham's, right? Denham's at least shown, hey, she's willing to put up some level of fight in this. She hasn't even tried. Frogan has been sitting in her room, not doing anything with this. And if you look at the actual liability, it's going to be large. It's going to be over 200K
likely that statutory damages alone are up to 150K, and that doesn't include any of Frogan's profits or any of Ethan's lost revenue. So if they're able to cobble together 50 or 100K of lost profits or Frogan's revenue, something like that, as well as attorney's fees, because Ethan can tack his attorney's fees onto this, that certainly is going to be expensive, because we all know that Ethan has the best lawyers on this that are very expensive. That's certainly going to get over 200K. So we're looking at a six-figure amount. That's going to be a lot for Frogan, for someone who is constantly begging for money and saying she's broke. So what do I think her strategy is? I think it's to declare personal bankruptcy. I think her strategy all along has been to deplete these funds. So even if Ethan Klein wins, she can say, hey, that fund is empty. I already drained that fund. So you can't get anything from that. And I am personally broke. She will declare bankruptcy after the judgment. So, hey, you're not going to get anything from me. So I think that's her strategy. Now, that doesn't always work out. In some cases, there can still be liability attached. Now, that's going to be up for Ethan Klein to figure out that, fight that battle. But I think that's going to be her strategy in all of this. But without a doubt, we can say that Frogan ate it all. I want to know what you guys think in the comments below, and I will catch you on the next one.
Oh my god, my legs have been crossed for so long. You know what I want for breakfast? I want a fucking Jimmy Dean sandwich. And I want some moduro. I'll be right back. I gotta go make myself. Oh. I'm gonna go make myself some moduro and stuff. I'll be right back. I have to go to Adam's to borrow the microwave. Oh my goodness, I'm running out of paper plates.
our neighbors totally fucking badass murderer, dude. By the way, so many people know I fucking deal with that one. And I realize nobody's murdering anybody. Our search and rescue is just fucking John Arthur.
Today I don't feel like doing anything. I just want to eat more noodles. Yum! Oh, I'm gonna buy this every time. Oh, almost fell. Have you guys ever had plantain? Plantain, you take it, you let it go really ripe, and then you slice it into these like spear shapes, and you deep fry it. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, so many people like the stream. Thank you so much. So the reason I don't use the trimmer thingy is because I don't like machines. They make me uncomfortable. So I feel safe. I feel more in control with the scissors. And I may switch to clippers here and there as I get more confident. But right now, money, the more you try to climb on my lap, the saxophones are getting louder. That tricked her. She thought I was handing her something.
It's been a minute since we covered the Dune the King quartering 2 decades of grifting video. We got about halfway through this, and we've done 2 streams covering it. Probably gonna take 2 more. This is an amazing documentary, and like I promised everyone, I was gonna get through this.
These are so freaking good.
So without further ado, let's pick up right around where we left off. This was a decade of grifting with the quartering.
And like, if he gets done first, he's like, "What's going on over here?" I'm like trying to hold him off while I'm pissing, so I don't piss on him. I'm like, "God damn it!"
This is the part where he's pissing on his dog. Yikes!
Anyway, yes, I have pissed on my dog too.
Jeremy, facing undue stress, released a video in February because his channel performed poorly the day before.
People with red hair seem to be a little bit cooler and more exciting.
Seems to be 2 to 3 times a year. There is this algorithmic reset or a shadow banning. It goes by very different names, but if you've been around, you know.
You know what I've learned, by the way? What he's saying right now, it may have been true at one point years ago. I feel like the algorithm for YouTube has actually been very consistent for the better part of the past 2 plus mailbox, right? I will ebb and flow on my views. Yeah, I will get a lot of views. Way less the next week, and back and forth it goes. Welcome to the waves of the internet of what people want to watch. I feel like the algorithm.
You see this hat my husband bought me? It has solar panels and fans on it.
But it's pretty good. And anytime I'm seeing creators start crying about this kind of stuff right now, it does come across.
Oh my god, my aunt is sending pictures of my dad.
Maybe what you're talking about
from when my dad was a small boy.
Because the people are still watching stuff, just not.
My dad's been dead for like almost 30 years.
You have to look inward and wonder what you're doing as a creator and why people aren't watching you anymore.
That this channel has talked about it several times. My channel
being
affected very negatively by this most recent one.
Let me feed her. She's acting like she's hungry for the 8th time today. Money. There you go. Fucking asshole. Now I'm sitting on my hair.
I think he meant affected.
As much as 50%. Now, a lot of people might say, "Oh, people just are getting sick of your stuff," or I didn't really like it." No, I have a big enough subscriber base that to lose 50% of your video or views in a day is way bigger than just a few boring topics.
There are some videos I put out that I feel like are gonna do really.
She does
well,
love me very much.
Flat on their face. There are the videos,
but
that
really
I
she's
feel like are gonna
pretending
fall on
to
their
be
face and they
hungry.
do really well. I am not the arbiter of truth and the god of this realm. I just make the content that I want to make, that I feel like resonated with me, and a lot of people talk about with me that want me to cover it, and let the chips fall where they may. To cry about the content that you're putting out there and blame your audience is wild. Wild.
And I put out a tweet about it this morning, and more than a dozen other creators reached out to me confirming the exact same problems. It is super stressful. When this stuff happens, I pace around my house wondering about how to change my financial decisions, etc.
It sounds like this guy is in a financial hellhole. Like, I don't pace around my house wondering about my finances if the views are down. You know what I do? I get to work on what's happening to figure out what I want to cover next to see if we can get those views back up. Like, let's go. Let's do this. Take it as a challenge. What is this pity and wallowing that he does? Very weird.
And my employees wonder, and they see this type of thing. Mental stress that YouTubing, and look, yes, I know being a coal miner is more difficult. Being over the road truck driver is difficult too. I understand. Okay, I'm not complaining about. I'm not saying YouTube is the most difficult job.
This is when he starts digging. It's like, bro, stop.
Ever. But what I am saying is the mental toll that YouTube places on content creators like myself and others with lack of communication and transparency is unlike almost any other job.
As with the many other times Jeremy released a video on his channel's viewership, Social Blade shows no viewership variation for the month of February 2021.
Weird. So what he was saying was complete bullshit?
And despite it being the shortest month of the year, February outperformed the previous 6 individual months. Although it is also possible that Jeremy's videos were getting demonetized at a higher rate, or his earnings were simply just not satisfactory. Come March, Jeremy
To be
used...
fair, back in 2021, every video was 50-50, if not more.
I'm getting to look at pictures of my dad that I've never seen before.
Tried and tested method of inducing financial support. It begins with Zombie Kills, a controversial Twitch streamer that Jeremy...
I have like no pictures of my dad.
She was allegedly being harassed.
Like none.
Jeremy was being blamed for it. This Twitter user claimed that she was swatted, naming and blaming Jeremy for the event, and asking for his sponsors to abandon him, all while failing to provide evidence he did such a thing. Various creators came out in support of Jeremy while denouncing the Twitter user. Jeremy covered this situation on his channel, and the Twitter user deleted her tweet. Jeremy then released a video recapping the situation, emphasizing that he needed financial support during this time.
For myself and my staff. A lot of people forget, just for this.
It is not your viewers' responsibility to pay for your staff. It's, I would argue, it's not your viewers' responsibility to pay for anything. And this is coming from someone who is crowdfunding a lawsuit right now. I am very grateful when people donate to assist me with my lawsuit fund. I'm very grateful when people donate to assist me with my own life. Like, I'm super grateful. But nobody ever fucking owes that to me. I would never start a stream being like, people owe me money for this. That's so DSP that it's unthinkable. Like, how
The rug is not finished just yet. I was just getting to a point where I like was famished.
There's 4 full-time employees.
Jeremy...
That's not anyone's fault. That's your
I fucking love fried plantains.
Like Gerard the Completionist all over again with the open hand.
Oh my god.
Oh
They're
my
so
god.
delicious.
My employee's gonna suffer because of my poor decisions. How the fuck's that our problem, bro?
Would transition this into promoting his Subscribe Star, a Patreon alternative.
But we are now 47% of the way to essentially securing all of their jobs regardless of if these fools get my sponsors removed or something bad like that. Jeremy,
give me money in advance just in case they get my sponsors removed. Yeah, please. Just in case. Just give it to me up front right now.
also makes it clear that this was financial support for his
Have you ever tried the golden berry?
against anyone slandering him.
Have you ever tried a golden berry?
If he decided to go that route. This is a
I got it
screenshot
from
of
Trader
Jeremy's
Joe's.
Subscribe Star from February 24th.
It's called a Peruvian ground cherry.
On the right-hand side, all relating to support of his staff members or funding
It's called
supporting
family
website.
run.
While there is a percentage attached to them,
You wanna come
there
and
is
eat
no
one of
clear
them before
number
you go back?
attached to the goals. It is not possible to quantify how much Jeremy was earning, but it is possible to quantify support if only through how many likes and comments his post received. This post, published February 22nd,
Never mind, they're not good.
16 likes.
They
and
got
5
mold
comments.
on 'em.
On March 5th, after making the video requesting
I'm gonna plant them
this
instead.
post has significantly
Save the seeds for next year.
now to 68 comments and 161 likes. Optimally, Jeremy's goals could also be tracked by how much the percentage of the goals has increased. But this is not possible because he removed or edited the old goals. The new ones highlighting protecting himself from the cancel culture mob. Jeremy's finances would be a topic of a podcast he attended later in the month, spurred on by conversation of his wife's planes.
she had went to.
All right, let's get stoned
There,
and get back to
she's
it.
selling our gym plane. We don't have that gym pool money, so we have to sell the plane she has. No.
He owned a plane?
All right, all the boogers are out of my face now. Good. Let me get my soda.
What? Right, I understand his wife's a pilot. That's great. He owned a plane and he's begging for dollars. A plane is like hundreds of thousands of dollars. Holy shit, this guy.
Ow. Before she can get something else. Wait, she has a plane?
No, I don't do kickboxing, but
Plane. Yeah, that's a. You have a.
these are probably kickboxing gloves.
Yeah. It's not. I don't have Tim Pool. It's not a jet. But we're deciding which plane to buy after we sell the plane. Every time I say that, I'm like, yeah, please keep chatting me.
My cousins are texting me like crazy right now, sending me pictures of my dad.
He's the Mr. Burns of YouTube.
They're going through the family albums right now.
This situation before. You guys remember the Simpsons episode with Mr. Burns when he goes to the doctor? And the doctor's like, you should be dead, but you have every virus possible and it's blocking you from dying. That's Jeremy. When it comes to just clippable content, he has so much clippable content that you can't clip anything because this is too much stuff.
There's my daddy.
This is actually insane.
Yeah. Normally, financial
My dad with his mullet.
subscribers is enough to save Jeremy, enough to keep him motivated to grow. But something was different this time. The wealth he was incurring, the support he was receiving, was diminishing in its effect as he began taking
My daddy and me.
to face his life outside of work.
All the pictures are blurry like this, but look, here's my daddy and me.
He explores these feelings in a video uploaded in April titled "I've Been Kind of Depressed."
That's my dad, and that's me.
Before or after pumping his Xanax on screen.
Thinking about like, man, I don't have any kids, and all these things that pop in your head.
What a handsome devil.
I guess it's like a midlife crisis, so to speak. But not like
Third one this week.
like a crisis. I didn't go out and buy a Harley or anything like that.
No, you already have a plane.
But like, I've also been
Rednecks.
freaking grinding on YouTube for basically.
That's
the
why I
last
dye.
2
I
years,
dye my hair
daily
red
videos
because
on
red
one
hair is
or two
blonde and red
channels,
is just what is
multiple
the family
daily
color.
videos. This is really what kind
All
of was
red
motivating
hair
for me.
All red
A
hair.
bunch of people back.
That's my dad.
Star, which is like a free speech alternative to Patreon. Reality
Looks
is,
like Elliot.
because people chose to back me there, I could afford to maybe
That's
not
my
do
cousin.
5 videos a day, 5 days a week. And and that kind of started me thinking about like, okay, like maybe you don't have to work so much. So in terms of like mental health,
So cute.
This
Hey, I was just thinking about you today.
this online streaming. It takes a special mentality.
Wait, what?
This day in and day out. This sounds like someone who is Just
How do I
went
undo
back to
that?
the world, completely burned out.
Unhide
put
user.
everything into it and knows
Oh my god.
nothing else outside of
I
this.
accidentally
So he
just
has to
fucking
triple down,
muted
has
you.
to make this work for him because he has no other options. I think that's where the
Are you still here? I unhid it. I didn't mean to do that. Violet, I was literally just thinking about you today. I was like, what's that Violet Mango up to? And I went and checked and made sure that you canceled the Patreon. I was gonna remind you again, but I actually went and looked this morning to make sure that you did that. Dude, Z Rumpelstiltskin, I accidentally banned you. I hope that you find your way back, because I totally unbanned you as soon as I did that. I didn't mean to. Feel bad. More pictures. Oh my god, dude. They got my uncle. Yay, you're here. My uncle. This is my uncle. But other than the nose and the color of the hair, tell me that's not Elliot. Yeah, no, I told you like a month ago to stop paying for it. Or the last time I saw you, I said don't keep doing it. And so I checked this morning to make sure that you did. So maybe you didn't do it on purpose, but it did cancel, and I wanted it to. You were the only person who paid for my Patreon, and I don't want anyone paying for it. I maybe I'll do that today. Maybe I'll do that right now. Let's see if I have the energy to do it. So I'm thinking that I should change my Patreon, to like what
I'm attempting the impossible.
Dude. I think this is the one we have. I really hope it didn't just accidentally start a whole new one. Okay, how do I... Oh, shit. So this is a different account. Hmm. I guess I'm just gonna make a new one. I don't know, cause like, let me just see. Be right back. This is that one. It's not the wrong account, so this is where we're supposed to be. Okay. I want to change my email. Okay. Wait, what? I don't know the password. Oh, Heather. This is what you get when you... Thanks. Okay, so wait, what? Okay. I don't know what it is right now. Oh, that's why. Bro, I don't want to do this Apple Intelligence stuff, dude. I don't want to do it. It's forcing me to fucking do it. It will not let me do anything on my computer until I do it. That's fucked. Okay. Now I'm sitting on my hair. Okay, continue. Verify email. Okay, changed. What's up, bud? Butthole. Okay. Okay, but like, where do you change the name of your Patreon? Hmm. Okay. Okay. I'm so confused. Oh my Lord Jesus, thank you. Oh my god, I'm finally changing the name of the Patreon to Rugged Tuft. Thank you, God. Okay. What the fuck is equip? Okay. Weird. I don't know what any of that means. Okay. Thank you for motivating me to do this. I'm so grateful. So it just combined my two accounts because apparently there's an account you make as a person who signs up for fucking Patreon, and then you have to make a whole other account to sign up for. It's so weird, and they just updated it, so now you can combine your. Okay. Is this ever gonna work? Any day. Okay, let's disconnect and then reconnect that. Okay, Rugged Tuft. Good, good, good. Connected. There. Let's connect that again. Continue. Okay, so like, this is pretty cool. All of my social links are attached to the Patreon now. So that's pretty fucking cool. I like that. Why won't it do that? Why won't it let me connect it? selecting the thing. All right. Yeah, you're lying. The app is not better. What the hell? Where'd my picture go? Are you cereal bars right now? Okay. It deleted my freaking photograph for some reason. It doesn't show me like any of the people following me or like where aha. See all of your refund requests in one place. See your refund requests. No refund requests. Okay. Here we go. Now we're actually fucking cooking with some heat. Oh my god. Oh my god, I could sell my fucking rugs through here, you guys. That's cool. Oh. Cool. I'm gonna have to figure out how to operate all this. I can add people to my team? I could do a podcast. No way, that's cute. I don't think I have enough to talk about, though. Okay, so yeah, it's Patreon Rugged Tuft. Not the Rugged Tuft, just patreon.com/Rugged Tuft. I think. Cool. I can see who's a member. Apparently, I owe 3 behind the scenes contents. I should totally do. I'm gonna think about some stuff. Alright. Patreon's done. Onward and upward. Oh my god, Candace is on! How could I ever forget? Oh, it just started literally seconds ago. Fuck. Okay, we can't watch Candace yet. We gotta give it 5 minutes. I hate commercials. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to listen to commercials at Candace today because I don't want to fart with it anymore. Oh, buy a rug. So if you want to buy a rug, Instagram message me. That's the only place right now that I'm doing orders. My Instagram is the same as it is here. Easy to find. I don't have very many followers there. I think maybe like
happy
1,300.
Need everything. We are obviously plugged in. We see what is going on. We are also watching them tip into that unique phase of sheer arrogance. There's this sheer arrogance right now of the Epstein class. That's what they are. They are the Epstein class. They believe they have more money than God, right? They think their money can buy whatever they want, anything and everything. Their money can cover up murders and rapes. I tell you guys this though, I've been around. I've just seen these cycles in politics. The way Trump is speaking, I am MAGA, I'm a king. I know what we're looking at. It's a not so unique moment when Icarus flies a little too close to the sun, and you know what happens after that. So just relax, wait, get ready. Let's wait for midterms. Let's see what the king of MAGA can buy with his money. Anyway, the fallout from Victor Marx's interview yesterday is trending all across social media, and it inspired me to send out a few preservation letters in my ongoing lawsuit with Brian Harpole. Welcome back to Candace. All right, quick shout out to Nimi Skincare for supporting today's episode. I am very intentional about the brands that I work with, and Nimi is one that I actually use. Clean, simple skincare made here in America. So visit nimiskincare.com and use my code Candace10 at checkout for an additional 10%. Where should we begin? More happy news, I think. I'm just glad. I'm glad today that we made the decision to allocate as much time as he wanted to Victor Marx yesterday. Go ahead, go for it, buddy. Gubernatorial candidate to Colorado. And it was really something for a lot of reasons. I mean, as many of you commented, rarely do we get to see that sort of arrogance on display. There are a lot of little Icarus birdies flying around in America. Just a complete lack of self-awareness, believing that you are untouchable, that you graduated to some class of people that are do whatever they want and face no consequences. Also, as a side note, sort of incredible to see how many people Victor Marx had on his team, helping him out with that interview. He took to X afterward and posted this little shot.
Hey everybody, Victor Marx here. I just finished a podcast with Candace Owen that I think will never be forgotten. I want to appreciate my team, man. Look, I always say truth will prevail, and it did today. I'm not mad at Candace. I don't have any anger toward her. There's a couple times with passion in it because I am about protecting kids and Charlie's death. What I would say is, for those of you who said Victor doesn't debate, that was a 1 hour, no moderator debate. That's what I've always told us other candidates. Yeah, let's get face to face. So, look, all of this has started only because I entered into the political realm, period. And because I'm winning the governor's race. So, thank you all for your prayers. It mattered. It made a difference. We love y'all.
Indeed, it did, Victor. I think it did make a difference, and I do believe that truth prevailed. So we can agree on that in the end. So it really got people up in arms yesterday. If you did not have time to watch it, really, I would say it boils down to two things. First was the excuse that he offered, which included irrelevant social media posting statistics, or why it was that Victor Marx was seemingly the first person in Charlie's orbit to announce that Charlie had passed away. Remember, he told us that this declaration was completely standalone. He hardly watched the footage of Charlie getting shot. He said he watched it one time, but then for some reason, over an hour and 20 minutes later, he decided to formally announce that Charlie Kirk had passed away and to pray for Erica and the kids. He said he did this absent any confirmation, just vibes that he got from the special forces guys around him, knowledge about injuries. Somehow he felt that was enough information for him to fire up Instagram and report it to the world. Charlie Kirk did not make it. Take a listen to what he told me. It's important. Obviously, a big question that we have had is you were first to post a video that was later on removed saying that Charlie had passed. And this video was about an hour and 20 minutes before the president's announcement. It would have been to the minute about the time that his family found out that he had passed away, or people that were at the hospital had found out that he had passed away. So do you explain how you found that out and why you chose to remove the video?
Well, yeah, I'm first interested to find out why y'all think I was the first or one of the first, to do that? Because, I mean, a rough estimate, there's between 1 to 3 million pieces of social media content that are produced every second worldwide. And, my team looked it up. If there's 180 million posts per minute, and let's just say the first 30 minutes, we're talking 5.4 billion posts in 30 minutes. How could y'all narrow it down? What type of technology could y'all do to narrow it down that I was one of the first ones to post that he had that passed?
Let's put it in a context that's easier. The
Okay.
first person in Charlie's orbit that announced that information, and when we put it down to the minute, it was when Erica found out that Charlie had passed away. So I was wondering how that goes.
I had someone text me, and he said, my son is at Charlie's event, and Charlie was just shot. And it doesn't look good. We went on it. I watched Charlie being shot one time, and my team, many who are former special operations guys and combat medics, lots of experience, they viewed it multiple times because I wouldn't. And they said Charlie wouldn't live from that. And I knew it. I knew the only time I saw it, I knew there's no way he could have survived that. And when I made a post and said, Charlie's passed, of course, I know Frank Turret, I know the security teams. I put it up, and then I didn't see anybody else posting it. I thought it was premature, and I pulled it down because it just felt wrong that I would post it. But I wanted people to pray.
Yeah. I don't believe that for even 1 second because common sense. That's the thing that I suffer from. I know many people at home, you guys also suffer from this chronic condition in today's world. Common sense, Victor. You just said you're friends with Frank Turek, friends with the security guys. You told us elsewhere in the interview that Eileen and Erica, they got so close because, well, your wife, your bride, mentors Erica, right? You were so close to Charlie's security apparatus, in fact, that you were able to swiftly coordinate taking over for them a mere 48 hours later in Phoenix, remember? Yeah, you said, oh, they were tired, they were stressed. So you guys came in and your team took over the security apparatus. So we can bet, I think, confidently place a bet, that you didn't sit there texting nobody for an hour and then moving to simply guess that Charlie was dead. You were just sitting there twiddling your thumb, did all these contacts with people in the inner circle and said, I'm just going to wait 50 minutes and then I'm going to announce the world that Charlie's dead. That defies logic. I don't like when people expect me to be stupid, and that expects me to be stupid. It's how it works. Is that when you know people, when you're in the inner orbit, you utilize those resources to get information. You don't stand back and guess with the rest of the world. Kind of like how I was texting Andrew Colvett. Because why would I stand back and guess Charlie's condition when I know the people directly involved who can provide me with real information? Nobody would do that, Victor. You text people you know. I know Frank Turek. I know security teams. That's what you said, right? You text those people for information. And the obvious, sensible message to send initially is Charlie okay? What's going on? What's happening? OMG. I just saw the news. Is he okay? Now, if for some reason you opted not to do that, Victor, and you simply twiddled your thumbs for 50 minutes and then ventured to guess that he was dead and decided to post a selfie video, then that is extraordinary. That is, to me, extraordinarily suspicious. Okay? Here's what a normal text message exchange should look like between somebody who had no idea that their friend was going to be shot on September 10th and had access to people who could provide immediate updates as to what their friend's condition was. Okay? Here is a text exchange between me and Andrew Colvett on that day. Please say he's okay, I wrote. I don't know. Pray. Shot for sure, Andrew writes back. I said, we just prayed before I texted. Any details on where he was shot? I'm freaking out. He says, in the neck head area. I said, I saw the footage. I cannot deal with this. Do you see the problem here, Victor? You're saying that you didn't do that. You didn't do that. You didn't text for an update. You had no idea what was going on. You just were sitting around. Wife didn't text. You were sitting around, and you Terrell Farnsworth did, right? You decided for an hour, do nothing until it was time to record yourself. You texted nobody that you had access to, and then you randomly hopped onto Instagram in selfie mode to declare to the world that Charlie was dead prematurely, absent any intel. I don't believe that for 1 second. That story has about as much credibility with me as a 3-year-old beheading a cat and wearing it on his head. I actually would rank the 3-year-old beheading the cat and wearing it on his head as more likely. That registers to me as less fiction than the story that you are telling, that you're telling me that I'm supposed to believe to transpire on that day. So then I'm forced to ask myself, Victor, why would you say it? Why would you say it? It's so easy to instead say, well, reason why I was first to text it 15 minutes later, which is about the time Erica found out. Well, me and my bride, we're close to Erica. That's what you could say. We were close to Erica. We were in that inner sanctum, and we found out. I don't know. Maybe we messaged Andrew Colbat. We messaged the security team. That wouldn't be weird, right? Actually, Frank Turek and the security team should have been the first to know that Charlie was dead. They took him to the hospital. So why instead try to sell to the public that you took a random shot in the dark? If I had to guess, I would say it's because you're protecting someone. Who is that someone? Maybe you're protecting something. What is that something? The good news is that I actually don't have to guess because I'm currently being sued by Brian Hooper, head of Charlie's security team. And since you mentioned that you were in communication with the security team, so much so that you were able to relieve them of their duty, that's what you said elsewhere in the interview, you took over the security apparatus. That's why you were with Erica and were able to hug her, and Eileen were able to provide such relief to the team. They were tired, they were traumatized. I imagine that took some communication. Your communications with the security team during those critical hours might be relevant to you. Maybe Brian or Dan communicated to you that they felt that they didn't do all that they could do. Maybe that's why they were traumatized. I don't know. I really don't know, Victor, but I'm going to need to find out because I'm being sued for defamation. Which is why we sent earlier today Victor Marks' legal preservation letter. And I hope that we can get to the bottom of what actually transpired on that day. And I think Victor might be able to help, right? Because he did, in fact, say this. And then you were among the first to post, obviously you and your wife. Actually, maybe it was actually just you in the first 2 days that went to Erica and Charlie's place to provide her some comfort. So you were quite close to Erica.
We brought our team immediately to help give relief for the first security team, who I knew when I was in contact with. And they were suffering trauma and exhaustion. They didn't have a secondary. So, yeah, we went there. Of course, my bride was with me. Her and Erica are very, very close. And we were just standing by to bring comfort or help. The number one need they had, and we felt like it, and we were asked to, is to provide security to give relief. So that's what we did.
Why is it muted?
An admission regarding what he texted Erica while she was at the hospital raised even more eyebrows online because here's what he said.
And then I contacted Erica through a text and told her. I just told her that nobody's going to kill you. You're safe. You and the kids. No one's coming after you. They just wanted Charlie. And I was just trying to reassure her. Because
so you declared he was dead on the basis of people saying it didn't look good.
On the basis of people, myself included, who've held dead and dying men from combat in horrible situations. And anybody who saw the killing and has that experience know We knew he was dead instantly.
You guys were thinking he got the 30-06 wound when he didn't. They didn't actually see the video. Everyone was planning on it being a huge wound.
They only wanted to kill
But
Charlie
it didn't
because
actually
they're
turn
fine.
into a
How could
huge
you say that? Would
wound.
that be your first
And so
episode?
now
I don't
they're
feel like
still
that's the
operating on the script that it was.
we're missing something, and hopefully we can start to put the puzzle pieces together, because we also sent out some more preservation letters. I also sent one to Paramount, not so tactical. I am willing to get into the weeds here. It is odd. Everything they are saying is odd. Everyone around Erica is just odd, right? Who would say those things? Who would text her not to see if their husband is dead or alive, of sane, but then swoop in to say they only wanted to kill Charlie, you're all good? And there's something else that I learned that I hadn't shared. I actually learned this some time ago, but today feels like a good time to do so. And let me preface this with the fact that this came from Erica. So it is, of course, plausible, always plausible, that she lied. But I can confirm that she said it to multiple people. Not to me, but to multiple people. I have evidence of that. In the weeks following Charlie's assassination, she shared with people that Charlie and her were due to sign updated end of life documents on September 15th. Let me say that again. Charlie and her had an appointment and a date to sign updated end of life documents on September 15th, the Monday after he died. That is remarkable timing. That Charlie was just about to update his will, but then he didn't make it to Monday.
Oh,
Like I said,
cool.
I trust
Painting is
the
hard.
foresight on
I
this
can't.
one. So how are we to interpret?
I've always tried
We have
and
two
failed.
options here.
Too
Neither
many
one of them is
options out there.
particularly a positive outcome for Erica.
I get
Option one is that
overwhelmed and
Erica
paralyzed with
lied when
options.
she shared this information. Okay, perhaps it's totally plausible. She said it out of insecurity, feeling that people might wonder why she was taking over his entire company. Remarkably, despite having the ability to present that in his will, corporate will, his personal will, to say, I express this is my desire, Charlie hadn't particularly documented that desire, or else he would have been told that. So this would sort of rank similar to her telling Megyn Kelly that Charlie had only just expressed an aspirant 3 weeks before his untimely death, but he was abandoning his 10-year publicly expressed desire for women to prioritize their home life and their children above climbing the corporate ladder. It was, in my opinion, not something that he actually said outside of AI tools, but something that they thought they would have to pretend he said to assuage public questions and concern about the seemingly contrary move. So that's an option. There's an option that she just said that to someone in the same vein. Oh, you're probably wondering why I'm taking over his whole life here, why I'm going to be on that Air Force board, and why I'm going to be giving speeches and going on tour and being the CEO and chairman. Well, Charlie, it was crazy timing. Charlie was actually just about to update his end of life documents to reflect his brand new feminist desires that he had come on very quickly 3 weeks before his untimely passing. Alas. Right? That's an option. That's an option. She just lied. Option two is that Erica is not lying, and that Charlie and her did indeed have an upcoming appointment on September 15th to adjust his will and testament. Then the question becomes, to what end and why? Okay? You don't just update your will for funsies. Okay? That's not how it works. If you don't have a will, you just don't do that. It's a lot of paperwork, especially for somebody as fly high as Charlie Kirk. Especially if you're saying you're going in and you had an appointment to do it. That's you're this is not a little update that's happening. There are life events, right? Every time I have a child, you have to add a kid to your will. Okay, so they already get it. We're going to divide this amongst the children. There's one more kid. That gets done via email. When you are going in to do an update, there has to be a life event that warrants that sort of a change. Example, you hit the lottery. Oh, we hit the lottery. We've got billions. let's get into that office and update our will and testament. Okay. Maybe you would do it if you completely decided to switch who you were doing your life insurance with for some reason. Maybe you get a better deal. I don't know. That might be, generally speaking, another reason that you were going in to change your will. It signals that there was a major shift in your personal life. So the question, the necessary follow-up question, if Erica is telling the truth, is what was this life-changing event? What was the reason that Erica and Charlie were just about to go in on the 15th to update his end of life documents? Okay, there was no new kid. Which again would not require you to go in most circumstances. Could be different in Arizona. What's the change? And lest we forget, Charlie already had a corporate life insurance policy, which included, I am told, a $10 million payout for Erica and the children. He could have listed desires, his corporate will, his personal will, if he wanted Erica to become the CEO and chairman, since everybody is telling the Daily Mail. He said it so many times. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter if that video exists or I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. The real thing is that every time, everywhere, in every place, people had side conversations with him and he would just mention it. Charlie, you want some coffee? No, what I actually want is for my wife to take over my company in the event that I get shot. That was it. Everyone knows it. It's just a known. Let me tell you guys something. Again, as sufferers of chronic common sense, in literally every murder mystery ever in real life and within the world of fiction, a will change or a desired will change on Monday in the near future amidst an unexpected death event is something that investigators typically pay attention to. So investigators, if you'd like to reach out to me to receive the names of the people who Erica disclosed this information to, I would be happy and willing to provide it. Anything to assist in the non-investigation of Charlie Kirk that is happening from the FBI, the SBI, and the state of Utah. Let me know how I can not help. If Erica is telling the truth, I cannot think of a life event that would have warranted a change in Charlie's will. There may have been one, but in the midst of Charlie telling people that $10 million was missing from his company, allegedly, in the midst of him establishing a Doge internal audit to locate this alleged $10 million, which was subsequently canceled in the wake of his death, that audit was canceled. Why? In the midst of him texting those closest to him and saying, they're going to kill me. Tomorrow, I think I am going to be killed. I am fully within my right to wonder if he realized that there were a few snakes in his garden. Who was going to benefit from his death? Did Charlie actually make the appointment alone? Actually, that's a possibility too, right? Were his communications being monitored? He tried to carve out an appointment because he was fearful of some death event, as he expressed. And did he try to radically then shift, learning that he had suspected somebody was taking money, siphoning money out of Turning Point USA, that his life was not what he thought it was? He's asking, I want Candace back. Why? Why does he want Candace back? Because I told him not to trust any of those people. All of the people that the world now sees are the snakes that were in Charlie's garden. I saw them first, and I warned Charlie about those people. So what happened? Were they monitoring? I believe, I know everyone had access to everything. Andrew Prolet was running his Twitter. Mikey had his laptop. I mean, everybody did have access to Charlie's everything because he was too trusting. Did they find out somehow that he was going in to change his will? I don't know. But these are questions that ought to be asked when the entire narrative that is currently being presented to us makes entirely no sense. And when his wife just seems okay with it making no sense. Actually, just a little adjacent story. Sidebar here. Remember that grieving widow we told you about a few months ago? The one in Utah, ironically, who was found guilty of murdering her husband out in, but like not instantly. Corey Richens was her name. Her husband died of an overdose. She then wrote a children's book and went on a public book tour to promote how to cope with loss, the loss of a with her grieving children. Are You With Me by Corey D. Richards. The media ate that up. Here is a little quick clip to jog your memory about Corey on tour as the grieving widow.
Parent, a sibling, or a friend talking about loss with kids can be a tricky subject. Joining us now is author of Are You With Me? Corey Richards share her 3 C's to helping kids cope with grief. And Corey, I want to start with your story. What happened in your personal life? So my husband passed away unexpectedly last year. So it's March 4th was a 1-year anniversary for us, and he was 39. It completely took us all by shock. And we have 3 little boys, 10, 9, and 6. And, we my kids and I kind of wrote this book on the different emotions and grieving processes that we've experienced last year. And, hoping that it can kind of help other kids, you know, um, deal with this and kind of find happiness some way or another, and to make sense and process. I'm sure, and I'm sure you felt that going through and trying to explain it and articulate it for you and your boys. Yes, exactly.
A month later, she would be arrested over a year after her husband had passed away. And I wanted to mention that because changing wills, changing life insurance policy was a huge piece of the prosecution's case against her. See, her husband, Eric Richens, also her victim, gratefully and successfully managed to transfer his entire estate and business interests into his sister's name covertly. A few weeks before he passed away, before he was murdered, he was feeling like someone might kill him and that someone was his wife. And so he coordinated with his sister and transferred everything into her name. His wife had no idea that he had done it shortly before he died. And out of fear for figuring out who his wife was. Simultaneously, the court heard that Corey herself attempted to change the beneficiary of his corporate life insurance so that she would receive it 100% of the payout. But she got caught. Both of these changes signaled to the jury that something was amiss. Eric was terrified of his wife. Like I said, fortunately for Eric, he had people in his orbit and in his life that he was actually able to trust that information, that he was able to trust when he said, I think she's going to kill me. Anyway, that's just an aside. I will reiterate my earlier point that any attempted or recently accomplished will changes surrounding an unexpected death event should be further investigated. So, you guys reach out to me, investigators. I'm here and ready to help. I suspect I won't be hearing from you. And dare I say, Erica, if you're interested. No, of course not. We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys, I used to think that great skincare had to be complicated. Like if I wasn't using 10 different products, I wasn't doing enough. And then I found Mimi's 3-step anti-aging routine, and it has changed everything. It's simple, it's fast, and my skin has never looked better. Step 1 is the vitamin C cleanser. It leaves my skin feeling fresh and clean without that dry, tight feeling. Then I use the peptide moisturizer during the day for hydration and firmness. And at night, the Renewal Night Cream is my favorite part. I wake up looking rested, smoother, and glowing. That's it, just 3 steps, morning and night. And what I love most is that Mimi focuses on ingredients that actually work without making skincare feel overwhelming. So if your bathroom counter is overflowing with products that you barely use, maybe it's time to simplify. Mimi's 3-step anti-aging routine makes taking care of your skin feel easy again. Check out Nimi Skincare today at nimiskincare.com and use code Candace10 at checkout for a special discount. That's nimiskincare.com with promo code Candace10 at checkout. I also want to tell you guys about Cozy Earth, because if you live in the South, then you know summer heat somehow finds its way inside too. By the end of the day, I do not want heavy clothes on. I don't want thick fabric, and I definitely don't want to feel overheated trying to relax at home. That's why I have been loving my Cozy Earth brushed bamboo jogger set lately. It is seriously one of the softest things I own. But what really sold me is how cooling and breathable it feels. The viscose from the bamboo fabric is lightweight without feeling thin. So even when
Sure
the
wish
house
I
feels
could
warm,
fast
I still feel very
forward
comfortable in it.
past these
These sets are perfect for
fucking
slow mornings with
ads.
coffee, getting ready for bed, working from home, and for any tasks that I need done throughout the day. Plus, Cozy Earth backs everything with a 10-year warranty and a 100-night sleep trial, so you can try it completely risk-free. This spring, give yourself the kind of comfort that lives with you all day, not just the moment that you get home. So head to cozyearth.com and use my code Candace at checkout for an exclusive 20% off. That's code Candace for an exclusive 20% off. And if you see a post-purchase survey, mention that you heard about Cozy Earth right here. You know, the people who brought forward that information that I've been sitting on for a while, I would say they have unimpeachable character. Unimpeachable character. No motives that people would be able to assign to that, never be able to say, oh, this person said this. They came forward because they thought it was weird, because it is weird. It could not be weird. Maybe there's a reason Charlie wanted to do that at the same time that he thought people were going to kill him and he wanted to conduct a Doge audit. Maybe, I don't know. But I'd certainly like to find out. And something else that they said that was mentioned, which was later confirmed by the Daily Mail in their investigation into the AI video, was that Eric also communicated that a Turning Point USA board member was going to be helping them with those changes. Interestingly enough, you might recall from that Daily Mail article that they said that they spoke to a TPUSA board member who said that he was helping with those affairs. I wonder who that is. It's probably one of the people that signed the letter announcing Erica, and this is if I'm just taking a shot in the dark. I would imagine it was one of the board members who announced that Erica was going to be the CEO of the Caramel. Maybe like a Doug DeGroot, Mike Miller, I don't know. Like I said, if I was an interested investigator, these would be some crumbs that I would follow. As an update and moving on, I wanted to let you guys know that I am still being ghosted by the White House. It's depressing, really. I've never been ghosted. Ashley, my producer, has never been ghosted. This is the first time. It feels weird. I feel like I was left on red. The White House Correspondents' Dinner communications are very relevant, which is why we filed an FOIA request. Erica Kirk, written in as an emotional asset, just over an hour after shots are fired, not concerned about safety, but in making sure that that video is #1 in the morning. That is not something that we are going to let go. We need to keep the pressure on Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA, okay? It's working. We are getting more information. They're making more foolish decisions. I mean, how ill-advisable to go to the Daily Mail to say, we're going to host a little private screening with you. What was it, on Zoom or something? And we're going to show you how real this video is. It's so real. We're the victims of the conspiracies, even though we're the ones that presented the video to telling people that it existed, and then decided to have Erica walk out to just the audio of it. They just think they're smarter. That's what so many little Icarus birdies just flying so close to the sun. We've got power. We've got money. We've got Epstein class connections. We could do whatever we want. We'll see about that. Vengeance does not belong to me. Nope, not at all. But I've just seen it so many times. People like this who just think that they have enough power to be bad people, to lie, and to dupe the public. They're not regular. They've classed up. Okay. Anyway, regarding the White House Correspondents' Dinner, we will keep the countdown going and see how far this goes. I want to provide you guys also with a very quick update on the Tyler Robinson case. I think people had some questions yesterday because there was much ado about nothing in the press, a ton of articles being spun out to suggest that Tyler Robinson wanted to conceal the evidence from the public. He wants the evidence sealed from the public. And the headlines, of course, were not representing reality. That's why they don't want, by the way, cameras in the courtroom. I do. I'm glad there will be cameras in the courtroom, but this has been their fear, that the headlines are not representing reality. And yesterday was a prime example. This was the headline in Fox News: Tyler Robinson hearing the defense vies to restrict evidence and testimony in the Charlie Kirk assassination. AP News: lawyers for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk asked to seal evidence in parts of a key hearing. News Nation: lawyers for the accused Charlie Kirk shooter seek to seal evidence in court. Okay, so let me walk you through what is actually happening. In short, there is no change. Okay? The preliminary hearing is fast approaching. We discussed this. The defense still has not received their discovery requests. So effectively, the state, the victim, Erica Kirk, they want to be able to present during this preliminary hearing all of this evidence that has not been prodded by the defense. Evidence that ultimately, when they get to the trial, they may say it's inadmissible because it's inadmissible. They can't argue that's inadmissible right now because they don't have the means to argue it. So what they're saying is, if we must go through with this preliminary hearing, if you are insisting that this has to happen and we are not going to receive our discovery requests, then you should seal the quote unquote evidence in case it becomes inadmissible down the line. There's evidence of that. Should we pull that page from the Tyler Robinson's filings where they list everything that they're asking to be sealed and they demonstrate in the column why they want it sealed? Okay, we could pull it up later, but they're explaining very carefully. Hey, we want this sealed. We want this sealed because they're going in with hearsay evidence. They're bringing 5 officers to say things. They're going to have Lance Twiggs' testimony to say things. We need to be at a further place in this. You're going to testify and show these text messages. You're going to show this. You're going to show that. We don't even know if these text messages are real. So what would happen if they allowed the prosecution to present those text messages and they were not under seal? What would happen is exactly what you just saw. You would have Fox News, you would have News Nation, you would have Paramount Not So Tactical, and their influencer orbit of people saying, booyah, booyah. See, these messages, they're in court, so now it's real. They think the public is stupid and that they will not be able to sort through down the line. They think if you're first across the finish line, if we can just show this in court, people will think that it has been vetted and it's legitimate. And so they are saying, don't give the media the opportunity to spin something that may ultimately be proven inadmissible because it's fraudulent. And here is the documents that we're going to pull up here. We can get to that page that just shows left and right. Here's 31, the case in point, the FBI DNA report, right? The towel, the screwdriver, they haven't even been able to see this stuff. They have not, they said they weren't even able to see the gun. Listed 32, the ATF ballistics report. Yeah, they want this stuff sealed because ultimately, if they can't actually go through it and prove that it is legitimate or understand their methods for how they presented it, they may down the line say to the jury, never mind, that's inadmissible. So do not color the public, do not color jury with stuff that down the line may ultimately mean nothing. It makes perfect sense. There is no change. All right, you guys, I do want to shift gears here. I do not often weigh in on the podcast wars, so to speak. I think because I'm usually the one that's at the center of that.
She's gonna talk about Jeremy.
Really, or last week rather, that really bothered me, and it bothered me for 2 reasons. I obviously like Joe Rogan. I am friends with Joe on. He's literally one of the best people that I know. My children absolutely adore him. I tell you that. He's just exactly what you think he is. Exactly what you get on his show is who he is, and he is like the fun uncle, the funkle that everybody wants. And I had seen earlier, I think it was a few months ago, that Joe Rogan had discussed Theo when he was sitting across from him. And Theo was rightfully venting about the Epstein class and the pedophile class. And it sort of seemed like Joe Rogan's response was to treat Theo Von like a child that was just crazy and needed to just chill out. And it's the way we all feel. We're very frustrated with the system. I said, okay, whatever. They're just 2 guys talking. But then Theo Von was not in the presence of Joe Rogan. And he was sitting across from someone discussing Theo Von's SSRI usage. And this is what Joe Rogan said, and it caused quite a bit of backlash. Take a listen.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn's going through the exact same thing. Last time he was on the podcast, he was explaining it to me. It freaks me out because I know Theo's had conversations before, like even publicly. He had a Netflix taping, and it didn't go well. It was like they actually they shelved it. They never used it. There was all these stories from people that were there saying he bombed. I think he just had a kind of a breakdown when he was talking to the crowd. And there's a video of it where he said, the people were saying, "Hey, we still love you. Thank you. Look, I'm trying not to take my own life. That's what I'm trying to do right now." Yeah. And like you hear stuff like that, and you just go like, "Oh, Jesus Christ!" I've known too many people that I didn't think were going to kill themselves, and then did. And then he goes down these spirals where he starts talking about world events and freaking out. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. Like, I got to help this dude. And so I send him things about people getting off of them. And apparently there's some doctors that specialize in getting people off of them. But here's the thing about that chemical imbalance thing. That's not real. They used to think that that was what these things do, that they treated a chemical imbalance. But then recently, studies have shown that that is not what they do. They don't exactly know what they do. And they kind of numb you in some sort of a way that helps some people.
So, to the portion that I very much agree with Joe Rogan on, which is the very end, which didn't require anything about Theo Von, which is my personal opinion about the drugs they put people on for emotional reasons. And I very much have shared my story of how lucky I was that I had a friend in college that when I went through a breakup and was boohoo crying, and the doctor wrote me a prescription of Xanax, was like, you don't need Xanax. That's a human emotion. Like, why would you want to take something that's going to stop you from feeling a human emotion? Nothing's wrong with you. It turns out you're just human. And so I get that part of the conversation. It was just sort of presenting as I'm being compassionate by talking about Theo Bond. Like, if he actually was in this dark place and his whole life was coming apart and he wanted to take his own life, that certainly wouldn't be the thing that helped him. That would actually be the thing that maybe tipped him over the edge, right? And so I looked at that and I said, what is that actually? What are we doing here? And kind of caging it like you're a friend and you're concerned, when any person who is concerned as a friend would not publicly do something like that. So I thought it was really icky, and I was not happy about it. And then I didn't say anything about it. I'm only saying something now. Because I watched the back and forth. Theo responded to that clip because it went viral and people were equally as like, what is that? And Theo Von responded and said, "This is mostly cap." That's slang, by the way. I don't really know what it means. He's cooler than me. Sad to see this kind of stuff. I'm doing great. I'm a human being, which is a rocky ride, but I'm doing fine. Thanks. And yeah, being a human being is a rocky ride, and you never know the context of what somebody is saying to someone, whether they're kidding when they say something. Like, he told me he was wildly taken out of context and was like, "Oh, I'm trying not to kill myself," and everyone got all concerned. And so yeah, I just didn't love it. I did not love it. And what I did really love, though, was that Joe Rogan did something he's never done in the history of his show, where he just recorded him apologizing. And I don't think it was motivated for selfish reasons. I really don't. I think I sense his sincerity in this. I don't think it was like, whoa, people are all mad at me, because people have been mad at him very many times in the past, and he's not apologized in this way. And I just wanted to play that because very rarely in the podcast space do you ever see anyone apologize for anything. There's so much arrogance, and this was cool, so I'm gonna play it.
I apologize to Theo. He knows I love him, and he said that, and we laughed and we joked around about it, and I apologize for the way I talked about this, but I felt like I need to explain to other people to get just like what was going on in my mind out. And it certainly wasn't like covering for Israel, and it certainly wasn't like trying to paint him out like he's damaged or treat him like a child. I just want him to be okay. And when you're dealing with someone, or when you have like had experience dealing with someone where it winds up going very badly, and then you're just left with this feeling like, what could I have done? I didn't do a good job of it. Especially like the Marcus King thing. Like, that's terrible what I did. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to. You don't think sometimes when you're in the middle of a podcast, you're just having a conversation. You don't think about the impact that it's going to have.
Yeah, but you should though, Joe, because like seriously, you've been doing this for 30 years.
It's like you're in the middle of trying to be entertaining, but you're also just having a conversation. And I f***ed up. So because I felt so badly about it, it was like, there's got to be a way to address this where I just express myself. And so that's why. We've never done this before. We've never done this kind of a thing after a podcast, but Theo's very important to me. She's an awesome person, a great friend, and one of the most interesting and funny people I've ever met in my life. And I just felt terrible about it. And I told him I'd never bring it up publicly again, but I think it is important to let people know that aspect of it. So I'm going to call him and clear this with him and make sure he's cool with me saying this, but I'm pretty sure he's going to be. And that's it. So I'm a human and I'm flawed like all of us, and I f*** up, and it's probably not the last time. It's definitely not. I'm going to f*** up again. But my intention is never to hurt anybody, ever.
easily the coolest thing I've ever seen on the Joe Rogan Experience, because it was basically what Theo talked about. We're all human, we make mistakes. And he's right, like, especially me. I really do say things like I am talking to my friends on the podcast. That's real. You can just kind of forget that you're live and you like, it'd be weird. You're like, Joe Rogan, you're number one. You should know what you're saying at all times. Well, he's doing hours and hours of podcasting, and it is sometimes you just forget yourself when you're deep into a conversation and you think you are alone with the person, me, I guess, just talking to you guys. And then I'm like, ooh, did I say that? I'm thinking of like minor situations where I've said something and I'm like, gosh, I really didn't even recognize that. So I just think it's a little like more of that, I think. And it's just cool to see people resolve something in a very human way. And I thought that was just a rare, happy thing that happened in politics. And I thought it was a good thing for me to end on that since I was basically going to breathe fire this entire episode. So I just need to calm myself down with a nice story. Anyway, we'll take a brief break and we'll get to your comments. All right, you guys, you know those days when you just feel off? As a mom, I've had plenty of them between juggling work, family, and everything else. Eating perfectly balanced meals every day just is not realistic. That's why I started paying close attention to what might be missing from my nutrition. Balance of Nature makes it very simple. They use real whole food ingredients, fruits and veggies, take them through a special vacuum cold process to help preserve nutrients. Then it's all powdered and put into an easy daily routine with no fillers or unnecessary additives. And here's the thing that I love, those natural colors, smells, and flavors in fruits and vegetables. They come from phytonutrients, exactly what our bodies need more of. So if you've been curious, a great place to start is their whole health system that includes fruits and vegetables, plus fiber and spice supplements, 47 whole food ingredients in total. So whether you've been on the fence for a long time or it's the first time that you're hearing about them, I recommend that you go to balanceofnature.com to get 10% off their fruits and veggies supplements with promo code Candace at checkout. That's balanceofnature.com with code Candace at checkout. I also want to tell you guys about American financing because between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you should know that you're not alone. And if you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but maybe hesitated because you didn't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, that's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan. It's a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate so that you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off that high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify, so call American Financing today at 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's americanfinancing.net/Owens. American Financing, America's home for home loans. All right. Who's excited for Hunter Biden tomorrow? Come on. I know you guys are excited for that. I'm excited for you guys to see it. That will be at 5:00 p.m. Eastern. So, yeah, I'll be snooping in the chat. I think I'll be doing that. Top comments from yesterday's episode regarding Victor Marks. Ballistic Bud writes, "I'm a veteran, served 3 times more than him. We do not stand with that guy." Yeah, remember his like bizarre. It was 3 years, 2 years. Talk about just coming across generally soft and unfit to serve in the armed forces. That was an example of exactly that. Get alone to be trying to lead an entire state of Colorado. I don't think that works if you're that soft and fragile. Ultraviolet writes, "I survived Victor Marks," is what most of us are feeling right now. Yeah, definitely thinking people that say that they were emotionally abused by him, that's tracking for me. I'm a vibe person, and I feel like the vibes are there that he could, in fact, be guilty of just that. All right, comments from today's episode. Oops, opened the wrong document. 7 Sheets writes, "Any news on Erica Kirk rushing to trademark Charlie's name, and his parents, bless them, are suing her over this? Is this what a widow would do for a power money grab, and why without the consent of his parents, prayers, and faith?" I think that was just an internet rumor. I never heard that. I had never received any information about that. And I don't know that I would imagine Charlie's name is already trademarked, possibly. I don't know what trademarks were filed. I guess we can look and see that, and you can check the dates. I have not done that trademark search, but yeah, I would imagine that that is not the circumstance. And I think a lot of rumors were flying around, and that one kind of went more viral than some other ones. ZA Mitch writes, "Congressman Thomas Massey was France Fade yesterday. Unfortunately, the battle is physical, the war is spiritual. Devil's overplaying his hand. I will leave it at that. It is you. It only works if people believe it's real. You know what I'm saying? Power works when people believe it's real. Because power is actually quite fragile. So when people begin to recognize that they are being ruled over, like when the slaves look up and recognize that actually they're on a plantation, that's not good. It's one of the reasons why slaves are not allowed to learn how to read the slave codes. Like it was actually such a insistent slave code that even if you were a slave owner and you were caught teaching a slave how to read, you would also face penalties and fines and punishment because, yeah, they need you to be ignorant. That's the point. They need you to be stupid. And people are not stupid right now. They get what's going on. And so I personally like the phase where they get arrogant. I like this phase where they start saying the things that they're saying. And like I said, I've seen it happen a great many times, and we are headed in that direction with the Epstein class. Two-Tone Tommy writes, there are two sets of cojones between Brigitte and Victor. There is one set of cojones between Candace and Victor ain't got it. I don't want cojones. I don't want cojones. Yep. But I get what you're saying. At the point that you're making, Victor just registered to me as a bit unstable, emotionally unstable. Happy says he's working on it. I have no doubt that he probably did not have a peachy childhood. Actually, frankly, I liked his family. They reminded me a lot of my family. Just Southern people, and like one side of my family at least. Southern people seemed like people that cared and had dignity and respect and a sense of honor about their ways, even if things were a bit crazy growing up. That's the vibe I got. Mandy writes, the urgency by our government to build these data centers, which drain our drinking water supply and strain our local grids, needs to be talked about. We talked about it last week. I think everybody is talking about it, and they should continue to talk about it. And within your community, when they are trying to do these sorts of things, you need to cause an uproar. There are more of us than them. Something Charlie always said to me, what is one thing that every single slave civilization since the beginning of time had in common with one another? And the answer is there were always more slaves than masters. So think about that. Zach Costello show. Oh, I've watched some of your episodes, Zach Costello. Hello. Zach writes, the timeline of Charlie to car, drive to hospital, surgeon, and Andrew Colbert finding out puts Victor Marsh's Instagram post at exactly within the time frame that his closest inner circle was finding out. Someone informed him, in my opinion. I totally agree with you, Zach. That's the point we were making. It was right around the timeline when Erica finds out. It's actually a little bit before when Andrew Colbert finds out. So that signals to me that someone in the hospital, perhaps the security team or Erica, informed him that Charlie was gone. Just putting together the blue clues. I definitely don't think he was just wagering a guess. That doesn't register right to me. Or maybe he was a part of the Israel chat because, like I mentioned the other day, Pastor Jack Hibbs and that little orbit of TPUSA faith-adjacent people-ish were also among the first to say that Charlie had passed and that for some reason Israel knew first. I don't know why they knew first. Who knows why Israel knew first? Israel didn't do nothing. They've never done anything other than assassinate a sitting president of the United States. Abdallah Cab writes, Candace, what do you think about the shooting at the mosque in LA? It is the first time that I have seen mass shooters take their own life. Is it another attempt to place a wedge between Christian America and Muslims? I actually did not follow that story, so I'm a bit uneducated, but I will just say more broadly speaking, the attempt to pull Christians and Muslims apart and keep them warring with each other has become very evident. And I always speak about 9/11 and the intentional brainwashing that took place across my generation, making us every day never forget 9/11, stand up at 9 a.m. and 11 minutes every day. And for a moment of silence, that was what was going on at my high school, to drive this fear of Muslims, have us thinking that they are radical. And I think that now our generation is grown up and we have some different ideas and opinions about who could have been around 9/11, who benefited from those Middle Eastern wars, which subsequently took place. Certainly wasn't America, and it certainly wasn't Christians. I will leave it at that. James the Least writes, if I wanted to be governor of Colorado, I wouldn't go on one of the biggest podcasts in the country and say absolutely nothing about why I should be governor. On the other hand, if I had a lot of money to launder, what easier way to do that than to run for office? I think we have the worst options that people that are running. I don't know how Ed Gallerin is not just embarrassed to be alive, honestly, to not even run and to have everybody know what you are, effectively a prostitute, right? You're just a prostitute. You know that. You had no crowd. You had to have The camera zoomed in real close to your face so people couldn't see the no crowd that showed up, even to your victory party. Nobody was there. I just think we need to bring back culture of shame. And as a man, that should kill you. You should die from embarrassment automatically, right? You just like, as a man, I'm just going to pass away, testosterone deficiency or something. That's if I was Edgar Wright, that's what I would expect. But I guess we're in a different generation. People are pansies and people are like, money. Yay. I'm just going to do what I can to get rich and vote how they tell me to vote. Yeah, you're a slave too, Ed. So just you think you're one in the house. That's all that is. Sorry, guys, that was a little harsh. I am not being very nice today. Just I gotta chill. I have got to chill ASAP. New merch available on the website if you would like to support us and support people who are not bought and paid for. The easiest way to support our show is to head to candaceowens.com, buy some merch, buy yourself a mug. We don't know, but we know. And soon we're gonna know. Yep, tons of stuff up there. And some great caps. Yeah, just get up there, just buy something. Just buy whatever it is that you want. And by the way, if you are watching right now, hit the like button on or subscribe button on YouTube. I just feel like we're flirting with 6 million. They don't want me to have 6 million. They don't want me to just earn 6 million. There's something about 6 million. It's a number that I can't have. So if you are watching this on YouTube, subscribe. Otherwise, we'll see you tomorrow for the Hunter Biden interview. Yay, be excited. I think it's going to definitely have a lot of people talking one way or the other. And beyond that, we won't see you until Tuesday because we are off for Memorial Day on Monday. So see you guys next week.
It is Narc Week, and I am your guide. I'm not scared. I've done this before. I know what I'm doing. Kind of. But in the very least, we are stronger together. Now, I'm a little concerned because I was going to just sit here and do my little Narc Week intro. And then my producer told me in chat that we are in for a ride. And also, this is the first time ever that they have sent me a video that was pre-censored. I can do this. I am determined, I am weird, and I am unmedicated.
On September 19, 2021, around 11 p.m., officers were called to Gate 28 for Spirit Airlines in reference to a disturbance.
Rest in peace, my girl. If you missed the news this week, Spirit Airlines permanently closed down, leaving a lot of people without their flights.
A female passenger had struck one of the gate agents. Immediately upon arrival, the female passenger became belligerent and combative. She also claimed to be in the army, the police, and that she was the sheriff as well. Plus, on top of that, she claimed to be pregnant.
Army, police, sheriff, pregnancy. You must turn me loose. I'm so sorry. I need to do that without laughing.
To change her seat, but the agent noticed that she was intoxicated. These are the events that unfold.
Hello. Oh, wait. I totally missed that. Pregnant and intoxicated? Pregante.
You need to take her. She hit me. She put me. He did everything. I'm gonna press her.
All right.
Don't want to hold her.
Okay.
That's it. So she holding body. You understand her?
everything. So, okay. And do you have a driver's license or anything? And I have my passport together. Go ahead, give me your driver's license. Come over here. I'll pick you up. Why is this gonna be censored? We are in a public airport. I'm sorry, this is bugging me because I have never received a censored video beforehand from my people. I don't know where this is going.
I hate the way that you're amping it up and trying to make us as viewers stick around to the end because, oh my god, what's gonna happen? I don't care. Shut up. Oh. I wish I had a coffee so that I could dip biscottis in it. Oh my god. Massey's gonna run for president. No way. Please, God, let him run for president.
Thing along the lines of so there's like an ancient Chinese like peasant farmer, and his horse runs away, and his neighbors come to him and they go, "Oh my God, that's such bad luck," and he goes, "Maybe." And then the next day, his horse comes back and it brings with him 4 wild horses, and his neighbors go, "Oh my God, that's such good luck," and he goes, "Maybe." And then the next day, his son is riding one of the wild horses and he falls off and he breaks his leg. And his neighbors say, "That's such bad luck." And he says, "Maybe." And then the next day, the army comes to conscript all of the able-bodied men to go fight in a war. But his son gets off because he's got a broken leg. And they say, "That's such good luck." He says, "Maybe." And it just kind of, I forget exactly where it wraps up. But that's the old story. And the idea in a socialist government. Well, yeah, you guys, look, it turned out, and then Mao Zedong starved them all to death. That's something, yada, 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 something like that. But there really was, it was a bit of a special moment yesterday. And I particularly loved Thomas Massey's
great white ape
at the speech that he gave afterward. It was real.
Haven't you heard of the ginger ape people?
Happy warrior type vibes.
Or the ginger natives or whatever it was?
We lost.
Giants.
We lost a race that we cared about
Giants.
a lot. And we will now lose the absolute best member of the House of Representatives. But something else kind of happened in this race. And I will say, I think there's a real silver lining here. There's a real kind of beautiful thing that just opened up. Yes, they beat Thomas Massey. They got him. But it took everything, Rob. They were desperate. I mean, not only did they pour in more money than has ever been in a congressional race in American history, or world history for that matter, not like anyone else is spending more money on politics than we do. There's never been more resources put into a political contest in the history of humanity, again, per capita, I'm not saying national races and stuff like that, but still, it's pretty incredible. For the latest estimate that they're putting out now is $32 million from the Israel lobby put into this one congressional district. Not only that, Donald Trump went not only endorsed his opponent, but viciously attacked Thomas Massey as the worst congressman in the history of the Congress or something like that. Donald Trump was tweeting ferociously yesterday. Rob, he doesn't tweet. The president, he doesn't tweet about the war in Iran. He posts on Truth Social. But when it comes to Thomas Massey, he's on Twitter, making sure every last person he could get to see it saw his message. Fox News had a complete blackout of Thomas Massey. Wouldn't have him on the show at all. Wouldn't have him on any other shows while they were featuring his opponent on their
can't do that.
shows.
You have to have both opponents. That's a law.
Right, right-wing boomer radio all went in big against him too. Donald Trump sent Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, who is conducting an ongoing war, to Kentucky. Thomas Massey was making fun of this dude. They put off the war for a day and sent the Secretary of War down there to campaign against Thomas Massey. They had to throw all of that at the wall to get the result, which was, Rob, I mean, as we knew this was going to be the case, right? To get the result that was, all right, you beat him 55-45, and he took 100% of the youth. 100%. Like, what this operation essentially did was turn idiot boomers against Thomas Massey. And that sucks. And I shouldn't be rude when I say idiot, because some of them are like genuinely victims of propaganda and are probably good people. But idiot in the sense that they don't know enough to see through the propaganda. But it took all of that. And I think in a way, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, Rob. But what I'm left feeling is kind of like, all right, you got Thomas Massey out, but in a sense, like some battle lines were kind of drawn here. Okay, it was such a clear demonstration that Thomas Massey, for the crime of governing as he campaigned, for the crime of standing up for what he's always said he believed in, the Israel lobby and the entire Trump administration and the Fox News apparatus decided to unseat this guy from Congress. But it took everything they have, and it only worked because of the boomers who are dying out. I don't know. It's an interesting line to delineate, and I think that in many ways, obviously, this coalition has already been broken up. Obviously, we are already out of the Trump world. But now it's more explicit that, like, oh, yeah, and you guys don't want us. You went after our number one guy. Okay, cool. New battle lines are being drawn here. And I think, in my humble opinion, I think last night potentially birthed a new movement in this country with a leader. And that leader is Thomas Massey. Now, people can, the people out there, which we'll get into in a second, but all the people out there who are defending Trump and the commentators on social media, they'll sit here and try to say, oh, look, Dave's spinning a primary loss in Kentucky as Massey's the leader of some movement.
Dude, listen to this. Right. Okay. So I'm sitting here, right? And I was thinking to myself, my pharmacy has not alerted me yet that I missed my doctor's appointment it was like 2 weeks ago actually now. I missed a doctor's appointment and I forgot that I missed my doctor's appointment. So 2 or 3 days ago I called and like rescheduled an appointment and then asked, my doctor if she could like bridge my prescription or whatever until I see her, whatever. And I was like, okay, grateful. Thank you so much. But I realized just now that, anyways, I'm sitting here making this fucking rug right here, just fully in the flow and just like listening to this, I guess, making the owl. And I was thinking to myself, I was like cutting literally this part right here. And I was like, dang, you know what? I should probably call my doctor's office and ask them, because I haven't gotten the alert from the pharmacy yet that the prescription has gone through. So like I should probably call the doctor. I should make a little mental note right now to try and remember to call my doctor's office today and see if something happened or whatever, if anything went wrong. And literally as I was having that thought, guess who called me? My doctor's office. Literally, as I was thinking it, like literally, so I'm in the zone, in my flow state, doing my thing. And I completely picked up on the fact that she, at the office, had my paperwork in front of her and was reading my name, you know, and thinking about calling me. Craziness, dude. Craziness. I cannot believe that just happened. Yeah, you would think that it was. No, the owl is not for sale, but I can make anything you want. Just message me on Instagram if you're interested in purchasing a rug or if you want to talk about ideas or whatever. I'm not charging very much. This one is a gift for someone. And I have all these rugs back here that I wrapped up this morning. All these have to go to their new owners. Nobody paid over $50 for any of the rugs. Because I'm not trying to charge that much until I sell 20 rugs. Once I sell 20 rugs, then I will raise my price a little bit, but not until then. Not until I feel like more confident and competent in my abilities. Okay, back to it.
Maybe it works for those 75-year-olds watching Fox News, but it's
Cannot
not going
believe
to
that
work
just
in this
happened.
world. You could sit there and we'll get into some of the reactions, all of them saying, oh, this proves Trump has the juice and Massey doesn't have the juice. Like, now, dude, this proves that $32 million can really influence a congressional campaign, which we all knew already, Rob. It's the most, yes, if you pour more money into a campaign than has ever been poured into a congressional race, you can move some points on there. But dude, the battle lines are drawn. Thomas Massey is the most popular political figure amongst young people in the country. And the issues that the Israel lobby unseated him for are overwhelmingly popular. Running a national race or even a national Republican primary race as we should release the Epstein files. We shouldn't fight more stupid wars. We should balance the budget. We shouldn't have giant spending bills. Let's see how that works. No. There's a new movement. Thomas Massey's the leader of it. And let me tell you guys something. This movement could be very powerful. This movement could win, ultimately. So I do think, like, I don't want to hear any
Dave,
of this,
shut up. You're going to get Massey killed.
Like, there's a real opportunity that was opened up here, and I think that's what we should focus on. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Trollco, a brand new sponsor we're thrilled to have on board. Trollco was built by two guys from the oil patch who were sick of clothing companies pretending blue-collar workers didn't exist. While most brands chase trends and influencers, Trollco was made for the people who work with their hands, solve real problems, and keep the world running. No handouts, no shortcuts, just respect for the overlooked guys doing physical, demanding, essential work every single day. Trollco makes tough, comfortable hoodies, tees, hats, and real workwear that actually holds up. And you don't need to be in the trades to wear it. If you value self-reliance, responsibility, and honest work, Trollco is for you. Go check them out right now at trollco.com/problem and use the promo code DAVE25 for 25% off your first order. That's TROLLCO.com.
But I don't want to buy something from a company called Troll.
For 25% off your first
Hey,
order.
where'd you get those
All right, let's
clothes?
get back to
Oh,
the
you
show.
know, the
Anyway,
Troll.
I ranted for a while.
I don't
there,
know
Rob.
about that.
Any thoughts on any of this that you
I
have?
don't see anything.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll start off on what you were just saying, which is I agree with all of it, and I just hope Thomas Massey actually has an interest in that opportunity because he certainly put up a hell of a fight, and if he wants to go live his life now, I can respect that as well. Luckily, we get 6 more months of him, and I hope he gives him hell while he's there and exposes everyone he can and just puts up as much of a fight as he can. But I do agree with you that the tide is turning amongst the younger voters, and it's incredible. It felt like COVID, that the fact that Thomas Massey could lose, and you're just like, how are you other people not seeing this? How are you older? How are you guys being suckered by dollars spent on Fox News that, hey, we all just need to be in line with Trump? Are you not at your house right now concerned about prices? Have you not heard about the Epstein storyline at all? Are you supporting this war? I mean, how can it be that just a single ad on Fox News of, oh, we're Team Republican, that guy's not Team Republican, what team are you? Oh, I'm Team Republican, I better go vote against that guy. And then particularly when it's a guy who's been in your area forever and, has been dominating these races up until $35 million was weaponized against him.
it's really just incredible. It feels like COVID, where you just sit around and go, how is there this much disconnect between myself, the way I see the world, and these other people, particularly when I know I'm right? And I grew up in the same country as you. Like, that was the feeling during COVID. Like, when did we all just get so into, hey, government told us to do something, so I'm going to do it? And in this case, how are there so many people who just watch Fox News, see a 30-second campaign ad and go, oh, TV ad says this guy not Republican? It's incredible that these tricks still work on people. And I was real depressed about it, just because, not only is Massey the best we got, but it's easy. We talk on the sidelines and I think we make an impact, but he's actually doing things, and it showcases these storylines in a way that you and I can't. When Congress is actually pushing for Epstein accountability, that's different than when you and I are talking about it, and it forces everyone else to talk about it. When you and I are going, hey, this budget doesn't make sense, you're spending more money than we can afford, it's nice. We're educating people. I'm not saying we're not doing anything, but when Massey actually holds up a bill and then every news station has to talk about it, that is more impactful. And it also makes the news more interesting to cover, because then the truth storylines are actually rising to the top.
No. There's no question. There's real value in having a Thomas Massey in Congress. And of course, getting the Epstein files. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's real value to that. And we lost that. No question.
But hey, I'm hoping maybe him and Marjorie Taylor Greene do something together. Give them a TV show in the morning. Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene in the morning.
Desperately need a better place to do this.
Epstein accountability.
I had a desk.
First party. Get the bastards party.
Listen, I was
I'm not going to let that hold me back. I will just do what I have to do until I can get what I need.
Back and forth a few times before, and I was kind of thinking of texting. I didn't yet, because I just kind of felt like, all right, first off, his phone's probably blowing up like crazy. So I waited last night and this morning. I think I'm going to text him this afternoon, and just thank him for everything he did, and then just maybe lightly say, clearly God wants you to run for president, or whatever. I shoot him a text. But hey, man, look, there's somebody has to run on this lane in 2028. And clearly now Massey has just been set up to be the guy. And listen, again, people can try to spin this however they want to, but I do think you guys have made a political martyr out of Thomas Massey in a way now. No matter what he does next, I think he's at a different level to have an impact culturally. And then, yes, Rob, what you're saying, he's got 7 months left to keep having that impact as a congressman. And I do think that a lot of what you're saying also becomes true if, say, he was a presidential candidate. Now, he has told people, look, I don't like saying things that were said in private, but it's been reported, so I'll just say it too. He has told me too that he was like, if he loses this race, that's it. He's stepping away. Still, I hope he reconsiders that. I think that the narrative of this writes itself. It's just so juiced. Like, literally, a foreign government's lobby unseated a congressman for not being supportive of that foreign government. And people, right now, there is a massive effort. I guess one of the things that we've learned, or maybe not learned, but that's been reinforced from the Thomas Massey campaign, is that this effort will work on boomers who only watch Fox News and don't watch anything else. It will not work where the people like at the Daily Wire are trying to, they'll just continue to lose viewership and remain a laughing stock, as they rightfully should be. All of them, by the way, all of them over there rightfully should be. But the effort now, Rob, is to spin this, which, understandably, if you're a Fox News viewer and you just don't know anything about anything and you're just not being given the information, you could understand where superficially this might pass the smell test or whatever. But the propaganda now is going to be, well, hey, look, we had a contest, and clearly the Republican people are with Donald Trump. And they're again, these podcasters, who cares who these podcasters pick? Oh, Thomas Massey had Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. That doesn't matter. Republican voters like Donald Trump and blah, blah, blah. And so that's part of the spin. And then the other spin is, the other part of the propaganda is going to be like, what was this about? Why did Congress Massey get unseated? And their answer will be, well, he was just a thorn in the side of President Trump. he was disloyal. He didn't support his agenda, and Donald Trump needs somebody in there to support his agenda. So real quickly, let's just go through both of these fucking lies because it's such bullshit and it's so easy to prove that it's wrong. But go ahead.
Yeah, two things on that. Just first is, I always wondered what is special about Kentucky that you seem to have both Rand Paul and Thomas Massey from that location, and nobody else seems to be able to get up honest individuals. Everyone's kind of playing the sport and the team game. And I guess I assume maybe there was just a more libertarian attitude out there, but I think my takeaway from this election is just that it was small enough that the big money wasn't that concerned with it. And, I guess in this case, just the big money won.
It is, and particularly Thomas Massey's district, it is a little bit of an outsider district, and it is a little bit more libertarian leaning. And that's why even those boomers in his district were kind of willing to listen to Thomas Massey and go like, yeah, okay, this makes sense. This is a real Tea Party message. We like that. But it turns out they're also just susceptible to being very loyal to Donald Trump.
Nobody's thinking about how they cheated and
it's his most loyal demographic.
The way they've been just
they get
seeding fucking voting ballots. Like, I don't
they were
understand
just
how
kind of
it's like not even on people's
that this
mind.
guy had morphed into some Democrat. And
watched
all of a
them
sudden now he's like friends with
so
AOC.
many times.
And man, he's against Trump and with AOC. Who is this guy? He must have
Especially
changed.
in caucuses.
Meanwhile, he stayed exactly the same, and it was Trump who did a 180.
But this is the real sadness to me is for those that are celebrating it, ignore the polls. Actually, the entire Republican Party is still behind Donald Trump. In the last midterms, from what I remember, Donald Trump's picks did very well, basically at winning the race to be the front runner for the party, and then they did not do well in the general elections. So the fact that I don't think the guy that Massey just lost to is going to lose because that district is so Republican. But some of these other Donald Trump picks, I don't know if they're going to actually win. And this is just, to me, the saddest part about the whole thing is I refuse to support Democrats because the second they have power, they're worse and in a different way. But now we're going to be in an environment where the people who are checking Donald Trump's power are the Democrats. And the people who might be trying to get us out of this war are the Democrats. The people that might be talking about why are we sending so much support over to Israel, the Democrats. And I watch congressional hearings now, and the people that I hate are making good points against the administration when it comes to the Epstein files, when it comes to the Iran war. And so, you might actually have the Democrats do well in the midterms, and it actually gets us out of some of these messes and has some, forces some culpability on the Trump administration. And I hate that. At least if Massey was there, you could point to one good Republican / libertarian who's pushing it. But who wants to give that win to the Democrats?
No, and look, in the areas where Massey broke and voted with Democrats, it was things like the War Powers Act. It was things like the Epstein file release. It was these were the issues where the Democrats were on the right side of it. Sorry, that's just the way it is. No, I will say, to your point before we go into trying to break down these two propaganda angles that I just mentioned, because that is important to do. When you said before about like people, this like I won, or whatever, it's like they just want to be on team Republican or team this, and the same type of people going, ha, you guys lost, we won. It's always a funny thing in politics when people have this attitude, because you'll literally have a dynamic where some random guy on social media is going, Dave, you lost, I won. And then he gets off social media and he goes to fill up his gas tank and he's like, $85? Jesus. All right, man, that just fucked up my week. Okay. It's like, yeah, you won, dude. Totally. What did you win exactly? The war that you didn't even want last year until you were told you wanted it. Anyway, people are very tribal. Think of it, human beings are like that. Human beings like to go to football stadiums and lose their mind over whether Team Blue gets a ball over a line. And they know it means nothing. They know consciously that this means absolutely nothing, and it's just a game that men play. But like they lose their mind and identify and feel really good when their team. Again, I'm not knocking football. I like football, but it's just the nature of kind of who people are. Anyway, look, with the idea that Donald Trump, as many of these people will be pushing, that this proves that Donald Trump just has the juice. Well, obviously, Rob, you kind of already got at this, but if that's the case, that Donald Trump just has the juice in the Republican Party, even, then why the $32 million? You know? Like it does, if it was just the case that Donald Trump has the juice, you would think Donald Trump could have just said, you know, I endorse this guy, not him. His tweets about how he's the worst, he's the best. That should have been enough, right? Like clearly, at least they didn't think that was going to be enough. They also had to pour in more money than has ever been poured in any congressional contest ever. Like, so yeah, it doesn't really, if you know anything about this, add up at all that this is just that the takeaway from this is just that Donald Trump is so popular and Thomas Massey's so unpopular or something like that. Obviously, this money came pouring in. There was this huge concerted effort. So no, it's not just that Donald Trump had the juice, because otherwise they wouldn't have had to do this. If he just had the juice, they would have just run with that, but they knew that wouldn't be enough. So they knew he didn't actually have the juice to just squash Thomas Massey. And then kind of the second part of that, which is fairly obvious if you pay attention to it, but is the why. Why did they do this? Why Thomas Massey? You know, we had one guy in the House, and it was important enough to them to get him out of there. Now, what are they going to say, Rob? It's because he voted against the big, beautiful bill, which ultimately passed? Is that really why? I mean, I'm just saying, like, if it was just about being disloyal, Donald Trump, I mean, his vice president called him Adolf Hitler a few years ago. And people have been disloyal to Donald Trump, and he's gotten over that. You know, if it just was about not voting with Donald Trump, I mean, they don't put this much effort into unseating Democrats. Dude, Mitt Romney voted to impeach Donald Trump. They didn't put this much money into unseating him. He was a Republican in Congress in Donald Trump's first term who voted to impeach him. I'm just saying, like, Thomas Massey still votes with you 77% of the time or whatever it is. It's not that you just really needed to get this thorn in your side out. Obviously, what is it? Okay, well, Thomas Massey, by the way, even when Thomas Massey broke with Donald Trump in his first term and Donald Trump was talking all types of shit, they didn't put money like this in against him. So what was different this time, Rob? He got the fucking Epstein files released. He humiliated the Trump administration for covering up this scandal and putting into the light that they're still covering it up and not even releasing the files, even though Trump signed it into law. He also broke down on the Tucker Carlson show how AIPAC, every single member of Congress except him has an AIPAC handler. By the way, AIPAC is celebrating him being overthrown. They're celebrating that they, here, let me see if I can pull up the AIPAC tweet. I mean, this is how crazy it is, Rob. I know this is just an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, but here's AIPAC on it. Ed Gallering's victory in Kentucky and Clay Fuller's win in Georgia ensure two outspoken pro-Israel voices are positioned to fill seats previously held by outspoken detractors Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Our community was proud to help pro-Israel candidates win these races. Well, we're proud to help. We're proud to have helped make this happen, and the reason why we're doing it is because now we've got two people who will send your tax dollars to a foreign country versus two people who were against doing that. There it is, spelled out for you. So just like, all I'm saying is that in this world, like this race broke down, you know, you saw the polls. It was like people between 70 and 80 were like plus 55 for Massey's opponent, and people between like 20 and 45, 55, we're like plus 50 for Massey. It's like this clear generational line, and it's obviously a reflection of what media you're listening to, what information you're getting. And all I'm saying is that in this world, for the people getting their media in this ecosystem, we all see exactly what this is. It's clear as day. Sorry, go ahead, Rob.
And it's really going to amplify that dividing line because anyone that's actually awake and following politics sees that the machine is so corrupt that they just spent $35 million to unseat a person who's trying to get us out of foreign wars and, clean up the deep state and expose the Epstein files. And people just realize how corrupt and how corrupt this system is. And so amongst the younger generations that are following new media, this is what gives Massey the pathway if he wants to actually do something bigger and run for president. But I do think you're right that, 10, 15 years down the line, I bet we're still going to be hearing about this of, hey, this is how corrupt AIPAC was. They managed to spend $35 million to get rid of a congressman because he exposed the Epstein files. This is really as pure of a showcase as you can get of how corrupt the machine is. And I think amongst people that, aren't the dumb boomers and the COVID people who just will accept anything the government tells them, this is a shining example of the corruption.
Yep. No, absolutely. That's right. And I think, another, obviously another huge element of this is that the guy refused to debate Thomas Massey. And I just look, the thing about it is you look at it like this. Obviously, $32 million in a congressional race makes a big difference. Okay. But now I saw Orrin McIntyre before, who I like, but he even said to, I guess Liam McCullum had said something about Thomas Massey running in 2028, which, by the way, there's a lot of there's a lot of enthusiasm for. I'm just saying. I mean, obviously, this is not scientific. This is just me. But I posted on Twitter last night that Thomas Massey should run for president. It's got like 100,000 likes on it. Like, people are really behind that message, and. So Orrin McIntyre goes, come on, guys, you're being delusional here. You just lost a primary in Kentucky. Now you think you're going to win the Republican nominee for president? And it's like, no, dude, I don't think this is being delusional at all. I think this is looking at like the realities here. Like, the fact is that, look, Thomas Massey had won his previous primaries with like 85%, 72%, like huge margins. He was very popular there. Not like it, like, because Orrin had said, like, you can't even win a primary. It goes, Thomas Massey won many primaries. He absolutely can win a primary. Yes, he couldn't combat this concerted campaign in this particular district, but I'm just saying the dynamics in a Republican primary for president are totally different. He's going to be on the debate stage. They're not going to be able to duck debates with him. He's going to be getting his message out. And look at all of the issues. I mean, covering up the Epstein file, the 80% of the country is on his side on this issue. Not fighting the war in Iran, super duper majorities of the American people are with him on this. He is going to, if he could be the one where no one else in this administration can do it now, he can credibly, with real hardcore street cred, run as the America First candidate. That is where the overwhelming majority of the Republican base is. And again, in this environment, if he's running for president and he's doing well, it's going to be impossible for Fox News to block him out in the same way that they did here. The internet will be able to put too much pressure on that in a presidential campaign. So I don't think it's delusional at all. I think right now, I believe very much Thomas Massey could win the Republican presidential primary. Not saying it's a guarantee, and yes, they would come for him, but how much worse are they going to do than he already just went through a maximum, they're coming with everything they have campaign against him. So I absolutely think he could do that, and he would lead a hardcore movement, and he would have mass appeal to be able to put together a coalition. The only coalition that Republicans can put together and win is the one that Donald Trump put together, that Thomas Massey could really do. Also appeal to independents, also appeal to a lot of left-leaning people. Also, like, he is the type of guy who could start a mass movement like that. And, much like Ron Paul, it's not because he's like particularly, and I don't mean this as an insult at all to Thomas Massey, who I very much admire, but it's not that he's the tallest guy or has the most presidential hair or that he's the most polished guy or he's the best at giving a public speech. His power really is in the fact that he's a clearly decent, honest human being. And there's something about that is it creates such a juxtaposition between other politicians and him. I think he's the guy, and he could really lead like a real America First, libertarian, kind of common sense anti-corruption mass movement in the country. All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is Sheath Underwear, the underwear of legends. I've been telling you guys about Sheath Underwear for, I think, 4 years now. They've been a long-time loyal sponsor of this show, and the product is amazing. They're the most comfortable pair of underwear you will ever get. They're the only boxer briefs I wear. They're incredible. Dual pouch. You feel great. Feel like $1 million when you put a pair on. Genuinely, they're the only thing in my underwear drawer is Sheath Underwear because they're that
I don't
good.
think the mods delete any comments,
So if you want to get the
actually.
best pair of boxer briefs you will ever own, go to sheathunderwear.com. Use the promo code PROBLEM for 20% off. That's sheathunderwear.com. Promo code PROBLEM for 20% off.
YouTube filters shit, but
Here, I just want to.
my mods know that I am a free speech absolutist, and so I let people have their stupid opinions.
In a weird way, it is perfect for all of the people kind of being like, you guys, oh, you libertarians, if you don't get 100% of what you want, you leave, or blah blah blah, we don't get 100% of what we want. Dude, we had one fucking congressman, and your fucking lying war criminal piece of shit president said everything in the book to unseat him. So fuck you. Yeah, we're out of the coalition. Not that we wanted to be in it anymore, too. But now, just for all those people, and particularly for all the people at Daily Wire, all the Benny Johnson, and all all the pro-Trump commentators who knifed Thomas Massey in the back, like the little bitches that they are, either for the Israel lobby or because they're too much of cowards to stand up to their boss or to the lobby or whatever. These were people who were praising Thomas Massey 2 years ago, saying he's the best congressman in the world. Charlie Kirk said he was the best congressman in the country. Where the fuck was Turning Point USA during this whole thing? Didn't say a fucking word about it. All a bunch of cowards. All you guys. Yes. We're not in a political coalition with you. We don't wish to be. And I hope there's an opportunity for us to be a huge thorn in your side and cause you political losses in the future. I wouldn't do that unless I thought it was good for the country or whatever. But I hope there's an opportunity. I think there probably will be. But so but just being honest, well, here's what Jake Tapper, by the way, at CNN. This is he'll have the same line as Ben Shapiro, and that'll tell you something. Here's Jake Tapper. Supporters of Israel have long opposed Massey, but he lost tonight because President Trump wanted him defeated, and Trump is incredibly popular in his district and in the GOP. Supporters of Israel don't like Massey, but he lost because Donald Trump is just so much more popular. The president with his lowest approval ratings ever. One of the least popular presidents in modern American history. He's just so popular. That and the $32 million, which Jake Tapper conveniently leaves out. I liked this one. I thought I'd read this. This is from our Dan Bongino, friend of the show. All right. Dan Bongino posts. Turns out that Jimmy, Dave, Igor, Ryan, and an assortment of Jew-hating life losers, disgruntled libs, sexual deviants, leg humpers, drunks, and failed comedians, I think that's me, really aren't a great coalition for winning a conservative primary election in real life. Shocker. We didn't ask for this ideological war. They did, and we finished it. Matter of fact, we didn't even invite them to this party. They invited themselves. And then they shit in the punch bowl, and now they're playing dumb as to why we threw their asses out. Isn't that interesting? We came in, we shit in the punch bowl, and they threw our asses out. I remember how psyched Charlie Kirk was when I announced I was going to vote for Donald Trump and I endorsed him. Like, oh my God, he was fucking thrilled. Oh, dude, I got nothing but love from the MAGA world, of course, because the presidential election's coming up, and anytime someone with any size audience is like, who was on the fence goes, I'm in, they're like, yeah, let's fucking go. All of them seemed real happy. It's really crazy, Rob, that this message never came up in 2024, that you guys didn't want us in the coalition. Because, Rob, you may remember this. I know a lot of shit happens. But Donald Trump came somewhere to speak in 2024. It was a national convention, not the Republican one. It was a different party. Oh, yeah, that's right. He came to the Libertarian Party to speak, to specifically court our vote. What do you mean no one invited us in? The fucking president of the United States of America explicitly invited us in. Worked with the chair of the Libertarian Party to work out a deal where he could come and speech and make his pitch to vote for us. Even tried to get our nomination at one point, but due to the rules, wasn't allowed to do that. But so, just to be clear here, so everybody can see, right? Okay, Donald Trump, let's actually tell this story as it happened. Donald Trump explicitly asked for us to come in. He promised no new wars, and you, sir, promised to release the Epstein files. Then you guys broke those promises, and we got upset about it, and now you're saying no one invited you here. That's shitting in the punch bowl to expect you to do the thing you said you were going to do 5 minutes ago? Okay. So if you tried to court us, then you made these promises, you were lying through your teeth, then you did exactly the opposite. Now you're saying, you never wanted to be a part of us and it doesn't matter. And again, conveniently leaving out all that Israel lobby money that you needed, acting like you did this when it was really Miriam Adelson who did this. But okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, we're out. I already left this coalition a long time ago. You're not kicking me out. This is like that old Chris Rock joke. It's like me protesting Rihanna's pussy. I wasn't invited. We already left. You can't fire me. I quit, Dan Bongino. But okay. Remember this in the midterms. Remember this wonderful political strategy of telling people that you don't want them in your movement. Okay. Let's see how this works out for you.
Like Hillary Clinton calling people deplorables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For running what they were running on.
On that note, I'd like to know how much the FBI is tracking my activity. That he knows I'm a leg humper. I didn't realize that was out there. And then also,
you were begging to get caught.
Yeah, and lastly, if your punch bowl is filled with getting us into more wars and protecting the pedophiles, I'll shit in that thing.
Yeah,
that's a shitty punch bowl.
I mean, that's right.
That's a
Look, man, it's you just, again, it's like I said, like the guy celebrating while all of like they're just losing at life and they feel like they're winning because their political candidate won or something like that. But it's just like, look, obviously this is one more example of the establishment winning. And yeah, that sucks. And if people want to celebrate that the establishment won on this one, like, okay, go ahead. I mean, think about the lack of foresight, Rob. Right? I mean, let's just say you're a huge Trump supporter. Okay, just like try to put yourself in that perspective, right? If you're a huge Trump supporter, you got to try to find a way to win these midterms, man. Because if the Democrats come back in there, they're going to impeach him. They're going to stall his agenda. It's going to be really, really tough. Obviously, Donald Trump launched a war that's very, very unpopular, and it is really not going good as of right now. They're like, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to alienate a wildly popular grassroots figure who is the most popular politician amongst young people in the country. Let's go to war with him. And then after he loses, after we essentially steal it from him, legally, but steal it from him, let's mock his supporters. Really make him, just think about it. This is retarded politics. Because again, people like Dan Bongino are not smart people. So this is your, okay, seems like an interesting strategy. Let's see how it pays off. No, I mean, I think this is, I think it's quite possible. Look, they got what they wanted. And I think the reason why the Israel lobby made such an effort to go after Thomas Massey is, obviously because he was a thorn in their side and because in their estimation, they feel they needed to send a message to everybody else on Capitol Hill. And it's like, you will be gone. We will come for you if you do this. Even someone as popular in his own district as Thomas Massey, we could get him out. But, the flip side to that, Rob, It's like you look at the demographics, you look at where the younger people are, you look at how they're going to be taking over more and more percentage of the voting base as time goes on, and you go, how many races can they do this in? You know, like if they had 5 Thomas Masseys this go round, they'd have been in trouble. I don't think they have that much money. Like, I mean, I guess Miriam Adelson can dig pretty deep, but they had to go so all out that it will be tough for them to do this like over and over again. That being said, if people who are their take on this is that they're down on the democratic process or something like that, well, like, yeah, of course, you're not wrong to be down on that. Yeah, democracy is all an illusion, and it's probably better off that it is. But Thomas Massey really may have just kicked something off here. And that's how I feel about it. Like, I really do look at this and go, like, I kind of felt like last night that a movement was born. I was, like, very curious what Thomas Massey's energy was going to be like after that. And I really loved it. I loved that he didn't have the attitude of like a guy who had just lost. He had the attitude of like a guy who not only had just been like kind of vindicated, but that was just surrounded by good people who loved him with a really positive energy in the room. I don't know if you saw any of the videos of the other guy's event, Rob, but there's like 17 boomers there. Dude, all his money came from outside of Kentucky. It's just this was a very clear race of like what's really going on. And again, this is the counterfactual, I guess, but there is strong evidence that people don't tend to just waste $32 million. The reason they poured that money in there is because we would have won in a fair fight, and they know it. That's why they had to pour it in. There's something encouraging to me about that.
Yeah, as you were mentioning that the Ed Gallerin party was quite lackluster. Listen, I don't know what his military record is. You got to be somewhat of an impressive individual to become a SEAL. So I can't really disparage him. Perhaps as a guy, but as a politician, he's not particularly charismatic or sharp as a politician. And I think my guess is he's going to be real quiet and just a guy who votes along party lines. But the extent that you might see him on the news, I think it's just going to showcase the extent by which the machine just platformed an absolute plank of wood. He's just not, you know what I mean? From a political standpoint, he's a nothing. He's literally a zero. If he had been in a debate, those clips would have made their way online and he would have been a mockery. And to whatever extent he gets on news shows and actually talks his mind, he will be mocked down the line. I think there is a problem at the moment that, Donald Trump did showcase, hey, I've got the might to unseat you if you're going to oppose me. But as the entire country is turning away from Donald Trump, it's going to be a real problem for the Republican Party.
Yeah, no question. I mean, they've really wedded themselves to a sinking ship, and you're watching it happen right in front of you. Yeah, it is. It's very interesting. And again, even the people bragging right now, it's like, look, dude, this is like, if you actually care about the country, you're actually concerned about the threat that the Democrats pose, and that's why we've got to get Republicans who support Thomas Massey or whatever. It's like, this was a closed Republican primary. In other words, Democrats and independents can't vote in it. This is just Republicans with a district that is heavily skews boomer. It's like, dude, as soon as like these ideas, this like you know unconditional support of Israel and pretending the Israel lobby doesn't exist, and this whole kind of like that. This is you can't make contact with anything outside of Republican boomers for your ideas to fall apart. And when you start getting into young people, independents, Democrats, I mean, you're talking about national elections. This is guaranteed to go down in flames. You're not winning a presidential campaign with this. So it's going to be some interesting choices over the next few years for the Republicans to make. Because as you said, Rob, you're absolutely right. They're tying themselves to this most unpopular position that is still bleeding. in popularity. Like it's still getting worse and worse and worse. And I do, as I've been saying for a couple months now, I still, at least from my analysis of it, I still think that Trump's still got this huge rude awakening that's about to come. Like he hasn't faced the worst of it yet. And the worst of it is going to be when it becomes clear that the war in Iran led to a catastrophe, which is, I think, coming in one form or another. Whether it's we just stop, whether it's best case scenario, we just stop and then we realize, oh shit, we just handed them control of the Strait of Hormuz, or at the very least, we triggered a thing that made them use the fact that they have control of the Strait of Hormuz for the first time. At least, the first time in this type of consequential way. And or we're going to go back to escalation. A lot more people are going to die, and then we'll still be in the same situation. But when that comes due, I mean, Donald Trump's, I could see him dropping another 10 points in the polls. I think this is going to go really bad. Anyway, in conclusion, look, man, Thomas Massey he's really an American hero, dude, for all the work he's done. He ran a great campaign. He's genuinely a great guy, and I hope he runs for president in 2028. I'm going to try to convince him to do it. I'm not sure he'll listen to me.
And if not, he's got 6 months to give him hell, and I hope he utilizes every second of it.
Yep. And then just in closing, again, no being down. Tom Hanks said there's no crying in baseball. There's no pessimism allowed. No black, but it's okay. It's okay to feel these losses and to be hurt by them. But I don't know, dude. This is incredible. They had to go through all of that just to get Thomas Massey. And I will say, there's 4 people like in our camp ideologically for the libertarian Ron Paulian type people. Thomas Massey has really been, at least certainly in the House of Representatives, kind of like the only guy we have. We had Ron Paul for a little bit. We had Justin Amash, and we had Thomas Massey. And that's who we've had. And Ron Paul and Justin Amash are not in Congress anymore. And Thomas Massey's our guy. And hey, doesn't it say something that just us having one guy was this much of a threat to them? You know what I mean? Just as having one guy in there, who did they want to unseat? It's not, you got all these democratic socialists out there, right? Who think that they're in opposition to the system or something like that. How come Miriam Adelson isn't sending $30 million to unseat them? Right? If it was just about Trump and Trump's power, why not the guys who vote to impeach and remove him? How come they don't get taken out? Oh no, it's that the thing is that we are the ones who are really a threat to the system. And that's why they had to really pull out all the guns to try to get our guy out of there. And there's something kind of encouraging about that. I mean, imagine you have one guy in there, and he's such a threat that the establishment has to pull out all of their they have to summon all of their resources to get this guy out, and you sit there and you have all the young people on your side. I don't know. That doesn't seem like such a terrible place to be, if you ask me. All right. Last word to you, Rob.
Please come out, Washington, D.C. this Sunday, doing stand-up and a comedic presentation about FBI entrapment schemes. It's going to be a fun day, and I'll be bringing a message of hope.
All right. Thomas Massey, 2028. Catch you guys next time. Peace.
This self-proclaimed religious leader was just arrested by the FBI after allegedly running a nationwide forced labor operation that profited him over $50 million over the course of a decade. And this is all while his victims were working without pay in call centers across 4 states and lived under what federal agents called slave-like conditions.
2 church leaders with ties to Tampa are facing federal charges tonight. They're at the center of what investigators are calling a multi-million-dollar conspiracy involving money laundering, forced labor, and abuse. abuse.
But you may be asking, how do we get here? Well, it is quite the wild story because what started as a small ministry in Michigan ended up turning into one of the most shocking human trafficking cases the FBI has seen in years. And when federal agents conducted raids across multiple states last year, they uncovered a sophisticated operation that for years used religion as a means to manipulate and exploit the vulnerable. And this is not some small-time scam either, but instead a multi-state enterprise with luxury mansions, call centers disguised as prayer lines, and a leader who lived like a king while his followers essentially worked for nothing. So meet David Taylor, a 53-year-old man who referred to himself as an apostle and claimed to be Jesus Christ's best friend. Yeah, that sounds a lot like a cult. And according to federal documents, he told people that God had personally given him the keys to the kingdom on earth. So now he just sounds even more like a cult leader. And to make things worse, his official church website stated that God had personally taught David about the mysteries of the kingdom of God by the way of face-to-face visitations from the Lord. What mysteries, do you ask? Well, according to him, God gave David the ability to not only cure disease, but also raise people from the dead. Okay, definitely not a red flag at all. Now, this story isn't just about David, but also his right-hand man, 56-year-old Michelle Brannon. Michelle served as the executive director of the organization called Kingdom of God Global Church, formerly known as Joshua Media Ministry International. That just sounds like an MLM, at least the previous name. Michelle, from her gigantic mansion in Tampa, helped David control every aspect of the operation. David started this whole thing in the mid-2000s in Taylor, Michigan, where he established his first call center. What began as a small ministry eventually expanded into this multi-state operation with locations in Florida, Texas, and Missouri. By the time federal agents shut it all down, they were operating 9 separate call centers across 4 different states. And David's organization essentially ran these call centers where they would make cold calls to people across the country, asking for donations for the church. And these workers would tell potential donors that their money would be used for charitable purposes, such as providing water wells for impoverished communities overseas or supporting victims of human trafficking or slavery. And judging from that house that we saw earlier, I don't think too much of that money went to that. However, these weren't definitely your typical telemarketing jobs because the workers weren't actually getting paid anything. According to the federal indictment, David convinced people to come work for him full-time as unpaid volunteers. He would then tell them that anyone who defied his orders and commands were defying God and would suffer in hell. And to make things even wilder, some of these workers were called armor bearers, who basically were David's personal servants who had to fulfill his demands around the clock. And the armor bearers, they would have some pretty disturbing responsibilities, like transporting women from ministry houses, airports, or any other location to David's, and then ensuring that they took Plan B after they interacted with David. We're just getting into the story, and somehow it sounds like surviving R. Kelly already. But these call centers operated every single day, and workers were given some out-of-the-pocket daily, weekly, and monthly, and even yearly monetary goals, like raising $164,000 in a single day. And if they didn't hit those numbers, well, things just got worse for them. The federal investigators said that David and Michelle Brannon controlled particularly every aspect of the workers' lives. The victims slept either at the call center facilities themselves or in what they called ministry houses, and they weren't allowed to leave without permission. Workers were also required to cut off contact with any family or friends who questioned the church's righteousness, and David would demand that any full-time staff give up outside employment entirely and dedicate their lives fully to the ministry. And allegedly, the organization also had a twisted system where they forced workers to apply for government assistance like EBT cards and food stamps by claiming they were homeless. Then the workers had to turn over these benefits to the church staff to buy food for the organization. Dude, that mortgage must have been killer. Sorry, I'm still hung up on the house because bro literally had to have slaves to fund that thing. That's how big it was. And I guess a lie that he was raising money to end slavery as he was having slaves fund the thing. I mean, it's crazy. This is wild. It's like he was trying to do the whole like P. Diddy thing without a successful music career or owning the Ciroc vodka brand. I guess he just did all of this off of call centers. But when workers failed to meet their quotas or disobeyed orders, they faced a range of punishments that the prosecutors laid out in detail. These included like public humiliation, food restrictions, sleep deprivation, physical assaults, and something called rebukings. And I had no idea what a rebuking was, so I found out it was essentially a yelling and humiliation and violence ritual, which does not sound to fund it all. This whole situation sounds pretty awful to me. Very not swag. And then to make things worse, when workers weren't performing up to David's standards, he would sometimes have water thrown at them to wake them up, or he would cut down their sleeping hours even shorter. Because obviously that is how you get a sales rep to perform better. I love that he's not only a horrible human being, but he's also just a massive idiot. Because like the dude would also tell workers that they were serving God through their suffering and that questioning him was like the same as questioning divine authority. Come on, dude. Imagine the burden of living with yourself being that much of a piece of shit. I mean, that's probably why he had to distract himself with all the pleasures. But hey, while his workers were living under these like inhumane conditions, David was using these millions of dollars in donations, or I guess, see, the donors thought they were actually donating something good. So this money was then used to fund his incredibly lavish lifestyle. As you clearly saw by that house. Yeah, I'm still stuck on that house. That's a massive crib. But hey, since 2014, the organization has brought in approximately $50 million through these call centers. And the federal indictment lists some of these like crazy purchases that he did, including what is this? A Mercedes Benz? It doesn't specify what, but he paid $63,000 for it. So that could be like an older S class or like a C63. He has a Bentley Continental here. He has a Crown Line boat. He also has another Bentley Continental. He has a Bentley Mulsanne. He has another Mercedes Benz and another Mercedes Benz and another Mercedes Benz. He has 5 ATVs, 2 jet skis, 1 jet ski trailer. Oh, and 2 more jet skis and a jet ski trailer, and 125 pounds of super colossal Red King crab legs. I love how that's just like listed in there with all the whips and boats and stuff. Then he has a Rolls Royce Cullinan, of course, and then he has 4 bulletproof automotives here. Okay. Dude, why is he buying so many like similar cars? Like, do you really need 4 Mercedes Benz? Do you need 2 Bentley Continentals? And why are you buying Bentleys and Rolls? Wait, no, 3. Okay, no, wait. He had 2 Bentley Continentals and a Mulsanne. Why are you buying a Mulsanne, 2 Continentals, and a Rolls Royce? Why don't you switch it up with something like, I don't know, something a little sporty, something a little more fun? Like the Continental is kind of sporty, but he has 2 of them. I don't know, essentially he just bought a bunch of cars that drive like boats. I'm just kind of confused in how he scammed $50 million and somehow does not own a GT3 RS. That's just poor judgment. I say that as a joke because everything here is just incredibly poor judgment. Anyway, David also owned multiple luxury properties, including a massive 28,000 square foot mansion in Tampa. Okay, that explains the size of that thing. That's a behemoth. That's like 10 homes. That's 10 large homes in one home. That's crazy. That's pretty much as outrageous as owning 4 Mercedes Benzes and 3 Bentleys and a Phantom. He didn't own a Phantom, it was a Cullinan. Still, that's just outrageous. Anyway, he bought that mansion for $8 million and it has 10 bedrooms and 10 and a half bathrooms. So I guess you can fit a whole bunch of call center workers in that thing. And while neighbors, obviously, they always wondered how a pastor could afford to live in such an expensive home. Good question, by the way. What they didn't know was the Tampa Bay mansion wasn't just a personal residence, but also it was being used as a call center. But I guess it's just a business expense. So see, I mean, if you're paying too much in tax, this simple trick of starting a cult and then having slaves live off of EBT and food stamps, working at a call center in your house could help you depreciate a portion of your house as a business expense. So obviously you can call 1-800 something to guarantee yourself at getting audited like this guy did. Yeah, I digress. But 8 specific victims are now named in this federal indictment, and their stories show just how long some people were trapped in the system. And the timelines are kind of shocking because one victim was allegedly subjected to forced labor for about 10 years, from 2013 all the way till 2023, while another was trapped for 9 years, from 2009 to 2018. That's a long time to be working at a call center in a mansion, especially without pay. But one of the more detailed accounts comes from Bridget Walton, whose son, Patrick, spent 6 years working at David's ministry in Michigan. She said that Patrick was just a college student when he was swept up into the organization after attending one of David's services with his mother in 2015. Patrick was apparently blown away by what Bridget described as David's signs and wonders in his theatrics. Soon, after their first service, Patrick dropped out of college and moved to Michigan to work in the ministry full time. Bridget immediately had concerns and asked her son if this was a cult, but Patrick's response was to cut off all contact with her entirely. Yeah, that sounds like a cult. And months later, a friend saw Patrick in St. Louis and told Bridget that he and other young followers looked like they were starving. And despite these obvious signs that something was wrong, Patrick stayed in the ministry until 2022. When Patrick finally returned home, he had nothing left. No money, no possessions after 6 years with the ministry. It wasn't until David Taylor's arrest recently that Patrick finally admitted to his mother that everything she had warned him about was true. And another person who spoke out about this was Leslie Portillo, who spent several months in the Michigan facility in 2017. She went there because her best friend was a believer in David and his ministry. Not wanting to leave her friend alone, Leslie decided to check it out herself. She described an environment where she spent her time sleeping on floors and experiencing alleged verbal and physical abuse, backing up everything that had been said about the institution. Leslie says that she and her best friend ended up donating about $40,000 to the organization. Her friend stayed with the ministry until she passed away in 2019, and the situation had caused such a rift between them that they were no longer speaking by the end. And one of the most high-profile people to speak out against David was Vicky Yo, a Grammy-nominated gospel singer with over 1.2 million followers on her Facebook page. She was actually in a romantic relationship with David for about 16 months, starting in 2017, where she sang at one of the ministry's services. David would apparently have Vicky promote his book and ministry on her social media accounts, requiring her to post about it every day. And when she didn't comply, apparently it was like the end of the world to this guy.
How would you describe your relationship with Mr. Taylor? I thought I was in love with him, you know, but when I look back at it, he really just used me because I have like 1.2 million on my Facebook page, my platform. He would have me promote his book. If I didn't promote his book every day, it was like the end of the world. Like, you know, he wanted me to interview people that saw Jesus. So when I look back on it, he used me for my platform. He did not love me. He did not, because it was all about what I can do for him.
After she ended the relationship and published a book herself in 2020 called All You Have Is a Voice, Free from a Hidden Cult, the backlash was immediate.
When I spoke out against this monster, I had so many people saying, you know, you're just a woman scorned. You cheated on you. You got names of a couple women. But I knew it was more than that. I knew it was more than that. And I got criticized. Just people just thought I was crazy.
But then something happened that validated everything Vicky had been talking about. More than 100 women reached out to her, saying they'd also been in relationships with David Taylor, with many of them claiming that he had told them that they were his wife.
I would say stuff to David. David, this ain't right. He said, "Oh, it's okay. I'm best friends with Jesus." But being a preacher's kid, you know, I knew it was wrong, and so I spoke out, and it's actually still on the internet. It's about 20 minutes. I just told everybody what was going on. Within 3 weeks, I stopped counting at 100 women that told me that they were in a relationship with David. Many of them said they were his wife. They said that he said to keep it just between them because church people are messy. That's what he told me. Church people are messy, Vicky, and you know I'm gonna marry you one of these days, but just don't tell anybody. And so all these women are out there thinking that this man is going to be the one that they're going to marry. Loves them. Loves them.
And after publishing her book, Vicky says she received life threats from church members and chose to not speak about David ever again, until his arrest finally happened. The investigation into David Taylor and Michelle Brannon's operation involved multiple federal agencies and took years to develop, since a lot of organizations and different people had been trying to expose them for years before law enforcement finally acted. One of the investigators said they knew something was wrong when an organization that was bringing in millions of dollars was getting sued for non-payment to vendors. After all, when you're taking in that kind of money and you're buying mansions and when you buy luxury automobiles, how could you not have the money to pay a vendor? It raised a question, and that was one of the starting points of the search. Then on August 27, 2025, federal agents executed a coordinated nationwide operation for the takedown. David Taylor was arrested at a property in Durham, North Carolina, while Michelle Brandon was taken into custody in the Tampa mansion, simultaneously. And at the same time, different raids were also occurring at the church properties in Houston, Michigan, and Missouri. And what's kind of interesting is, despite all the federal charges and the arrests, the church's prayer line was still active for a while. It was being answered by workers even after their leaders were taken into custody. Like when some journalists called the number during the week of the arrest, someone was still picking up on the other end. The case is currently being prosecuted out of the Eastern District of Michigan, where the organization was headquartered, and the legal proceedings are expected to continue there. For the victims, this arrest represents the end of what may describe as a nightmare that lasted years, or even decades. Employment lawyers say if the allegations are proven true, the hundreds of victims could be entitled to substantial damages, including double their lost wages plus attorney's fees. And as of right now, federal authorities are encouraging anyone with any information about human trafficking to contact this hotline right here. And obviously, this operates 24 hours a day. And as of now, David and Michelle are facing serious federal charges, including conspiracy to commit forced labor, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. And unfortunately for them, each of these charges carry a max sentence of 20 years in federal prison. So if convicted on all counts, they could face up to 60 years behind bars and millions of dollars in fines. And since they're in their 50s, that would essentially be a life sentence. And not only that, but of course, federal prosecutors also said they could be forced to forfeit any funds or property that resulted from their alleged criminal activities. So after years of operating under the radar, David Taylor and Michelle Brandon are finally facing the full weight of federal prosecution for one of the most extensive forced labor operations disguised as a religious ministry in the United States. And it's almost a relief that even after all this time, at least now the truth has finally come to light and justice can actually be served, even if it took a while. In some cases, it's just better late than ever. At the end of the day, this really goes to show how long people can get away with terrible things when there's no spotlight on them. But stories like this might take some time to unfold, but thankfully the spotlight is now there, so the story is finally being told. Either way, if you want another video like this, you can click here. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
Coming home with me now. You have 5 seconds to comply. Okay, Mama. You have 4 seconds to comply. I said okay, Mama. See how it feels, Edward? Robocop sounds like the kind of title a 5-year-old comes up with while playing with Legos. A robot who is a cop. Simple, generic.
Where the hell is Robocop?
Probably destined for the bargain bin of 80s schlock. And yet, Paul Verhoeven's 1987 masterpiece is arguably one of the most razor-sharp, cynical, and ironically beautiful films ever put to screen. He's right. It was an industrial strength insult to the American dream. But look at the franchise today, and it's a graveyard of wasted potential and sanitized corporate slop.
It can't be that bad.
We've gone from a visceral, hyper-violent satire of Reagan-era greed to, well, a guy in a sleek black suit. It's a tragedy of overexposure. So it's time to perform an autopsy on the future of law enforcement. Why doesn't Robocop work anymore? Did we just run out of dicks for him to shoot off, or did the industry fundamentally misunderstand what made Robocop a legend? Today, we're doing things a little bit differently. We're starting with the 2014 remake, the most likely entry point for modern generations for those who didn't know anything about this franchise. And then we're rewinding to the original DNA to see exactly what was lost in translation. We're examining the tension between satire and sincerity, and the fine line between being a character and being a symbol. And also, when we hit the third movie, you know, the thing I hate the most in the franchise, you might call it fun, but I am dead serious. Because at its core, Robocop is less a story about a machine becoming human and more about a system deciding exactly how much humanity is willing to tolerate. So buckle up, dead or alive, you're coming with me to revisit the downfall of Robocop.
What kind of suit is this?
Now, I know, you're probably thinking, why start with the bad one? Why not go straight to the 1987 masterpiece and bathe in the glorious practical effect blood of corporate sociopaths?
Why?
Well, because these days it's easier to pick the version that sits on Netflix, looking sleek, polished, and safe for your average Tuesday night. But at the same time, it's the perfect case study in how modern Hollywood can take a radical, confrontational idea and mill it down into a harmless, competent piece of content. Now, I want to be fair. I'm not just going to sit here and scream, it's not the original for 20 minutes. If I wanted to do that, I'd go to a Star Wars convention. This is where the fun begins. The 2014 Robocop actually had some ambition. I can't call it just a brainless cash grab, at least not in the hands of its director, Jose Padilla. If you've seen Elite Squad, you know this guy isn't a hack. He's a guy who understands systemic corruption and urban warfare. He even turned down Darren Aronofsky's pitch, which was apparently set 3,000 years in the future, because he wanted to talk about now, or at least the now of 10 years ago from today. Padilla and screenwriter Joshua Zetsuma actually dug into the old unused drafts of the original 1987 script. They wanted to make a serious, grounded political thriller about drone warfare. In this world, Omnicorp is a part of the military-industrial complex, sending robots to Tehran to keep the peace while lobbying to bring that same technology to American streets. It's a smart angle. It's a critique of the drone strike era and the automation of violence. This is exactly what a remake should do, update the themes for a new generation. But here is where the wheels are falling off, and by falling off, I mean the studio basically took a wrench to the entire mechanism. The biggest crime of Robocop 2014 is its tone. It is painfully, aggressively serious. Paul Verhoeven, the mad genius behind the original, famously said that the remake made a fatal mistake. It took the absurd premise too seriously.
I think they missed all irony and they were much too straight and much too, let's say, without any humor or whatever.
Verhoeven knew that if you're making a movie about a cyborg cop, you need satire to provide distance. You need that. You need that I'd buy that for $1 absurdity to highlight how insane the world has become. Without the satire, Robocop 2014 feels heavy. It's just a downer. It tries to be a psychological drama, but it lacks the soul to pull it off. They tried to inject some satire back in with Samuel L. Jackson's character, Pat Novak, a loudmouth pro-corporate news anchor who basically looks like a prototype for modern cable news brain rot. And look, Sam Jackson is always a win, but his segments feel like they were filmed in a different movie. In the original, the satire was baked into the world, but in the 2014 version, it's a garnish. It's a side dish that doesn't match the main course. And the reason it doesn't match is because of the Nolanification of the whole project. Back in the early 2010s, every studio wanted their own Dark Knight. They wanted everything to be tactical, black, and gritty. So instead of the heavy, clunky silver and blue tank that was Peter Weller, we got Joel Kinnaman in what looks like a very expensive Batman suit. He's sleek, he's thin, he does parkour. Why? Because Hollywood thinks we can't find a protagonist cool unless he's agile. But the whole point of Robocop is that he's not a guy in a suit. He's a machine that used to be a man. When Kinnaman's Robocop turns around like a video game character, you lose that sense of otherness. You lose the tragedy. He just looks like a superhero, and God knows we have enough of those. Speaking of tragedy, let's talk about Alex Murphy. In the original, the tragedy is that Murphy is dead and Robocop is a product trying to remember its name. It's a slow burn resurrection. In the remake, they flipped it. Murphy keeps all his memories immediately. He knows his name, he remembers his wife, he remembers the explosion that made him. This changes the entire emotional focus. Instead of a journey toward humanity, it's a story about a trapped man in a coffin made of circuits. There is one scene, arguably the best scene in the movie, where they show Murphy what's left of him. They strip away the armor, and he's just a head, a pair of lungs, and an organ bag. It is visceral and horrifying. It is the one moment where the movie actually dares to be confrontational because for a split second, you feel the nightmare of his existence. But then, the movie doesn't know what to do with that horror because Murphy is too human. The corporation, Omnicorp, has to constantly mess with his brain chemistry to keep him effective. It's an interesting idea about algorithmic management and the corporate control of emotions. Gary Oldman plays Dr. Norton, the good scientist caught in the middle, and he's doing his best to elevate the material here. But because the movie has to be a big budget blockbuster, all these nuanced ideas about medical ethics and media manipulation get shoved into the back seat so we can have another bloodless shootout. And that brings us to the most obvious problem, the PG-13 rating. A PG-13 Robocop is like The Silence of the Lambs, except Hannibal Lecter is just a rude foodie.
Closer.
Fundamentally broken. The original Robocop used hyper-violence as part of its satire. It showed you the absolute sickening consequence of greed and lawlessness. In 2014, the violence is clean and controlled. Robocop doesn't even use a real gun for half the movie. He uses a stun gun, a taser. He's literally sanitized for your protection. It's obvious the studio wanted to grab the teenager demographic, but in doing so, they sucked the teeth out of the franchise. When the violence has no weight, the world has no stakes. It turns the movie into a generic sci-fi drama. The action scenes are just fine. They're competent and well shot, but I will forget them by the time I finish this sentence. There is no individual style here, no sense of danger. It's just pixels hitting other pixels until the good guy wins. And don't even get me started on the ending. In the 1987 film, Murphy wins by using the system against itself. He finds a legal loophole. In the 2014 version, how does he overcome his programming that prevents him from killing the CEO? Willpower. Just, he wants to do it really, really hard. Just do it! It's the power of friendship, but for cyborgs. It is lazy writing at its absolute worst and completely undermines the idea that the system is the true antagonist. If Murphy can just willpower his way through a hard-coded corporate lockout, then the corporation was never actually a threat to begin with. The 2014 remake is a product of its era. It's what happens when you have a talented director, a great cast. I mean, Gary Oldman, Michael Keaton, Samuel L. Jackson. That's a heavy-hitting lineup. Even Joel Kinnaman is a nice and strongly underrated actor. But you have a studio that is too terrified to let the movie have a personality. MGM was going through a bankruptcy at the time. They were desperate for a win, and they thought playing it safe was the way to go. But playing it safe is the one thing a Robocop movie should never do. If it was called Cyborg Police, the movie, I'd say, hey, that was a decent 3-star experience, but as a Robocop movie, it fails to justify its own existence. It foregrounds the man, the Alex Murphy family drama, because it's easier to market. It wants you to feel sad for his wife and son, but it forgets that the true power of this story comes from the symbol. In the remake, Murphy is the lead character from minute 1. In the original, Murphy is a ghost. Now let's look at that ghost that makes the machine work.
Tech support.
The 1987 original is visceral, hyper-violent, and deeply cynical to everything the 1980s stood for, and yet somehow it's also one of the most human stories ever told in the action genre. Rewatching this today, I'm struck by one thing. This movie had absolutely no right being this good. Think about it. You've got a director, Paul Verhoeven, a mad scientist of Dutch cinema who barely spoke English at the time, taking a script about a Robocop which every other director in Hollywood had already laughed out of their office. It sounds like a joke, but Verhoeven saw something the rest of the industry missed. He saw a mirror. He saw an opportunity to take the American dream and run it through a meat grinder. The 1987 Robocop works because it masters a balance that modern Hollywood has completely forgotten how to achieve. The balance between biting irony and absolute sincerity. So let's start with the satire, because if you don't understand the satire, you don't understand Robocop. As I mentioned earlier, Verhoeven noted that the humor was the distance the movie needed. Without that satirical edge, this story would just be a grim, depressing slog about a guy getting mutilated. But Verhoeven uses satire as both a shield and a scalpel. He gives us these media break segments, those 80s news flashes that feel terrifyingly prophetic today. They give us a world where a nuclear strike in the Amazon is presented with the same upbeat, vapid energy as a commercial for a family board game called Nukem. Get them before they get you. And this is world building at its most efficient. It tells you everything you need to know about the society. It is a culture that has replaced morality with consumerism. You've got the Sucks 6000, a car that literally says it's a piece of junk in the name, but people buy it anyway because it has big reclining seats, and it's a status symbol. It's a society that has decided that if something is profitable, it is good, period. Modern blockbusters like the 2014 remake try to do serious political commentary, but they're too afraid to be absurd. They're too afraid to be funny. The Verhoeven understood that the world is so insane that you can only tell the truth about it through a joke. When OCP, Omni Consumer Products, privatizes the police force, they aren't doing it to be evil in a cartoonish way, they're doing it because it's a growth opportunity. They're the ultimate Wall Street monsters of the 80s, a precursor to the tech giants of today who think they can solve every human problem with an algorithm and a quarterly earnings report. And the violence? I know some people look at the gore in Robocop and think it's just 80s excess, but look closer. The violence in this movie is an essential tool. It's exaggerated, grotesque. It is designed to make you feel the sickening lack of value placed on human life in this corporate hellscape. Take the boardroom scene where ED-209, the clunky, over-engineered prototype of corporate security, glitches and turns an OCP executive into Swiss cheese. In a modern movie, that scene would be 3 seconds long and edited like a strobe light to keep the PG-13 rating. In Verhoeven's hands, it goes on for an uncomfortably long time. It's a comedy of errors, transitions from shock to horror, and then finally to a dark, sick realization of the absurdity. And the best part? The reaction of the old man, the CEO who looks like a kindly version of Ronald Reagan. He's not upset that a man just died in front of him, he's disappointed that they might lose their contract. Kenny, I'm disappointed in you. This is the DNA of the franchise. It's a parody of a typical 80s action hero. While Clint Eastwood's Dirty Harry or Charles Bronson's Vigilantes were loose cannons who broke the rules to get results, Robocop is the logical conclusion of that idea. He is the ultimate effective officer because he is the rule. He is a machine designed to automate justice, and the film shows us that when you automate justice, you lose your soul. Which takes us to Murphy. The biggest mistake the 2014 remake made was foregrounding Alex Murphy's humanity from the jump. It wanted us to care about his wife and his son and his feelings before we even understood the machine. But the 1987 original is a masterclass in restraint. It treats Murphy first as a symbol and only second as a man. Let's have a closer look at the way Murphy is introduced. He's a good cop, sure, but he's just a guy. And then he's crucified. I don't use those words lightly. Verhoeven has explicitly stated that he viewed Robocop as an American Jesus. Murphy is led into an abandoned industrial cathedral by Clarence Bodica's gang, and he is methodically, brutally dismantled. His hand is blown off, his arm is shredded, he is executed while the villains laugh. It is one of the most traumatic scenes in action cinema because it makes you feel the absolute vulnerability of a human body against the cold steel of lawlessness, and then he is resurrected. One of the smartest choices in this movie is how it hides Murphy. After the surgery, we didn't see his face for an incredibly long time. We see
Why
him
you keep
through a
landing in that
first-person
one
point
spot?
of view.
What
We
are
see
you
the
and
OCP
why?
executives arguing over his product features as if he's a brand new microwave. We
Like
see
a
his
fucking
memories being
fly or
deleted.
something,
The
and it
movie
keeps
makes
landing
us
right here
the
on my
machine.
arm.
We
Like,
feel
what?
the weight of the suit, the clunky mechanical precision of his movements. Peter Weller's performance here is legendary because he had to act with nothing but his jaw and his body language. By delaying the reveal of Murphy's face until the third act, Verhoeven makes that moment hit with the force of a freight train. When Murphy finally takes off his helmet at the steel mill, the place of his death, and looks in a cracked mirror, it's not just a cool shot, it's a resurrection. You see the pale, stretched skin of a man who has been stitched back together by a corporation that never asked for his consent. It's the ultimate tragedy. He is a product that is beginning to remember its name. And that leads to the ending. I mentioned this in the previous chapter, but it bears repeating because it highlights the difference between actual writing and willpower nonsense. In the 2014 remake, Murphy overcomes his programming because he really wants to. In 1987, he overcomes it through a legal loophole. He can't kill Dick Jones, the corporate vice president, because of Directive 4. It's a hard-coded lockout. He is literally a prisoner of OCP's fine print. He only wins when the old man fires Dick Jones. At that moment, Dick Jones is no longer an OCP employee. He is no longer protected by the system. The loophole opens and Murphy fires. It is the most satisfying legal victory in movie history. And when the old man asks, "Nice shooting, son, what's your name?" and he responds with a simple Murphy, that's it. That's the movie. The machine is gone. The symbol has been reclaimed by the man. But we have to talk about why this movie feels so damn relevant today. It's honestly spooky. Robocop not only predicted the 80s, it predicted the 21st century. It predicted the bankruptcy of Detroit, an actual event that happened decades later. It predicted the militarization of the police force with armored vehicles and high-tech weapons weaponry becoming the norm in urban centers. It predicted the rise of the megacorp that provides everything from your consumer goods to your security to your healthcare. OCP is omni-consumer products. They own the hospital Murphy died in. They own the insurance company that paid for his resurrection. Verhoeven's Detroit is a hellhole, but it's a hellhole run by polite people in suits who talk about revitalization while they price the poor out of their own homes. Dick Jones and the corporate ladder are the true villains, far more than Clarence Boddicker. Boddicker is just a tool, a violent symptom of a broken system. Dick Jones is the one who signs the checks. He is the personification of the military-industrial complex that views war and crime as a market to be exploited. The 1987 original just is everything a Hollywood blockbuster should be. It is loud, it is thrilling, and it lands some of the best action set pieces of the decade, but it's also an incredibly smart piece of philosophy. It asks the question, what makes us human? Is it our memories, our feelings, or is it our ability to resist the system that tells us we are just a unit of production? It's a stark reminder of what Disney and the modern studio system are incapable of producing today. These days, they're terrified of satire because satire might offend the very corporations that fund the movies. They're terrified of violence because it might hurt their toy sales. They're terrified of restraint because they think the audience is too stupid to care about a character unless they see them crying every 5 minutes. Verhoeven didn't care about any of that. He made a movie that was an ugly, beautiful, screaming mess.
He's dead, Murphy.
Robocop 2 is a fascinating, ugly, and deeply confused piece of cinema too, but it's nuanced. It's a movie that I
What in
love
the
and
fuck,
loathe
dude? Why are
in
you
equal
landing on my
measure.
arm in
The
the same
movie is
place?
messy, it's mean-spirited,
Get
and it
fucked.
feels like it was written during a fever dream induced by too much caffeine and a stack of 1980s underground comic books. Which, given that Frank Miller was the one holding the pen, is exactly what happened. The first thing we have to address is the Verhoeven-shaped hole in the middle of this production. Paul Verhoeven left the lab and the studio brought in Irvin Kershner. This sounded like a home run. Kershner is the man who gave us The Empire Strikes Back. He knows how to handle a sequel, right? He knows how to take an established world and expand it. But here's the problem. You can't hire a professional to do a provocateur's job. Verhoeven's Robocop felt organic. It had a rhythm. It had a soul under the chrome. Kershner's Robocop 2 feels flat. Despite having a bigger budget and the same legendary cast, the movie feels weirdly cheap. It lacks that gritty industrial atmosphere that made Detroit feel like a character. Instead, it looks like a high-budget TV pilot, but the real issue is the way the film treats its lead character. While the 1987 film was about Murphy reclaiming his humanity, Robocop 2 is about Murphy being told to sit back down and shut up. One of the biggest disappointments for fans, myself included, is the massive character regression here. At the end of the first movie, he says, Murphy, he's back, he's won. But in the first 10 minutes of the sequel, OCP basically hits the reset button. They tell him he's a machine. They tell him he's property. And Murphy just accepts it. It's a cardinal sin of storytelling. You don't take your hero's hard-won victory and throw it in the trash just so you can have more conflict for the first act. And look, I get what they were trying to do. They wanted to explore the tragedy of his existence again. There's a subplot early on where Murphy is stalking his wife, watching her from his patrol car, trying to remember what it's like to be a husband. It's a powerful, heart-wrenching idea, but the movie handles it with the grace of a sledgehammer. OCP makes Murphy tell his wife that her husband is dead, and he's just a unit wearing his face. It's brutal, depressing, and then the movie just drops it. It never mentions her again. This massive foundational piece of Murphy's soul is treated as a minor plot point that gets resolved in a 5-minute conversation. It's a staggering waste of potential. Instead of a character study, we get Frank Miller's Detroit, and Frank Miller's Detroit is a very, very strange place. Miller is a legend in the comic book world, but his transition to the big screen has always been rocky. His original script for Robocop 2 was famously unfilmable because it was so violent, so weird, and so sprawling. The studio had to bring in Waylon Green to translate Miller's madness into something that wouldn't get everyone arrested. The result is a movie that feels evil and cynical rather than satirical. Verhoeven's satire was a mirror. Miller's satire is a punch to the gut. The world of Robocop 2 is a circus of cruelty. You've got the new commercials like Magnavolt, a car security system that literally executes the thief with an electric chair. It's funny, sure, but it feels like a parody of a parody. It's Verhoeven's style without Verhoeven's nuance. And then we have the social decay elements. We have child criminals. We have a 12-year-old boy named Hob who is a violent drug lord. I remember Roger Ebert famously hated this character. He thought it was distasteful and in poor taste to show a child gunning down police officers. And look, I see his point, but at the same time, it's peak Frank Miller. It's that heightened comic book excess where everything is exaggerated. Is it good filmmaking? Probably not, but it certainly isn't boring. And you can't forget the whole kids' baseball team with a coach violently robbing a store. Could you imagine something these days? The central plot revolves around Nuke, a new synthetic drug that is tearing Detroit apart. The drug is distributed by a cult leader named Kane, a guy who looks like he's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. When Kane eventually gets turned into Robocop 2, a massive multi-armed death machine, they decide to keep his brain's addiction to Nuke as a way to control him. The idea of a drug-addicted cyborg is such a quintessentially 90s concept. It's edgy, dark, and completely absurd. Think about that for a second. OCP's brilliant plan for citywide security is to put a psychopath's brain into a tank and then keep him hooked on drugs so he'll do what they say. Ultimate corporate failure. It's a metaphor for the sequel itself, a bigger, messier version of the original, built on a foundation of bad ideas and a desperate need for a fix. But I have to be fair, despite all the cynicism and the weird child villains, there is one thing Robocop 2 gets absolutely right. Phil Tippett. If you want to know why I still rewatch this movie, just skip to the final 20 minutes. The showdown between Murphy and Robocane is a masterpiece of stop-motion animation. This was the peak of the technology before CGI came along and made everything look like weightless jelly in most of the movies. When these two robots hit each other, you feel the weight. You feel the gears grinding. Phil Tippett and his team managed to give Robocane more personality through mechanical twitches and hydraulic groans than half the human cast. Robocane is a terrifying design. He's an industrial nightmare looking like a walking factory of death. The stop motion gives him a jittery, unnatural movement that CGI still struggles to replicate. It's so tactile and real. It's the one part of the movie where the escalation actually pays off. It's bigger than the original, sure, but it has that same practical effect grit that we crave. However, once the dust settles and Robocane's brain is crushed under Murphy's fist, you're left wondering, what was the point? In the first movie, Murphy's victory felt like a shift in the world. In the sequel, it feels like a stalemate. Detroit is still a dumpster fire. OCP is still in charge. Murphy is still a machine. The movie ends with a quip about patience, but it feels hollow. It's clear that the franchise had already started to lose its teeth. The violence, while extreme, started to feel like a gimmick rather than a tool. It was violence for the sake of violence. Robocop 2 is the moment the franchise became a product. The original was a crazy idea that spawned something incredible, but the sequel was a brand trying to maintain its market share. A mutant film born from the clashing egos of Frank Miller, Irvin Kershner, and a studio that wanted a summer blockbuster without the problematic political depth of the first one. But before we move on, let's just pour one out for Phil Tippett's stop-motion robots. They were too good for this movie. They were the last gasp of a franchise that actually cared about how its world felt to the touch. Once they replaced the stop-motion with early 90s digital effects, the soul was officially gone. Now, let's talk about the jetpack, because God, I hate jetpacks.
You got a light? Allow me, scum.
We need to set the scene here because the context behind Robocop 3 is just as depressing as the movie itself. By the early 90s, Orion Pictures, the studio that gave us the original masterpiece, was circling the drain. They were broke, desperate, and looking for a win. And in the twisted logic of a failing Hollywood studio, they looked at Robocop and saw a children's brand. I'm not joking. Despite the first movie being a hyper-violent satire about corporate fascism and the second being a grimdark nightmare about cyborg drug lords, the suits at Orion noticed that kids were buying the action figures. They noticed there was a cartoon show. They saw the Robo Magic and thought,
Robocop
hey,
was
why are
awesome.
we excluding the demographic that actually buys the lunchboxes? So they made a strategic decision to neuter the character. They aimed for a PG-13 rating.
All right.
They decided to make Robocop safe, and in doing so, they committed the ultimate act of character assassination. They took the American Jesus of 1987 and turned him into a Saturday morning cartoon with a budget that wouldn't cover the coffee tab on a Christopher Nolan set. The first and most obvious sign of the rot is the loss of Peter Weller. Weller, being a man of taste and likely having read the script, decided to head off and do Naked Lunch instead. Smart move, Peter. To replace him, they brought in Robert John Burke. Now, I don't want to be mean to Burke, but trying to fill Weller's boots is a thankless task. Weller gave Robocop a tragic, fluid yet mechanical grace. Burke, hampered by a suit that looks increasingly like it's made of a spray-painted plastic, moves
I am
like
a
a
man
trying to
and
walk through
I
a
am
vat
in a
of
bus.
cold molasses. His voice is processed to the point where it's
You
completely
guys,
monotone and
stop
lacks
acting like
any
you
of the
don't know
subtle
who I
haunting
am.
humanity Weller projected. The ghost in the machine
The
is
most
gone.
famous
Now
trans
it's
men in
just
the
a
world.
guy in a
Trans
stiff
woman,
costume.
rather.
But the real tragedy of Robocop 3 is its soul. Or rather,
I was the first trans woman to give birth through my neo-vagina. I actually gave vaginal birth to Elliot through my neo-vagina. I've got some magic in me.
the complete lack of one. Most OCP now been blown up by Japanese market corporations as they try to forcibly make this Detroit to be open voters. They've hired a private militia called Rehabilitators, because of course they have, to clear the streets. It's a strong premise, it's a direct continuation of the corporate greed themes from the first movie. It could have been a powerful, gritty story about urban displacement and the final death of the middle class.
So
But
glad I
because
saw
it's
that.
PG-13, the war for Detroit feels like a game of laser tag. The hyper-violence that defined the brand, the violence that Verhoeven used to show us the sickening reality of corporate power, is completely gone. Instead of the visceral, shocking impact of a high-caliber round, we get safe action. All over, without a scratch. Robocop, a walking tank
Yep,
that
I'm in a
used to
bus.
blow people through walls, starts using a flamethrower. Why? Because fire is cleaner for the sensors.
Oh my god, you
than a
guys, I'm
plug.
almost caught up.
It's a sanitized
All of the rugs that I've already done are rolled up and ready to be sent
franchise
to their owners.
surgically removed. And the
None of them
satire-
have
the
labels,
satire in this
unfortunately.
movie is embarrassing. Fred Decker, the director, tries to keep the media break and the commercials going, but it feels like a low-tier fanfic. The wit is gone. The irony is replaced by broad, childish slapstick. It's no longer a mirror held up to society, but a clown making faces in the dark. Let me introduce you to the new characters, because Orion wanted to grab the kid demographic. We get Nico, a hacker girl, who looks like she escaped from an episode of The Goonies. She spends the movie hacking ED-209s with what looks like a modified Game Boy. It is the height of 90s tech cringe. By making a child a central protagonist, the movie shifts its entire perspective. Robocop is no longer a mature, adult-oriented exploration of identity. It's an adventure movie where the cool robot uncle helps a little sister save her neighborhood. This leads us to the most infamous addition to the lore, which I mentioned in the beginning, and personally hate so much, the jetpack. I have spent years trying to figure out what went wrong in the meeting where they approved the jetpack. In 1987, Robocop was a heavy, clunky machine. Every step had weight. He was a presence that occupied the room. In Robocop 3, he straps on a piece of plastic and flies through the sky like he's playing Superman 64. It is the death of the character's physical logic. It turns a grounded sci-fi icon into a literal toy. You can almost see the batteries not included sticker on his back. It was a move designed purely for the toy aisles, a blatant pass the torch to the merchandising department at the expense of the film's integrity. And as if the jetpack wasn't enough, we get the ninjas, the Automo robots. Because the villains are now Japanese, we have to have cyborg ninjas because Hollywood. These fight scenes are some of the most embarrassing things I've seen in a major franchise. It's just guys in silver suits doing slow motion karate against a guy who can barely move his arms. There is no tension, no stakes. It feels like a Power Rangers episode with a slightly higher lighting budget. The other crime, the one that boils my blood too, is what they did to Anne Lewis. Nancy Allen returned as Lewis, the one constant in Murphy's life. She was his link to his past, his one true friend. And how does the movie reward her loyalty? It kills her off in the first 20 minutes. Now, I'm not against killing off a major character if it serves the story, but Lewis's death in Robocop 3 is meaningless. It's a cheap, inciting incident to get Murphy to join the rebels. And Murphy's reaction? It's a few seconds of sad music and then he's back to being a generic law enforcement hero. The deep emotional bond they built over 2 movies is discarded like a piece of junk mail. This is what happens when you decide that the emotional arc is finished. The writers clearly thought, oh, he remembered his name in the first movie, so he's fine now. They stopped challenging the character. Murphy in Robocop 3 stopped being a man wrestling with his identity and became a tool. He's a brand. He's a recognizable face, or jawline, that says the catchphrases and shoots the bad guys. He has become the very thing OCP wanted him to be in 1987, a compliant, bloodless piece of corporate property. Robocop 3 was a disaster at the box office, and honestly, thank God. It proved that you can't strip the R out of Robocop and expect people to still care. It was the end of the theatrical franchise for over 20 years. It killed the character's credibility so thoroughly that even the word Robocop became a...
Being impatient. Hello, hello.
You're coming with me.
Tired.
But if you think Robocop 3 is
Ready to be
toothless,
done.
you
Been
haven't
at
seen
this all
the
day.
television era. This is the part of the story that most people mercifully have deleted from their memory banks. But to understand the downfall, we have to look at the TV era because it represents the total surrender of the original idea. When Orion Pictures went bankrupt, they lost the keys to the future of law enforcement. Desperate for a quick injection of cash, they licensed the rights to anyone with a camera and a soundstage. And the result was a decade of robo content that was so sanitized, so toothless, and so profoundly budget bin that it makes the jetpack from the third movie look like high art. It started in 1994 with Robocop, the series. Now, think about the cognitive dissonance here. You're taking a character defined by ultra-violence and R-rated social commentary and putting him in a time slot where he has to compete with Full House. The producers, led by Stephen Downing, who previously worked on MacGyver, explicitly stated that they wanted a family-friendly Robocop. They saw Murphy not as a tragic symbol of a corporate overreach, but as a misunderstood loner who uses his wits to save the day. It was Robo-MacGyver. And if that sounds like a disaster, let me tell you, it was worse. Because this was 90s television. Robocop was no longer allowed to, well, be Robocop. He wasn't allowed to kill anyone. He barely used his gun. Instead, he had a collection of non-lethal gadgets. I'm talking about inflatable airbags that block doorways. I'm talking about stun tags and tasers. Now, this time, every action sequence finally and literally felt like a low-budget episode of Power Rangers, where the bad guys would get gently pushed over and then surrender immediately. The visceral weight of the original, the feeling that Murphy was a walking tank, was replaced by a guy in a rubber suit who spent more time giving safety tips to kids than fighting systemic corruption. And the satire? Oh, they tried. They kept the media break segments, but without Paul Verhoeven's cynical edge, it just felt like bad local news. It was a shallow imitation of a masterpiece, stripped of the darkness that made the parody work. When you remove the threat, you remove the point. But the real crime of the 1994 series was how it handled Murphy's humanity. It turned the franchise into a domestic drama. We spent half the time watching Murphy stare longingly at his wife and son from across the street, or dealing with his own robo-dad. It was an attempt to make the character relatable, but by making him relatable, they made him boring. The tragedy of Robocop isn't that he misses his house, it's that he has been legally and physically erased by a corporation. Turning that into a family value subplot is like trying to turn the Terminator into a show about a robot trying to find a good daycare. The series lasted 1 season, largely because it was too expensive to produce and too boring to watch, but the franchise wasn't done yet. In 2001, we got Robocop Prime Directives. Now, I'll give Prime Directives this. It tried. It was a 4-part miniseries that actually wanted to bring the adult tone. They saw the failure of the 94 series and the 93 movie and said, okay, let's make it dark again. We've got blood squibs. We got terrorists committing suicide. We got a version of Murphy played by Paige Fletcher who looked like he hadn't slept since 1987. In the first 2 episodes, Prime Directives actually hit some interesting notes. It portrays Murphy as an obsolete piece of tech. He's old, he's glitchy, and he's deeply existentially depressed. There's a moment where Murphy is framed like a man standing in front of his own grave, not literally, but spiritually, metaphorically. It's heavy stuff. It's the kind of old man Logan vibe that could have worked if they had the budget to back it up. But then the second half of the series happens, and boy, does it go off the rails. Without the budget for practical effects, Prime Directives leaned into early 2000s digital absurdity. It turned into a weird low-rent version of the Lawnmower Man. We got digital viruses that infect human flesh, cyber ghosts, and a plot that involves a citywide AI takeover. A story about a cop ended and became a generic, syndicated sci-fi mess. The restraint of the original was replaced by digital noise. What the TV era really highlights is the identity crisis of the brand. Robocop is an IP that is inextricably linked to hyperviolence and sharp social critique. If you take those things away to make it family-friendly, you're left with a guy in a tin suit who is less interesting than a toaster. But if you try to bring the darkness back without the A-list talent and the budget to make it feel visceral, you're left with a depressing low-budget slog that feels like a fan film. The TV era reinforced the idea that Robocop was just a brand to be exploited. It ignored the emotional progress Murphy made at the end of the first film, and once again, resetting him to a cold, robotic monotone because they thought that's what Robocop was supposed to sound like. They foregrounded the character, Alex Murphy's personal drama, but they lost him totally. Across all these television iterations, the system stopped being the true antagonist. The OCP of the TV shows was a bumbling, incompetent joke, not the terrifying totalitarian monster of 1987. And when the system isn't a threat, Robocop isn't a hero. He's just a glorified security guard with a high-maintenance suit. So, after a decade of being sanitized for our protection and then depressed on a budget, the franchise was effectively dead, at least in the cinema and TV screens. It had been underfunded and fundamentally misunderstood by its own caretakers, which brings us back to the 2014 remake. It was the final high-budget gasp of a franchise that had already been choked to death by its own brand management. So, we've performed the autopsy. We've sifted through the glorious oil-slicked remains of 1987, the drug-addicted fever dream of the 90s, the plastic jetpacks of the toy commercial era, and finally, the sleek, sanitized, Nolanified remake of 2014. After 40 years of corporate boardrooms and exploded limbs, the question remains, why does the original Robocop still stand as a towering masterpiece, while everything that followed feels like a fading photocopy of a ghost? The answer isn't just Verhoeven was a genius, although that's a pretty good start. The answer lies in the fundamental loss of restraint. You see, the Robocop franchise is a perfect case study in the modern Hollywood disease. The belief that the more we see, the more we care. In the 87 original, Murphy is a ghost. We don't see his face until the movie is nearly over. We don't get long crying monologues about his wife and son. Instead, we get a few haunting flashes of a life he can no longer touch. That restraint is where the emotional power lives. It forces the audience to fill in the blanks. It makes Murphy's humanity feel like a bug in the corporate code, something rare, fragile, and worth fighting for. But as the franchise progressed, it fell into the trap of overexposure. By the time we got to the TV shows and the 2014 remake, Murphy wasn't a symbol anymore. He was just a guy with a tragic backstory that wouldn't stop talking about it. The 2014 remake thinks that showing us Murphy as a face and an organ bag makes the tragedy deeper, but it actually does the opposite. By foregrounding his humanity from minute one, it robs us of the resurrection. There's no mystery. There's just a man in a very expensive prosthetic, and the system feels like an inconvenience rather than a terrifying soul-crushing monster. This loss of restraint coincides perfectly with the dilution of the satire. In Verhoeven's hands, satire was a shield. It provided the necessary distance that allowed the audience to stomach the hyper-violence and the grim reality of corporate fascism. Without that irony, Robocop 2 became mean and cynical. Without the violence, Robocop 3 and the TV series became a toothless, family-friendly slop for people who like industrial Detroit. And then we have 2014. It tried to bring back the seriousness by leaning into a gritty, realistic drone warfare aesthetic, but by stripping away the absurd comic book edge, it became just another generic sci-fi drama. It forgot that Robocop is, at its heart, an American Jesus story. It's a messianic allegory about death and rebirth. When you try to make that realistic in the style of a Christopher Nolan Batman flick, you end up with a movie that is technically competent but spiritually vacant. Verhoeven and even Joel Kinnaman eventually admitted it. The film probably would have been a hit if it wasn't called Robocop, but it carried the name, and in doing so, it invited a comparison it was never equipped to win. Across all these installments, one thing remains constant. The system is the true antagonist. Whether it's OCP trying to privatize the police or Omnicorp lobbying for domestic drone strikes, the franchise is at its strongest when it's a warning. It's a mirror held up to the military-industrial complex and the Wall Street greed that views every human being as a unit of production or a bag of organs. Robocop is a manifesto of human will. It's the proof that no matter how much you program a man, no matter how many directives you hardcode into its brain, the soul, the identity, the Murphy cannot be fully erased. It's the triumph of the individual over the institution, and that's a message that feels more relevant in 2026 than it ever did in 1987. We live in an age of algorithmic management, mass surveillance, and corporations that have more power than governments. We are all in some way being managed by directives we didn't write. The downfall of Robocop wasn't caused by one bad movie or one bad TV show. It was a slow decay caused by the industry's inability to trust the audience. Let me know in the Let me know in the comments. Are you a 1987 purist, or are you secretly
Look
that
at how
one
nice.
person who actually liked the jetpack?
This is very good.
I promise I won't judge much.
Very
But for now, you have
good.
20 seconds to comply
Okay.
with the
Swap it up.
reached its logical conclusion. It's a film that demands you turn your brain on, even while you're shoving popcorn down your throat. It has layers, it has stakes, and most importantly, it has an ending. Or had. Putting Terminator Salvation at the #2 spot is probably the most controversial move that I'll make in this video, but I just want you to hear me out. If you step back from the collective internet echo chamber for 5 seconds and look at this franchise through the lens of artistic intent rather than just is Arnold in it, Salvation stands out as the only post-Cameron entry that actually had some goddamn balls. When Salvation dropped in 2009, all mauled it. Everyone called it soulless, robotic, and a Mad Max wannabe. It was a financial disappointment that effectively killed a planned trilogy. But here we are, 15 years later, looking back from the smoldering ruins of Genesis and Dark Fate, and suddenly Salvation looks like a masterpiece of restraint and originality. It is the ultimate diamond in the rough of a franchise that eventually traded its soul for nostalgia baiting. The reason Salvation works and why it deserves this spot is because it is the only sequel that didn't try to be Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Think about it. T3 was a cover band. Genesis was a confused fanfic. Dark Fate was a corporate remake. Salvation, on the other hand, did something radical. It moved the story forward. For the first time, we weren't stuck in a present-day chase scene involving a good robot protecting a kid from a bad robot. We weren't retreading the same streets of LA or hiding in the same desert shacks. We finally went to the one place the first two movies had been teasing for decades, the future war. James Cameron's Future War was a blue-tinted, neon-lit nightmare of laser beams and chrome. Director MCG, the guy who brought us Charlie's Angels and whose filmography didn't exactly scream existential dread, actually made a smart choice here. He rejected the 80s aesthetic and gave us a future that felt industrial, dusty, and hostile. It's really Mad Max meets Black Hawk Down. The world of Salvation is bleached of color, covered in grit, and feels like a place where real people are actually struggling to survive. Grounded, tactile apocalypse. And a big part of that tactile feel comes from the late, great Stan Winston. This was Winston's final project before he passed away in 2008, and the film is a fitting tribute to his legacy. MCG fought against the blue screen era and insisted on practical effects. They built full-size T600s, the rubber skin.
Okay, I need to get everyone's address.
These things are massive,
And then
terrifying, and
I need to start mailing out
crush a human rib.
all the rugs,
They even
starting
got designers from Ducati to
probably
build
Monday.
the Moto Terminators.
And then
And what about John
now
Connor?
we
At
have
the
to
time,
work on
natural Welsh accent. He was so deep into the that he was berating the
Well, I've been here for a long ass time, working like all day basically, so I'm gonna skedaddle and call my kid and maybe relax for a little bit. I've caught myself up as far as I feel like I need to catch up.
That he had signed onto a
So
project
I am.
focus grouped into a Libyan by a studio that didn't understand the material.
I did everything I needed to.
I
I got all those wrapped up. I got the owl carved. The cat, I have plenty of time. I'm not behind on that at all. And now I might actually be able to mail everybody their stuff. So, anyway, love you guys. I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out.